Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku fell in love with Miriko? Part 2. This story is Unbreakable Bonds by Mr. 9. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. The sun dipped low over Heights Alliance, casting long orange streaks across the glass windows and warm wooden walls. The dorm was buzzing with energy as Class 1A adjusted to life under a new roof. Laughter, footsteps, and the occasional crash of something toppling echoed through the halls, but it wasn't chaos, not yet. Mina in her little music corner was hanging decorative lights, stringing them up with Denki, while Jiro sat on the couch watching the whole affair with mild amusement. Momo helped organize the kitchen, using her precise and thoughtful nature to label cabinets and arrange snacks by type. Sato was already baking, filling the dorm with the smell of warm cinnamon. Kiroshima and Shoji had taken over one corner of the common room, engaged in a friendly arm wrestling match that drew light-hearted cheers from nearby classmates. Oaco and Suyu played cards while Shiro showed Toru how to use the new projector screen for movies. Amid all this, Izuku was unpacking the last of his things. His room was simple, clean, and already felt like home. His journals were stacked neatly on his desk, training weights under his bed, and one small shelf held a few chosen All Might figures, just enough to keep him grounded without overwhelming the space. He was double-checking his window latch when he heard a soft knock, 3 quick raps. He turned, already knowing who it was. Roomie slipped in the door like a shadow, wearing one of his oversized sleeved shirts and a pair of shorts that could barely be called that. Her hair was down, ears twitching as she shut the door behind her without a word. "Miss me yet?" she asked, already crossing the room. "You were gone for maybe an hour," he said, smiling. "That long, huh?" She flopped onto his bed and stretched out like she owned it, which, in her mind, she did. Izuku laid beside her, and she curled against his side with the ease of someone who belonged there. "You settling in okay?" he asked. But your bed is comfier. And you smell better," he snorted, resting a hand on her hip. "You know we're not technically supposed to do this." "And yet," she murmured, tilting her head to kiss his jaw, "here I am." Downstairs, the sounds of movie night began to rise. Denki yelling something about popcorn, Mina arguing with Shiro about movie genres. But up here, in the quiet comfort of room 104, the world felt still. Izuku turned slightly, brushing her hair back. "You good?" "Yeah," she whispered. "I just needed to end the day with you." He kissed her forehead, slow and steady. "Always." Outside, the dorm lights glowed in the windows. Inside, Class 1A was settling in. Bonds were tightening. Laughter was easy. And behind a softly closed door, 2 hearts beat in perfect rhythm, under a roof that would soon feel like home to them all. Next day, morning light crept gently through the blinds of room 104. Catching motes of dust in its golden glow. The air was quiet, save for the faint sound of birdsong outside and the soft rise and fall of breath. Izuku stirred first, blinking the sleep from his eyes. Roomie lay against him, tangled in blankets and limbs, white hair fanned across his chest like snow on stone. One of her ears flicked. "Son's rude," she mumbled, barely lifting her head. "You forgot to close the blinds," he murmured, fingers brushing her back. "We've got school today." "Gross," she muttered, burrowing into his shirt again. He laughed quietly. "You want 5 more minutes or a proper breakfast." There was a beat. "Breakfast. But only if you carry me." He rolled his eyes with a fond smile and nudged her gently. "Uniform first." Roomie grunted but rolled off the bed in one smooth, lazy motion. She pulled on her UA uniform that she apparibrout with her with little concern for symmetry. Her tie stayed loose, blazer unbuttoned, and her skirt slightly wrinkled. Her hair was wild, ears upright and unapologetic. "You look like a delinquent," he teased. "I am a delinquent," she said, stuffing her feet into her shoes. "Just a hot one. Downstairs, Heights Alliance was already awake and moving. The smell of cinnamon and scorched garlic butter filled the air as Bakugo hunched over the stove like it had personally insulted him. His eyes were sharp, mouth set in a scowl as he flipped an omelet with unnecessary force. "Don't touch my food," he growled. "I only cook so you damn extras don't ruin it." Sato worked quietly beside him, setting a tray of perfectly risen sweet rolls on the counter. "No one's touching your food, man. Chill." "I am chill," Bakugo snapped, slamming a spatula down. At the dining table, Momo laid out plates and cups with her usual precision while Iida hovered, directing traffic with stern hand gestures. "Let's maintain structure. A well-executed breakfast sets the tone for the day." Jiro, coffee in hand, gave him a half-lidded stare. "It's eggs, Iida, not a military op." Denki wandered in with his tie wrapped around his head like a headband. "Has anyone seen my—" "Oh." He looked down. "Never mind. You're a walking disaster." Mina laughed, kicking her legs from where she sat on the counter in a fuzzy robe. Hagakure stood beside her arranging a fruit bowl with casual flair. "Disaster with style," Denki said proudly. Then sneezed and dropped a fork into the sink. Shiro leaned on the couch armrest. "You sneezed out your IQ again, huh?" Oaco yawned her way into the room, still hugging a pillow. "Someone point me to the cinnamon rolls." "They're mine," Suyu said from behind her, lips already around a straw in a smoothie. "I called dibs 20 minutes ago." Kiroshima and Shoji came back from their morning workout, laughing about something that involved protein bars and near-death squats. Kiroshima had 2 towels draped around his neck. "Yo, breakfast smells manly today." Ojiro, ever calm, helped rearrange chairs for the group while casually steering Denki out of Bakugo's swing range. Shoto entered last. His uniform was flawless. His face was unreadable. He offered no hellos, made no small talk, just walked past everyone, took a seat near the far end of the table, and stared at the wall like it offended him. "Dude," Denki whispered, "he's extra icy this morning." "Maybe he needs a hug," Toru offered. "Maybe he needs an exorcism," Jiro muttered back. Tokiyami sat in the corner, arms crossed in quiet contemplation. "The morning rises," he said. "And it brought pancakes," Dark Shadow added. "Grab some before Bakugo flips the table." Aoyama practically shimmered down the stairs, cape glittering behind him as he struck a pose on the last step. "Bon maiden, friends, may your brilliance shine brighter than." "Nope," Jiro said, cutting him off. "We're muting you until at least second period." Despite the buzz, there was rhythm. Class 1A didn't just coexist, they moved like parts of a whole. Banter, breakfast, bickering, a weirdly perfect harmony. Roomie and Izuku entered mid-flow, drawing no gasps or gasps of surprise, just a few smirks and sarcastic mutters. "Ah, the lovebirds have landed," Mina said, sipping juice. "Took your time," Shiro added. "They were probably—" Denki started, then shut up when Roomie looked at him. She grabbed toast and collapsed onto the couch, eyes half-lidded. "I will punt you." Izuku gave a small wave to the others. "Morning." Bakugo didn't look up from the stove. "Nobody asked. I thought they were already here," Shoji muttered, glancing up. "They were," Fumikage confirmed. Iida cleared his throat, clearly wanting to comment, then thought better of it. "Let's keep things moving. It's nearly time to depart." Just then, Aizawa passed through the common area in a hoodie, sweatpants, and slippers, travel mug in hand. He looked around at the busy room, students clustered at every corner, Roomie on the couch again, Kaminari about to drop a plate. He blinked once, then turned around and walked out without saying a word. "Hero," Jiro muttered. As the class funneled out toward the front entrance, backpacks slung, energy buzzing, Roomie and Izuku lingered by the door. She nudged his shoulder. "You ready? For class?" "Nope. For tradition." He didn't need more than that. He crouched slightly, and she was on his back in a blink, arms wrapped around his shoulders, legs locked at his waist like it was instinct. He stood with ease. "You know," he said, stepping forward, "you're never gonna walk to school again, are you?" "Why would I?" she murmured, chin on his shoulder. "You're comfortable. People are watching. They should." Outside, the sky was clear, the morning bright. The class was already making their way down the path toward UA's main building. Some of them pointed, others rolled their eyes. No one was surprised. Izuku carried her without complaint. Because it wasn't just a ride. It was a routine. It was them. And it was the beginning of the climb. The path to UA's main building wound gently across the campus, clean stone walkways bordered by trimmed hedges and cherry trees just beginning to bud. Spring hung in the air, cool and crisp, but sunlight warmed the backs of uniforms as Class 1A made their way toward their first full school day since moving into the dorms. Roomie rode on Izuku's back like it was her throne, legs tucked neatly around his waist, her chin resting against his shoulder with lazy contentment. Her ears flicked every so often, catching snippets of conversation. "You know," Ciro said from a few paces behind them, "you two are gonna give someone a cavity with how domestic you are." "It's tradition," Roomie mumbled without opening her eyes. "It's codependency," Jiro added dryly. "Oh come on," Mina said, nudging her. "It's adorable. They're like a fantasy novel cover, the hero and the savage bunny princess." "I'd read that," Oaco said, laughing. "Sounds like a bestseller." Denki jogged ahead and started walking backwards just to face them. "So, Midoriya, is she heavy or are you just ripped now?" "She's not heavy," Izuku said calmly. "And yes, damn right I'm not," Roomie added, thwacking Denki on the head with one ear. "Call me heavy again and I'll put you through a wall." Denki stumbled. "Worth it." Shoji walked beside Kiroshima, quietly observing as always. Kiroshima grinned. "Honestly, this whole dorm thing's already making us tighter. Like, we're vibing more." "Vibing," Ojiro repeated, confused but intrigued. "I think that's good," Shoji said. Momo and Iida walked in lockstep just ahead, engaged in a light discussion. "I was considering modifying the support straps on my utility belt," Momo said thoughtfully. "The weight distribution could be improved if I carry the heavier gear on the lower left." "That's very tactical," Iida nodded. "I recently adjusted my ankle guards to reduce friction during acceleration bursts. I still get some drag if I overcorrect." Momo smiled. "Perhaps we should test changes together during sparring this week." Iida beamed. "That would be most enlightening." Meanwhile, Hagakure and Mina had drifted toward Roomie and Izuku's side. "So," Hagakure said, voice teasing, "when's the wedding?" "Tomorrow," Roomie answered flatly. "Dibs on flower girl," Mina yelled. "Don't encourage them," Izuku muttered, trying not to smile. Aoyama pranced dramatically in from the rear of the group, his cape fluttering. "Ah, the eternal bond between lovers. So radiant, so blinding. Like your jacket," Fumikage said. "An affront to the abyss." "Merci," Aoyama said with a flourish. From the back, Bakugo let out a low growl. "You're all loud as hell. Then walk faster and leave us behind," Jiro called over her shoulder. "I might," he snapped, shoving his hands in his pockets and glaring straight ahead. Shoto walked ahead of everyone, eyes focused, face unreadable. He didn't speak, didn't respond, just moved with silent determination, completely untouchable. No one tried to draw him in. By the time they reached the classroom, the energy had shifted slightly, still playful, but grounded now. They funneled in through the door in small clusters, bags slung, shoes squeaking on tile. The desks were in perfect rows, sun streaming in through the windows. A familiar, slightly musty smell lingered in the air, whiteboard marker and old textbooks. Izuku gently lowered Roomie onto her seat in the second row and dropped into his beside her, exhaling with a satisfied grin. She stretched like a cat before propping her shoes up on the desk, completely unbothered by the rule she was breaking. One by one, students filed in and found their places, some already pulling out notebooks, others still yawning. Then the door slid open. Aizawa stepped inside fully healed, wrapped in his scarf like a man who'd fought 3 hours of sleep and lost. His hair looked like it had lost a war with a pillow. He carried a thermos like it held the secrets of the universe. He scanned the room, eyes half-lidded. No one dared speak. "You're all early," he muttered. "We were excited," Iida said earnestly. "Don't lie to me this early in the day," Aizawa replied, setting the thermos on the desk. "I'm not emotionally prepared." He turned to the whiteboard and started scribbling something in jagged strokes. Mina leaned toward Toru. $10 he forgets we exist by second period. "I don't think he remembered in the first place," Toru whispered. Aizawa turned around without looking up from his coffee. "I can still hear you." Dead silence. He sipped. "Good. Now let's begin." Aizawa didn't move for a moment after setting down his thermos. He just stood there, one hand loosely holding the marker, gaze sliding over the room like he was measuring each of them. "You all did well at the USJ." The words were quiet, barely louder than the hum of the overhead lights, but they landed heavy. A few students blinked, others straightened slightly in their seats. You held your ground, he continued, voice flat but clear. You worked together. You kept casualties to a minimum. You kept each other alive. That wasn't luck. A rare pause, almost respectful. Then, with the same tone, he added, but you're not heroes yet. The tension rose in the room instantly. Don't get cocky, he said, eyes narrowing. That was an unplanned test, and it was only the first of many. You handled it, good, but real villains don't care about your progress. And neither do I. He walked toward the desk, picked up his thermos, and took a long sip. Still watching them. Then he said, slowly, your battle has just begun. The class shifted. A few murmurs spread across the room, voices low, uncertain. Denki looked toward Jiro, eyebrows raised. Kiroshima exchanged a glance with Mina. Even Fumikage furrowed his brow. Roomie simply crossed her arms and leaned back, gaze steady. Izuku's hand gripped his desk, not from fear, but readiness. Aizawa let the tension sit for a moment. Just enough to dig in. Then he dropped the next bomb. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. Silence. Followed by, wait, what? Denki blurted. Are we ready for that? After what happened? Oaco asked, eyes wide. You better be, Aizawa said. Because the world will be watching. Every hero agency, every scouting eye, every villain, too. That means no hiding. You step into the arena, you show who you are. Some jaws dropped, others lit up. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, a spark of something dangerous in his eyes. Finally, Mina practically bounced in her seat. This is gonna be huge. I already have outfit concepts, Aoyama said, scribbling in his notebook. Starting today, Aizawa went on, your hero training after lunch will focus solely on sports festival prep. You'll have freedom to pursue what you think you need, speed, strength, strategy, stamina. Whatever makes you dangerous. Roomie smirked. Oh, it's on. Izuku's mind was already racing, thoughts flipping through training options like cards in a deck. He needed control, power, more efficiency in mid and long-range combat. Don't waste this, Aizawa finished. You've got 2 weeks to stand out. Use it. He turned toward the door. And now, he said without a trace of ceremony, literature. The door to the classroom slammed open with a dramatic bang. Yeah. What's up, Class 1A? Present Mike practically exploded into the room, yellow shades gleaming, scarf flaring out behind him like a cape made of sound. The sheer volume of his entrance sent Denki's pen flying. Literature, baby, you ready to learn about symbolism and metaphors and shouting about classics? Aizawa didn't even look at him. He just walked past, muttered, good luck, and disappeared into the hallway. Momo sighed softly and picked up her textbook. Roomie leaned toward Izuku and whispered, you think he actually grades based on decibel level? I wouldn't bet against it, he replied. Present Mike clapped his hands. Let's dive into some Shakespeare, y'all. And just like that, the room was loud again. The battle had begun, and apparently, so had the drama. The bell rang for lunch with its usual mechanical chime, but the air felt wrong. Too still, like the calm just before a storm breaks. Class 1A was halfway through packing up when Denki, near the front, approached the door and froze. Hey guys. The tone in his voice turned heads. He stepped back. There was a crowd outside. Not a handful of students. A wall. At least 24 faces. Older students, students from other first-year classes, second years, support course kids, but mostly, unmistakably, hero course students. At the center of them stood a boy with wild lavender hair and sharp, tired eyes. He stepped forward with calm, practiced steps, his hands in his pockets, voice even. I'm Hitoshi Shinszo, he said. And I'm not here to throw hands. Not today. But I am here to make something clear. Class 1A stayed silent, watching from behind the doorway. You got lucky. That's what everyone's saying, right? He said, raising his voice just enough to carry. You were in the right place at the right time and suddenly you're the class everyone watches. The one people whisper about. The one villains knows by name. Shinszo's eyes locked with Izuku's for a moment, then shifted across the room. I don't have a flashy quirk. I wasn't born into the spotlight. I've had to work for every second of attention I've ever gotten, and this festival. It's the only shot I have to prove I belong here. Dramatic much. A familiar voice cut in from the crowd. Mono Manito, a boy of average height with slick, blonde hair, parted to the right, with bangs left hanging over his right eye. He has periwinkle blue irises, white pupils. Stepped into view with a smug grin like he was savoring the moment. You all walk around like you're heroes already. Getting attacked by villains doesn't make you special, it makes you liabilities. If we were there, maybe the league wouldn't have even made it out. Tetsu Tetsu, another young man with chin length, messy gray hair that doesn't seem to change shape, and black eyes that are tilted inward, lined with thick, jagged, tan eyelashes, stood beside him, arms folded and voice steady. You guys think you're unbeatable now. Like you've earned some crown. You didn't win anything. You survived. That's it. They're jealous, Mina whispered, her voice tight. Yes, Momo corrected quietly, her eyes narrowed. It would seem so. Shinszo pointed toward the classroom behind them. There's still one seat open in your class. You think they're not watching to see who earns it? Who takes it? The words dug into the silence like a knife. And then Izuku stepped forward. Not rushing, not angry, just calm, dead calm, the kind of calm that comes before a detonation. His footsteps echoed slightly on the tile as he reached the doorway. He looked at the crowd, not down, not up, through them. His voice was low but unmistakable. You think what happened to us was some kind of shortcut? No one answered. You think being targeted by killers and monsters gave us an advantage? That watching our teachers bleed, fighting with everything we had just to breathe by the end of it, was some kind of gift? He stepped into the doorway fully now, his shadow cast long behind him, his voice rising just enough to shake the walls. You weren't there. You didn't hear 13 scream when she was torn into by her own quirk. You didn't watch Eraserhead stand alone against a monster while we scrambled to survive. You didn't see the look in Shigaraki's eyes when he wanted to erase us. His hand gripped the doorframe. You weren't there when we thought we'd die. Behind him, no one in 1A spoke. Even Bakugo was still, even Roomie. Izuku's eyes, green, glowing, wide with the storm building behind them, locked onto Shinszo's. This isn't about who's flashy, or who was in the news. This is about survival, about standing back up after the world breaks your legs. If you want to prove something, then prove it. In the ring, at the sports festival, but don't you dare stand outside this door and act like what we lived through makes us less. His breath came hot, steady, fury burning just beneath the surface. Izuku stepped out past the crowd, through their wall, and the sea parted. He didn't shove, didn't flinch. They just moved, and Roomie followed. She stepped smoothly out beside him, gave the crowd a sharp-toothed grin, and then hopped onto his back like it was the most natural thing in the world. Arms around his neck, legs tucked behind his hips. Damn, she whispered, voice low against his ear. That was hot. He kept walking. She leaned her cheek against his and smirked. I think I just fell for you all over again. The bell for lunch had rung minutes ago, but the hallway still held the heat of what had just happened. Class 1A had left the confrontation behind like smoke after a fire, but the flames still burned behind their eyes. Shinszo stood where Midoriya had passed, his jaw tight and hands in his pockets. He watched them go, every one of them, and didn't move until they were out of sight. Monoma, beside him, had finally stopped smiling. You're really just gonna let that go? He asked, almost annoyed. Shinszo didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was even. I'm not here to talk big. I'm here to make my move. And with that, he turned and walked off, head down but spine straight. Cafeteria 12:25 p.m. The lunchroom was its usual noisy self. Trays clattering, students laughing, announcements buzzing overhead, but the air around Class 1A was different. Still, focused, united. Instead of splitting into their usual groups, they took over one long table near the center of the room. Elbow to elbow, a line of support that needed no explanation. Only Bakugo and Shoto sat apart, each alone at their own tables, watching in silence. But even from their distance, they could feel the shift. The rest of the class sat shoulder to shoulder, meals steaming in front of them, but conversation didn't come right away. Finally, Denki broke the silence with a loud, dramatic sigh. Okay. I just need to say this, Izuku, you scared the hell out of me, man. A few others chuckled, releasing tension. You and me both, Shiro said. Like, I've seen you charge into danger, yeah, but that was like, words as fists. Not fists, Jiro added, tilting her head. More like blades. Bro had villain monologue energy for a second, Kiroshima laughed. I was ready to go full anime rival speech on the crowd if he kept going. I thought it was inspiring, Iida said, nodding solemnly. He spoke with righteous conviction. A model for a hero conduct under duress. Denki blinked. That was under duress. Looked like he was about to win a courtroom drama. I dunno, Toru added. Part of me wanted to hug you, the other part wanted to back away slowly. Same, Oaco said quietly. But you were right. Everything you said, it needed to be said. I didn't even realize how much it hurt until you said it out loud. Izuku sat quietly at the center of the table, halfway through his tray of rice and miso, head slightly lowered. I wasn't trying to inspire anyone, he said finally. I just didn't want them to make a joke out of what happened. Not after everything. You didn't inspire us, Momo said softly. You reminded us, he blinked. Of what? That we're not here to impress anyone, she said. We're here because we survived. Because we keep showing up, no matter how many scars we're hiding. Shoji nodded. And because we carry each other. Tokiyami folded his arms. We have walked through the shadows together. It binds us. Don't get weird with it, Jiro murmured, nudging him. Roomie leaned back in her seat, stretching. You shut them up, Izuku. Words like that, they don't come from nowhere. You had weight behind them. That's what makes people listen. And quake in their boots, Mina added, grinning. Not gonna lie, it was kinda hot. I'm standing right here, Roomie said, deadpan. Mina held up her hands. Respectfully, I might have shed a tear, Aoyama added dramatically. But I also shine brightest in the presence of bold declarations, so who's surprised? Kiroshima glanced around the table and said what many were thinking. Back there, when you said we almost died, I think that was the moment it hit me. I mean, I knew it, but hearing it like that. We don't talk about it much, Oaco said. We don't want to, Shiro replied. But we should. Denki looked up at Izuku, more serious now. You think Shinszo meant what he said? Yeah, Izuku said simply. He wasn't posturing. He's hungry. I know that feeling. Then we better stay sharp, Roomie said, slamming her empty tray down with finality. Hungry kids bite hard. Let's remind them who we are. They all nodded, murmuring their agreement, some with quiet smiles, others with determined eyes. They were ready. They were together. Except two. Shoto Todoroki sat alone near the window, his untouched lunch in front of him. His gaze drifted toward the group for a moment, quiet, unreadable, and then turned back to the world outside. Bakugo sat at the far end of the room, eating slowly, the corners of his mouth drawn tight. He hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, but he was listening, and though he didn't show it, the words still echoed in his head. You weren't there when we thought we'd die. Ooh, a staff room. The staff lounge smelled like stale coffee and microwaved curry. Aizawa leaned back on the couch, scarf loosely pulled around his neck, travel mug in one hand and exhaustion in the other. His eyes were half-lidded as he stared at the ceiling, as if trying to erase the noise of the day by sheer willpower. I heard your kid stirred the pot again, Present Mike said, dropping into the seat beside him with a grin that was way too energetic for lunchtime. Aizawa didn't look at him. Did they? Oh yeah. Blocked hallway. Big speech. Lots of staring. Drama points through the roof. Midnight, lounging across a recliner with one heel dangling off her foot, chimed in. Word travels fast when half the cafeteria sees your class walk in like a coordinated gang. They sat at one table, Aizawa replied, taking a sip of coffee. That's not just solidarity, she teased. That's branding. All Might stood near the window, arms folded, back straight as ever even in his deflated form. He hadn't spoken yet, but his eyes were distant. Watching. Thinking. So, Present Mike said, popping a chip into his mouth, Midoriya said something that shut down Shinszo, Monoma, and half of Class B. You got any idea what that gremlin said to pull that off? Aizawa sighed. He reminded them what it cost to survive the USJ. A pause. Midnight sat up a little. Wait, really? He told them about the blood. The fear. The choice to stand or break. He didn't sugarcoat it. Damn, Mike said, voice quieter now. Didn't think he had that kind of edge in him. He does now, Aizawa replied simply. They all do. All Might finally spoke. It's happening faster than we thought. They're adapting, Aizawa said, not looking up. Faster than we'd like, not because they're ready, because they have no other choice. Midnight crossed her arms, and Shinszo led the confrontation. Smart of him, Mike said, nodding. He's not wrong, either. The sports festival is his shot. But poking a class that's been through hell, that's asking for a bite. All Might glanced toward the lounge door. How did they react? They didn't flinch, Aizawa said, voice low. They stood together. Even the loud ones stayed quiet. That class doesn't see itself as lucky. They see themselves as survivors. Mike whistled. That's not gonna go over well with the rest of the hero course. Or the scouts. That's not my problem, Aizawa said. The door opened then, and Nezu padded in, carrying a small plate of cheese cubes and a stack of printouts. He hopped up onto a rolling chair like a king ascending a throne. Ah, he said cheerfully. I heard the cafeteria was lively today. You always hear everything, Midnight muttered. Nezu smiled. Of course, I make it a habit to listen when futures are colliding. He tapped the folder. Words already spreading. Teachers from other departments are whispering about Class 1A. Again. Of course they are, Aizawa said. They're saying your class doesn't act like first years anymore. Aizawa shrugged. They haven't been treated like first years. Nezu nodded, ears flicking once. Then perhaps it's time we start treating them like what they are becoming. All Might glanced over. Which is? Nezu's eyes gleamed. Targets, leaders, and perhaps, something the world hasn't seen in a long time. The room went quiet. Only the ticking of the old wall clock filled the pause. Then Present Mike muttered, great. Now I'm tense and hungry. Aizawa closed his eyes again, muttering, welcome to my everyday. Back at the cafeteria, lunch was nearly over, but Izuku hadn't touched most of his tray. He'd spoken when spoken to, laughed here and there, but his mind was still far away. The words he'd said in the hallway, the memories they'd dragged up, kept looping in the back of his head. The moment he'd sat down, the adrenaline wore off. Now, all that was left was the weight. Roomie saw it, she always did. Without saying a word, she stood, reached out, and grabbed his hand. Come with me. He blinked, startled. Roomie, lunch is. Come on, she said, tugging harder. Before I throw you over my shoulder and drag you. Several of their classmates looked over curiously, but no one said anything. Izuku stood with her, letting himself be pulled away from the table and out of the cafeteria. No words, no objections. Just trust. She led him through the quieter back halls of the building until they slipped out the side entrance near the training fields. There, tucked behind one of the tool sheds, was a little concrete step beneath a tree, not glamorous but quiet. Hidden, still, she sat first and pulled him down beside her. You okay? She asked simply. He exhaled slowly. I don't know. You were a storm back there, she said, nudging his leg with hers. Sharp, steady, scary, even. I wasn't trying to be. You didn't need to try, she said. That's what made it real. He was quiet for a moment, then said, I didn't mean to speak for everyone. You didn't. You spoke for you, and they followed you because it mattered. Izuku looked at his hands. They were steady now, but earlier, he could still feel the tremble that had followed him into the hallway. Do you think I overstepped? I think, Roomie said, leaning against his shoulder, you reminded them what it means to wear this uniform. Another pause. You scared them, she added. But not like a villain. You scared them like a real hero does. With truth. With pain. He looked at her then, a little overwhelmed. Why does that feel so heavy? Because it is. They sat in silence under the shadow of the tree, the breeze tugging at their hair, the world still spinning around them, just a little slower. Then, without ceremony, Roomie shifted, swung a leg over, and dropped herself across his lap, arms looping around his shoulders. Wah, Roomie, I'm claiming my reward, she said. For standing up, for not letting them tear you down. And also because you look like you're about to crawl into a spiral and I won't allow that. He blinked, face flushed, hands awkwardly hovering before settling on her waist. You're really good at this comfort thing, he muttered. She grinned. I know. And then, more quietly, she added. You don't always have to carry the world, you know. Izuku rested his forehead against hers and whispered, it feels like I already am. You're not, she said. You've got me, and a whole damn table full of weirdos who'd fight armies for you. He let out a soft laugh, and for the first time since morning, it felt like the knot in his chest loosened. The bell rang in the distance, signaling the end of lunch. Neither of them moved right away. Because for now, it was just them. Training fields. The first afternoon back in hero training felt different. No drills, no combat simulations, just an open field, open sky, and open purpose. Class 1A stood gathered at the edge of the training grounds, the sun warm on their uniforms and the tension just under their skin. Aizawa stood in front of them, arms crossed, scarf trailing slightly in the breeze. He looked like he hadn't blinked all day. This isn't a game, he said, eyes scanning them. The sports festival may be televised, but it's still combat. Real stakes, real eyes, real consequences. They listened, quiet, focused. No one joked, no one yawned. In 2 weeks, you'll be in the arena. And that means one thing, you may end up fighting each other. That hit. A few students exchanged looks. Mina's brows rose. Jiro's eyes shifted toward Momo. Kiroshima's smile faltered just slightly. Solidarity is good, Aizawa continued. But don't let it blind you. There's only one winner. Scout eyes won't look at your friendships. They'll look at your strength. Then he added, voice harder. And before anyone asks, no costumes. You'll be competing in your standard UA gym uniforms. Which means if you've been relying on gear, support tech, or costume enhancements, you need to start learning how to function without them. Momo's hand instinctively brushed her utility belt. Denki looked mildly horrified. No costume. But my insulated liner. You'll be fine, Jiro muttered. This training block is yours, Aizawa finished. Train what you're lacking. Improve what you're good at. Learn to stand alone, even among allies. Then, he stepped aside. Get to it. There was a beat of silence, like everyone was waiting to see who moved first. And then, as if a switch flipped, the class scattered in small groups and pairs, each drifting toward their own space on the wide open field. Training field 1:30 p.m. Kiroshima had found a patch of hard stone near the weights, already stretching and mumbling ideas about ultimate durability drills. Sato joined him shortly after, ready to test strength training circuits. Momo and Iida were setting up an agility obstacle course using cones and sandbags. Jiro and Denki argued about reaction time training. Shoji, Tokiyami, and Ojiro claimed a shaded corner for sparring drills. Mina launched herself between walls like a blur of pink lightning, with Siro setting up a moving course for maneuverability drills. Meanwhile, Izuku and Roomie walked side by side toward the far end of the field, just about to strategize when a familiar voice called out behind them. Midoriya, Usagumi, with me. They turned to see All Might, in his smaller form, standing just outside one of the storage sheds with a knowing look and his hands in his coat pockets. Roomie raised an eyebrow. Private lesson. Private chat, he corrected, motioning them over. Inside the small training outpost was a cooler, a few chairs, and a clear view of the field. All Might didn't sit. He stayed standing, arms folded, gaze somewhere between stern and fatherly. I saw what happened at lunch, he said. And in the hallway. Izuku shifted slightly. Was I out of line? No, All Might said quietly. But that fire you showed. That's going to follow you now. Everyone saw it. That means more pressure, more attention. You're not just a name anymore, Midoriya. You're a presence. He looked at them both. There was a pause. Then, softly, I regret not training you more. Izuku blinked. What? All Might's expression was heavy with guilt. When UA started, I thought I could give you time. Let you ease into the role. But I've been lax, passive, letting you find your way through trial and pain instead of guidance. He looked at Roomie. And you're the first person I've seen fight like that. Raw instinct. relentless drive, but I've let you go unchallenged for too long. Roomie folded her arms but didn't disagree. So, All Might continued, straightening up, before I assign anything, I want to ask. What do you want to train? And do you want to train together? There was a moment of silence between the two of them. Then Roomie shrugged. As much as I love beating him up. Izuku smiled faintly. I think it's time we push ourselves, separately. Roomie nodded. We both need different things. All Might nodded with approval. Good. Then here's my proposal. He turned to Roomie. You're fast. You hit hard. But your style's built around reaction and instinct. You need refinement. And you need someone who can push your reflexes without breaking you. I'm calling in Gran Torino. Her brow rose. He's still around. He's faster than you, All Might said with a smirk. And he fights exactly like you. Hit hard, hit fast, move faster. He'll sharpen you. Roomie's grin returned. Sounds fun. All Might turned to Izuku now. You've got more power than you know. But right now, it's still fire without shape. You've been using your limbs to hit. Now it's time to use the air around you. At your output, you should already be creating shockwaves. Izuku's eyes widened. Air pressure strikes. Exactly. Learn to weaponize your reach. Control your radius. And most importantly, push your limit. I'll help you do that safely. Izuku nodded slowly. Okay, and, what about that thing I used at the USJ? All Might's eyes narrowed slightly. The tendrils. Izuku nodded again. It felt different, like it came from somewhere deeper. But it's part of One for All. I want to learn how to use it. Control it. All Might was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. Then we'll work on it. Together. They both relaxed slightly. But then All Might's voice changed. Softer. Lower. There's something else. They looked up. I should have told you earlier. But now it's time you both knew. Izuku and Roomie waited. Silent, attentive. There's a name you both need to know, Toshinori said quietly. A name the public doesn't hear. Not anymore. But he's real, and he's still out there. He took a breath. All for one. The words landed like a drop of ink in still water. Izuku frowned, confused. I remember you said that name back at the USJ. It's the opposite of our quirk. Toshinori nodded. Because he's the reason ours exists. He slowly paced the length of the small room, each word heavier than the last. All for one is a monster in the shape of a man. He can steal quirks, hoard them. Give them to others. Build armies out of the broken. And he's done it for generations, pulling strings in the shadows, while the world chased smaller villains out in the light. Roomie's jaw tightened. So he's behind the league. All of it, Toshinori confirmed. Shigaraki, the Nomu, the infrastructure, the silence, it's him. He looked at Izuku then, eyes tired but steady. Decades ago, I inherited One for All from my mentor. Her name was Nana Shimura. Izuku's breath caught. Roomie glanced sideways at him but said nothing. She was everything a hero should be. Brave, relentless, kind. She took me in when I had nothing and showed me what it meant to stand tall. Toshinori's voice grew quieter. And she died at the hands of All for One. Izuku's eyes widened. He killed her. Yes, Toshinori said. Because she stood in his way. Because she fought for people like us. Because she believed this curse, this power, had to be used to end him, not just fight him. Roomie's expression darkened. So that's why you picked up the fight. Toshinori nodded. I took her torch. I trained. I grew. I found him again. And I struck him down. At least, that's what I thought. His hand unconsciously brushed the side of his ribs, where old wounds still ached. But the Nomu at the USJ proved what I feared. He's still alive, scarred, fading, but not gone. And now he moves through Shigaraki. The air in the room thickened. Izuku looked down, voice shaking. If I inherited One for All, then doesn't that mean, eventually, I'll have to fight him? Toshinori didn't answer immediately. Then, his voice dropped low. No, I will. Izuku looked up, startled. Toshinori stood tall now, taller than he'd seemed in months. Not the muscle form, not the symbol, but the man beneath, unshaking. I will stop him. I will finish this. Nana died in this fight. I will not let your death be next. But you're injured, Roomie said, tone careful. You can't keep fighting at full strength forever. I don't need to be full strength, he replied. I just need to hold the line. Long enough. Strong enough. He looked at both of them, softer now. You two are the future. But all for one. He's my burden. I won't let him touch you. Either of you. Silence hung in the air. Then, Izuku's voice came, quiet but steady. We're not going to let him win, Toshi. No, Roomie added, eyes sharp. We won't run. You might be the wall, but we're the storm coming behind it. Toshinori smiled, small and sad. Then let's all live long enough to prove it. Outside, the bell rang, distant but clear. Training time was over, but the war had already begun. Next day, after lunch, Class 1A filtered out toward the training field with a quiet sense of purpose. The sports festival was on the horizon, and the weight of it settled in their bones. This wasn't just about showing off anymore. It was about showing why they still stood there. Izuku stood near the edge of the field, stretching and reviewing his notes mentally: air manipulation, strike radius, control, pacing. All Might had already promised they'd be starting immediately. Roomie sat next to him on a low bench, unwrapping a protein bar with her teeth. Her ears twitched with every voice and footstep passing nearby, but her gaze was steady, fixed on the open space in front of them. You nervous? Izuku asked, glancing at her. She smirked. Excited. About to get some real training in. You. Same, he said, though I think nervous is still somewhere in there. Before she could respond, a blur of yellow, white, and furious energy slammed into the ground in front of them like a lightning bolt in sneakers. Hope you weren't slacking without me, ya ankle biters, barked Gran Torino, already bouncing on the balls of his feet. 'Cause class is in session. Roomie grinned. Took you long enough, you pint-sized landmine. I'll show you landmine, Rabbit Rumble. You still calling me that? You earned it, kid. Torino turned to Izuku next. And you better not be flailing around like a busted sprinkler system again. Izuku flushed. I've been working on control. Hey, we'll see. Aizawa arrived behind them, completely unbothered by the impact crater. He handed Torino a clipboard without breaking stride. Try not to launch her into a building. Just a fence this time, Torino said with a wink. A few students nearby slowed to watch the reunion, but Aizawa's warning glance kept them moving. Torino pointed at Roomie. You're with me. Speed, precision, hitting where it hurts. And no sloppy leaps this time. Roomie stood, rolling her neck. Oh, I'll land every one of them. Right on your face. He laughed. That's the spirit. Then he turned to Izuku. As for you, tall, green, and occasionally explosive, you're with Tall Skeleton. You're learning to stop punching air like a gorilla and actually weaponize it. Got it. Izuku nodded, loud and clear. Just then, Toshinori's quiet voice called from near the storage tents. Midoriya, over here. He stood in the shadow of the tent, hunched but alert, with a notebook tucked beneath his arm, hidden away from the rest of the class. Izuku gave a small nod, then turned to Roomie. They stood there for a moment, just the two of them. Their fingers brushed. You gonna miss me? She asked, teasing, but softer than usual. Always, Izuku whispered. She leaned in, tugged on the front of his shirt, and pressed her lips to his, short, warm, grounding. A touch of calm in the whirlwind. Go kick the air's ass, she said. He laughed, cheeks red. Only if you don't punt Torino into orbit first. Deal. She turned and jogged toward the sparring zones, already stretching her arms out as she disappeared toward the speed drills. Izuku watched her go for a second longer, then exhaled and headed behind the tent. There, Toshinori waited, back against the wall, voice low. We'll start over the ridge. Long-range focus today, away from eyes and ears. Izuku nodded. Right. The rest of the class was settling into their own routines, but for these two, training had just begun. With Izuku, the clearing beyond the ridge was quiet, removed just enough from the main training field to feel like a pocket of isolation. Two well-worn dummies stood anchored in the grass, and the breeze barely stirred the leaves overhead. Izuku jogged up the hill and into the space, already rolling his shoulders and stretching his neck. The moment he crested the ridge, the world narrowed, just him, the field, and Toshinori. All Might, small, thin, and worn, stood with his back turned, jotting something into a notebook. He turned at the sound of Izuku's approach, his sunken eyes focused and sharp despite his diminished frame. You ready, young Midoriya? Izuku nodded. Let's do it. Good, Toshinori said, flipping the notebook closed. Today's focus is air pressure manipulation. You've been using 15% full cowl regularly in combat, so now it's time you learn to do more with what you already have. Izuku blinked. You mean like those shockwave flicks you used to do? Toshinori smirked. Exactly. You don't need to make contact to hit hard. You've got the output. Now let's turn it into range. Izuku tightened his fist and called up full cowl, the familiar crackle of energy running across his body. 15% hummed through his limbs with practiced ease. Toshinori gestured to the nearest dummy. No contact. I want you to punch the air in front of the target. Shape the pressure. Create the strike without touching. Izuku squared his stance and exhaled. Snap. His first punch let loose a wild gust that kicked up dust around the dummy but lacked precision. It was a broad blast, more like a push than a punch. Too wide, Toshinori said. It's still just raw force. You're throwing haymakers with the wind. Try to compress it. Shape it like a spear, not a hammer. Izuku adjusted, narrowed his stance. Crack. The second blast was tighter, more directional, but still missed the mark by a few inches. Toshinori didn't interrupt, didn't overcorrect. He just watched. Izuku fell into a rhythm, tweaking his angle, adjusting the pivot of his hips, directing his breath with each blow. Over and over, shockwaves punched through the air. The sixth hit struck true, a focused burst of pressure that slammed into the dummy's chestplate and rocked it in place. Izuku let out a shaky laugh, chest rising with each breath. I felt that one. It was like, the air folded and launched forward. Toshinori nodded. Exactly. You're not just swinging. You're shaping the space around your power. That's control. Izuku's arms burned, but he smiled. Toshinori stepped forward. You've already learned how to hold your power. Now we teach it how to move smarter. Izuku looked up, serious again. Then let's keep going. Almost, Toshinori said, but we're not done for the day. He gave Izuku a moment to breathe, then added, time to begin phase 2, those black tendrils. Izuku nodded, prepared. Right, we already agreed. No surprises this time, Toshinori said. We bring it out carefully. With control. You summoned it once, now we learn how to make it part of your arsenal. Izuku dropped back into a ready stance, full cowl still active. Same power level, yes. 15% is your base, it's where you're stable. Anything higher, and it gets too reactive. We'll ease into it. Izuku closed his eyes and focused. One for all thrummed inside him. The familiar lightning danced beneath his skin, but he didn't chase it. He let it flow. Deeper down, beneath the core current, he found it. That pull, the tendrils, that unfamiliar sensation. Foreign, but not threatening. Like a muscle he didn't know how to flex. Then, flick, a single tendril shimmered into being, lashing up from behind his shoulder like a whip of black energy outlined in electric blue. Izuku opened his eyes. It hovered, swayed, alive but not erratic. Good, Toshinori said. Hold it, let it settle, don't grip it, guide it. The tendril moved with his breathing, curling slightly along his bicep before retreating, fading like mist on the wind. Gone. But this time, not wild. Izuku exhaled and dropped to one knee, not in pain, just spent. I controlled it, he said quietly, almost in disbelief. Toshinori stepped closer and extended a hand. Yes, you did. Izuku took it and stood. We're making progress. Toshinori's smile was calm and proud. And this is just day one. With Roomie. By the time Roomie reached the far edge of the training field, Gran Torino was already bouncing across the stone tiles like a pinball on espresso. Come on, Bunny Bruiser, he barked, voice rough and gleeful. I didn't come out of retirement to watch you jog. Roomie snorted, tying her hair up as she jogged in. If you break a hip, I'm not carrying you back. You couldn't if you tried, he shot back, vanishing in a blur of yellow and reappearing behind her in a single flash. Still slow, she spun, lashing out with a backward kick, only to strike air. Missed again, she grinned, cracking her knuckles. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Torino zipped back into view and landed neatly atop a balance post. You've got raw speed, monster level strength, but you overcommit. Every time you leap, it's all or nothing. That's fine against mooks, not against pros. Roomie folded her arms. So what? You gonna teach me ballet now? He pointed a finger at her. I'm gonna teach you how to land, recover, and hit again before your enemy even knows you moved. He leapt down and kicked a switch on the ground. 5 training bots activated instantly, their targeting sensors blinking red as they formed a loose ring around them. No warm-up? She asked. Warm-up was you talking smack. Roomie crouched, tail twitching. Fine, let's dance. The first bot fired a foam projectile at her. She dodged with ease, sliding under it and springing into the air. She came down with a crushing heel, smashing the bot flat. Overkill, Torino shouted. Nice, but now what? Another bot fired behind her. She spun, used the rebound of her first kick to leap backward, and snapped a roundhouse into its side. Clean, fast, perfect form. Better. She landed, but stumbled slightly on the uneven terrain. Torino was in her face a second later. That stumble, that's death in a real fight. Every second you're not in control, you're prey. Noted. She growled, already lunging again. The next few minutes were a flurry of movement. Roomie blitzed the bots, striking low, kicking high, flipping midair and dodging tight angles. Her hair whipped behind her, her limbs a blur of muscle and instinct. And every time she landed wrong, Torino was there, barking, correcting, dodging her kicks with annoying ease. You got the fury, he said, catching her mid-dash by the sleeve and spinning her off balance. But not the finesse. You want to win the festival. You need to hit fast, land faster, and keep hitting. Relentless, efficient, no wasted steps. Roomie panted, dropping into a crouch. One last bot hovered toward her. She narrowed her eyes, coiled. Boom. She vanished. The bot sparked and clattered to the ground 2 seconds later, dented clean through the center. She landed lightly on both feet this time. No stumble, no over-rotation, just balance. Torino gave a rare nod. There we go. Roomie grinned, sweat dripping down her neck. Getting the hang of it. He flickered beside her in an instant. Hope so, because that was round 1. She groaned. I hate you, he smirked. You'll thank me when you're standing at the top. Later that day, the last light of the sun stretched long across the UA campus, turning the skies orange and gold. The once bustling training fields had quieted. Cones were stacked, dummies reset, footprints scattered across the grass like proof of the effort left behind. Class 1A was winding down the stone path that led back to Heights Alliance, some trudging, others limping, most complaining good-naturedly. I'm calling it now, Denki groaned, rubbing his shoulder. I am not waking up on time tomorrow. My body's already filing a complaint. I told you not to try a backflip mid-zap, Jiro muttered, walking beside him. Yeah, well, Ciro dared me. I did not, Ciro yelled from 3 steps ahead. I said, you probably shouldn't, and you said, bet. Bet is legally binding, Mina chimed in. Near the back of the pack, Izuku walked with a steady gait, red shoes crunching against the path. And clinging to his back, arms wrapped loosely around his shoulders and head resting comfortably on his shoulder, was Roomie. Her legs swayed a little with each step, her ears lazily twitching as she breathed in the cooling air. I think Torino shaved a year off my life today, she muttered into his neck. You say that every time, Izuku replied, adjusting his grip under her thighs. And you're always grinning when you do. That's 'cause I survive it, she said with a tired smirk. Which makes me better than whatever poor soul trains after me. Izuku laughed. Torino doesn't train people, they survive him. She huffed in amusement. He actually made me run target drills, midair. Said if I couldn't land clean, I shouldn't jump at all. Did you? Eventually. She yawned. Kicked a drone into a tree. He was mad, but also impressed. I could tell. Izuku smiled. Your footwork looked sharper during cooldown. You're moving with more control now. Yeah, she asked, a little softer. Yeah, you're still aggressive, but it's cleaner. More tactical. She rested her head on his shoulder again. You always notice that stuff. I watch you, he said plainly. She grinned. Pervert, I meant as a fighter. A few feet ahead, Kiroshima glanced back and called out, Oi. Izuku, you carrying a corpse, or did Roomie finally give in and accept her royal treatment? She earns the ride, Izuku called back. Roomie raised a hand lazily. Long live the queen, your legs still work, you know. Oaco teased. I don't want to walk, Roomie shot back. Why would I ever walk when this guy exists? Mina nudged Zero. If we ever had a sports festival, cutest power couple, contest, it'd be game over. Roomie smirked and whispered near Izuku's ear, told you I was popular. You're humble, too, he said, chuckling. As they crested the final rise toward the dorms, the building came into view, lit warmly against the darkening sky, windows glowing like welcoming lanterns. Most of the class began picking up their pace, talking about showers, food, and collapsing in bed. The chatter grew louder around the entrance, but Izuku and Roomie hung back a little, still wrapped in their own little bubble. Izuku, she said after a moment, voice quieter. Yeah, thanks, for carrying me, always. He looked over his shoulder at her. You never have to thank me. I know. That's why I did. He smiled again. Soft, full of something unspoken. They reached the doors as the rest of the class filtered inside. Roomie slid down slowly from his back, landing lightly on her feet with a small grunt. Still warm, she murmured, poking his cheek. Good furnace. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. You say that like I'm not also overheating. Wimp, she said fondly. He opened the door for her, and she stepped inside with a satisfied sigh. Race you to the showers. You're sore. I'll still win, probably. And with that, the doors to Heights Alliance closed behind them, the warmth of the dorms swallowing them up. Another day done. A little stronger. A little closer. The dorm's common room was glowing with soft, warm lighting by the time everyone had showered off the day's grime. Slippers padded across the floors. The air smelled faintly of shampoo, snacks, and someone's attempt at microwaved curry. Kiroshima was flopped upside down on one of the couches, his hair still wet and sticking to the pillow beneath him. I can't feel my legs, he mumbled. That's because you and Sato turned endurance training into a squat contest, Mina said, already curled up under a blanket with a cup of tea. There's no muscle left in your thighs. Sato, from the kitchenette, proudly declared, I regret nothing. Denki limped past the coffee table and collapsed onto the floor like a sack of bricks. If I die in my sleep tonight, I won't, he zapped too hard, engraved on my tombstone. Only if I get to write your eulogy, Jiro said without looking up from her sketchpad. Momo sat near the window with Iida, the two of them reviewing notes for tomorrow's mobility drills. Iida had 2 ice packs strapped to his calves, but he nodded along with her explanation like he wasn't in searing pain. Tokiyami brooded in a corner beanbag. Today's battle has left my spirit frayed. Shoji tossed a granola bar at him from across the room. Your spirit needs protein. In the center of the chaos, Izuku and Roomie sat together on one of the large floor cushions, both freshly showered and visibly worn. Roomie had her hair tied up in a loose bun, and one leg thrown lazily over Izuku's lap. He didn't seem to mind. His fingers were absently rubbing her calf while he half listened to Mina recounting Denki's training wipeouts. I told him not to jump off the platform while charging, Mina said, sipping her tea. But did he listen? Nope. Zap splat. Denki raised a hand from the floor. I was testing terminal velocity, thank you. More like terminal stupidity, Roomie muttered without opening her eyes. He groaned. Why are you all so mean to me? Because it's fun, Jiro and Zero said at the same time. The laughter bubbled up around the room, light, tired, but genuine. Oaco wandered in with a tray of drinks. Recovery girl said to hydrate or suffer, so, lemon water for everyone. As she passed Izuku and Roomie, she offered a quiet smile. You two looked good today. Thanks, Izuku said, sitting up straighter. Still a long way to go, but we're getting there. Roomie cracked one eye open. I'm winning the festival. You mean we're winning, Izuku corrected. She rolled her eyes, but didn't argue. Across the room, Aoyama was already shining his boots while humming. If nothing else, I will blind them with flair. Do we think Class B is training this hard? Zero asked. Probably, Shoji answered, but they didn't fight Nomu. That changes you. That quieted things for a beat. Roomie shifted, pressing her side into Izuku's. He reached up, let her hair out if the bun and ran his fingers through her damp hair. It was a calm night. Not because nothing hurt, but because they were all healing. Together. The halls of Heights Alliance were quiet, the low hum of electricity and the occasional groan of plumbing the only sounds left awake. Everyone was down for the night. Everyone, except two. The balcony door opened with a soft click, and Izuku stepped out into the cool night air. A hoodie hung off his frame, pajama pants loose around his ankles, his curls still damp from the shower. He leaned on the railing, staring out into the starlit campus with a sigh that carried the whole day on its shoulders. He didn't flinch when the door opened behind him again. He already knew. Roomie padded out barefoot, wearing his gym shirt again, this one hanging lower, sliding down one shoulder, exposing the warm brown skin beneath. Her hair was unbraided, untamed, catching the moonlight like strands of silk. She didn't speak at first. She just walked up behind him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and pressed her face between his shoulder blades. He exhaled slowly, smiling. "You always find me," he murmured. "You're not that hard to find," she said, her voice muffled against his back. "You glow." He turned around in her hold, hands finding her hips instinctively. "I could say the same." They stood like that for a moment, barefoot, chest to chest, caught in the hush of the world beyond their classmates and training drills. "You looked good today," she said, her fingers tracing slow circles against the small of his back. Controlled, focused, still sexy. He chuckled, but didn't look away. "You were brutal." I could see Torino struggling to keep up. "That's 'cause I'm better than him now," she said confidently. "Still can't catch him, yet. But I will." She leaned into him, resting her head just under his chin. Izuku's arms came up slowly, wrapping around her back, feeling the heat of her through the fabric of his hoodie and the soft cling of his shirt on her skin. Roomie tilted her head up to look at him. Her breath ghosted across his jaw. "Izuku." "Yeah." She didn't answer right away. Her eyes searched his face. His freckles. His lips. Her fingers slid beneath his hoodie, against bare skin. "I keep thinking about that moment at the USJ, she whispered. "When that thing almost had me. And then you snapped. Like, really snapped." His grip tightened around her waist. "I thought I was going to lose you." She nodded, slow. "And I think something changed after that. In me. In you." He didn't speak. He couldn't. He just looked at her like she was the only thing in the universe that mattered. Roomie slid her hand up to his chest, palm flat against his heartbeat. "I think about what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in. What I wouldn't have had anymore." She looked up at him again, her voice quieter now. "Rougher. And that makes me want to live harder. Want more. Want you." Izuku leaned down and kissed her. It wasn't soft this time. It was need. It was breathless. Hands clutched shirts. Fingers tangled in hair. Their bodies pressed together so tightly it was like they were trying to merge into one. Roomie's back hit the wall beside the balcony railing with a dull thud, and she pulled him in harder, legs parting just enough to let his hips settle between hers. His hands gripped her thighs. Her lips grazed his neck. Every breath felt too hot. And then, she broke the kiss, panting against his cheek. "Zuku," she whispered, voice half a growl. "Yeah, if you don't stop, I'm not gonna want to." He froze, his heart hammering like a war drum in his chest. His hands stilled against her legs, her skin warm and smooth beneath them. "Me neither," he admitted, forehead resting against hers. "But I want the first time to be right." She exhaled, her body still pressed against his. "You sap." He laughed softly, breathless. "You love it." "I do," she whispered, brushing her nose against his. "And I love you." He pulled her close, gently this time, holding her like something precious. "I love you too, Roomie." They stayed like that, wrapped in each other, hot breath and cooler wind, heartbeats sinking under starlight. Not ready to cross that line, but dancing right on the edge. The hallway outside Izuku's room was silent, dimly lit with soft golden light from the fixtures near the floorboards. All the doors were shut, the dorm heavy with sleep and stillness. Roomie padded barefoot beside Izuku, both of them quiet as they crept down the hall like teenagers who'd snuck back in past curfew. Technically, they had. She smirked at him as he unlocked the door to his room. "You know this makes us look way guiltier than we are, right?" "I'm not sure we're entirely innocent either," he whispered back. She leaned close, teasing. Scared of getting caught. I'm terrified, he said, voice dry. But also, not enough to stop. That earned him a soft kiss to the cheek before they slipped inside, closing the door quietly behind them. Izuku's room was dark, familiar, and peaceful, his desk neat, his notes stacked, and the single All Might figure by his lamp standing guard. The window was cracked just slightly, letting in cool air that still carried the scent of grass from the training fields. Roomie moved first, pulling off his hoodie and tossing it on the desk chair, then crawled onto the bed without hesitation, flopping onto her back and spreading out like she owned the place. Izuku followed, slower, sitting beside her as she reached up and tugged him down by the collar. They kissed again. Less heat now, but more depth. Slow, open-mouthed, lingering. His hand slid along her side, fingers tracing bare skin where her shirt had ridden up. Her nails lightly scratched the back of his neck. Then she exhaled into his lips, tugged him in for one last short kiss, and whispered, "Okay. Enough. If we keep going, I'm gonna end up on top of you, and we both know how that ends." He laughed softly, pressing his forehead against hers. "Someday. Soon," she murmured. They curled into each other naturally, Roomie pulling the covers over both of them as Izuku flicked off the lamp. Her head rested on his chest, one leg tangled with his. The quiet filled in all the space between their heartbeats. "Goodnight, Bun," he whispered. "Night, Green. Later that night, the world fell away. Izuku's sleep was deep, but not peaceful. The moment it shifted, he knew something was off. He stood in a vast, glowing void, surrounded by swirling mist and crackling golden threads of energy. His body felt hazy, unfocused, and ahead of him, shadows, shapes, people, 8 of them, all watching him. Only 2 were clear, the others faded, blurry, as if still distant or incomplete. One stepped forward, tall, bald and a muscular build. "You've come farther than we expected," the man said. "You've already awakened one of our quirks." "Why Yes," the figure said. "I am one of the past wielders of One for All." The crackling tendrils suddenly snaked out from the mist around them, coiling through the air like conscious lightning. "You used mine, instinctively. Because your emotions pulled too hard. The name of my quirk is Blackwhip," the man said. "But you'll need more than instinct soon." Izuku looked down at his hand. A faint flicker of the tendril sparked across his fingers. "There are more," he said. "Aren't there?" The figure nodded. One for All carries the embers of all who bore it. Their strength, their wills, their quirks, and they are waking up. Izuku's breath caught. "Why now?" "Because the vessel is strong enough. You're the first one who might be able to carry all of us." The other silhouettes shifted faintly in the background, watching. "Waiting. And if I can't?" he asked. "Then One for All ends with you." Izuku jolted awake, sitting up sharply in bed, breath caught in his throat. Roomie stirred beside him instantly, hand on his chest. "Izuku." He blinked, sweat across his brow. His heart was racing. I saw them. The past users. They spoke to me." Her eyes narrowed, instantly alert. "Who and what did they say?" He swallowed hard. "The past users, and that there's more to One for All. That I'm carrying them. Their powers, their quirks." Roomie didn't look surprised, just serious, focused. "You okay?" He looked at her, that tension still curling in his stomach, and nodded slowly. "I think so." She pulled him back down, arms tight around his chest. "Then sleep. You've got time. You've got me." He clung to her like an anchor. And slowly, with her heartbeat under his cheek, he drifted back into sleep. The soft glow of morning light slipped through the curtains, dancing across the neat floor and the tangled blankets of room 104. Warmth from the sunrise reached the edge of the bed, where 2 figures lay close, legs tangled, breathing steady in sync. Izuku blinked awake slowly. This time, he wasn't startled or drenched in sweat. Not like last night. His chest rose and fell calmly, one arm tucked under Roomie, the other resting over her waist. She was curled into his side, face nuzzled into the crook of his neck, ears twitching once with the sound of a bird chirping outside. It took a moment for the weight of it all to settle back in. The dream, the voices, the quirks. He swallowed quietly. "You're stiff," Roomie mumbled, still half asleep. Sorry, he whispered. She blinked awake, pulling back just enough to look at him, eyes still soft and drowsy. Thinking about it, he nodded. I can't get it out of my head. Roomie pushed herself up on one elbow, the covers slipping down her back, revealing the oversized shirt she'd thrown on last night, his shirt. Izuku, she said gently, you woke up shaking. I've never seen you like that. I thought something was really wrong. I did too, he admitted. It was intense, like I was standing in another place. I saw them, 8 of them. The past wielders. One of them spoke to me. He said I already used his quirk, Black Whip, and that there's more. A lot more. She sat up now, fully alert. That was your first time seeing them. Yeah, and it didn't feel like a normal dream. It was real. It felt real. Roomie placed her hand on his chest, grounding him again, like she had hours ago. You held it together, even when you woke up. That says more than the dream itself. He let out a slow breath. I think I'm scared, not of the power, of what it means. I'm not just the next link in the chain. I'm all of them. At once. You think that's a burden, she said, brushing her thumb along his cheek. But it's not. It's proof that you're stronger than anyone before you. They're waking up because of you. He stared at her for a long moment before smiling faintly. How do you always know what to say? She grinned. It's the ears. I hear your dumbass thoughts before you say them. That got a laugh out of him, and the tightness in his chest loosened just enough. They sat there in silence for a moment longer, the soft hum of the dorm slowly coming alive around them, pipes groaning, someone down the hall tripping over a slipper, Denki yelling faintly about toast. I'm gonna tell All Might today, Izuku said finally. I need to know what he's hiding about this. He had to have known it was more than just strength. Roomie nodded. I'll go with you. He reached out and squeezed her hand. Thanks. For last night. For being here, but I can see him alone. Always, she said, leaning in to kiss his temple. But if we don't get moving soon, we're gonna miss breakfast, and I refuse to let Iida get the last honey bun. Izuku smiled. Race you downstairs. She smirked. You sure you're up for that after last night? He flushed a little. I meant emotionally. They both got up, quickly dressed, and slipped out of the room, shoulder to shoulder, one heart a little heavier, but steadier than before. The common room was already buzzing when Izuku and Roomie stepped in, shoulders brushing as they passed through the threshold of Heights Alliance's kitchen lounge hybrid. Chaos. That was the only word for it. Denki was standing on a chair trying to reach the last slice of French toast Sato had hidden on the top shelf of the fridge, only for Shoji to casually hand it to him from behind with one of his extra arms, causing Denki to shriek and nearly fall. Mina was dragging Jiro into an impromptu dance off in the corner, music playing from someone's phone speaker. Kiroshima was shouting about protein powder being the real breakfast of champions, while Siro tried to convince Oaco to help him make a floating coffee machine using her zero gravity. Iida was halfway through a long-winded lecture about table etiquette and seat rotation schedules, ignored by almost everyone except Momo, who nodded politely but subtly shifted her eggs away from Denki's plate. Should have known it would be a madhouse, Roomie muttered under her breath. Izuku chuckled. It's kinda comforting. This is my circus, these are my idiots kind of way. They weaved their way through the mess, exchanging greetings. Roomie casually thumped Kiroshima's shoulder as she passed, nearly knocking him off balance. Izuku slid in to grab 2 plates just as Sato pulled a fresh batch of cinnamon rolls from the oven. Oh ho, Sato beamed. You timed that perfectly, Midoriya. I like to think I've learned from the best, Izuku replied, grinning as he loaded a roll onto Rumie's plate. Charmer, she said, bumping her hip against his. They sat near the window, tucked close together but far enough from the main crowd to talk. The smell of eggs, sugar, and burnt toast filled the air. The laughter was loud, the teasing louder. And for just a few minutes, despite everything, they were teenagers again. After breakfast wound down, after Denki got scolded for shorting out the toaster again and Aoyama dramatically declared his yogurt too common, Izuku slipped away. Roomie watched him go from her seat by the window, one ear twitching. He met her gaze just long enough to nod once. Time. He made his way through the dorm hallway and out toward the school proper, hoodie sleeves pushed up, the warm morning sun brushing his skin. He knew where Toshinori would be at this hour, out near the faculty courtyard, tucked in a quieter corner of campus, sipping weak tea like it had secrets to tell. Sure enough, there he was, small and hunched, dressed in a gray tracksuit and robe, eyes narrowed at a notebook on his lap. Izuku approached slowly, quietly. "Morning, Toshi." All Might looked up and smiled gently. "Izuku, how are you this morning?" Izuku didn't answer right away. He sat beside him on the bench, folding his hands between his knees. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Then, "I saw them." Toshinori froze. "I saw the past wielders of One for All," Izuku continued. "In a dream, or something more than that. One of them spoke to me. The one with who had the tendrils, he called it Blackwhip." Toshinori's expression dropped its usual warmth. He set the notebook aside. "I was wondering when it would happen," he said quietly. Izuku turned to look at him. "You knew." Toshinori sighed. "Yes, and you didn't tell me." There was no anger in Izuku's voice, just a quiet ache. A disappointment that felt heavier than any shout. Toshinori nodded slowly. "I didn't know when it would happen, only that it could. You're the first vessel strong enough to even reach that stage." Izuku swallowed. He said there were more quirks. "That I'm carrying them." "You are," Toshinori said gently. Each bearer left behind more than just strength. Over time, it accumulated. Grew. Izuku looked down at his hands. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I was trying to protect you," Toshinori admitted. "When I had One for All, it was just power. Strength. I never made contact with the others. Not like you have." He looked at Izuku, the weight of years in his eyes. "You're something new, something more, and I didn't want to overwhelm you before you were ready." Izuku let that sit. Then he nodded. "I'm not angry," he said. "But I need to know everything now. I can't move forward if I'm in the dark." Toshinori smiled sadly. "Then I'll tell you everything I know. Starting today." Izuku exhaled slowly, tension bleeding from his shoulders. "Thanks." Toshinori reached over and rested a hand on his back. "I'm proud of you, Izuku. For making it this far. And for asking the hard questions." Izuku looked out at the campus in the sunlight. "I just hope I can live up to what's coming." "You already are," Toshinori said. "But you won't be alone. Not while I'm still breathing." The second Izuku rounded the corner from the courtyard, he broke into a jog, then a full-on sprint. He could still hear Toshinori's words echoing in his head, a weight that settled between his shoulders. The revelation about the past wielders, the hidden quirks, it would take days, maybe weeks, to fully process. But right now, he was late. The morning bell was about to ring, and his uniform was still hanging in his closet, untouched since last night. He hit the dorm steps two at a time and flung open the door to Heights Alliance, nearly colliding with Iida, who immediately flailed his arms in response. "Midoriya, running in the dorm halls is strictly prohibited." "Sorry." "Emergency uniform situation," Izuku shouted as he vanished up the stairs. Inside room 104, he threw off his hoodie, shirt, and sweats in rapid succession, tossing his uniform piece by piece. Button-up shirt, tie, blazer, slacks, shoes. He checked the mirror, acceptable. Still slightly frazzled, but mostly presentable. Just as he was fastening his belt, a voice called from his door. "You planning to sprint to class or to me?" He turned, and there she was. Roomie, already dressed in her UA uniform. Blazer slung lazily over one shoulder, white shirt half tucked, tie loosened with practiced rebellion. Her skirt swayed as she leaned on his doorframe, ears perked, amused. "You good?" she asked, stepping into the room. "Yeah," he said, slipping his arms into his jacket. "Toshi and I had a talk." She raised an eyebrow. "I'll fill you in later." It was a lot, but it helped. Roomie didn't press. She just nodded and walked over, fixing his tie with quick fingers. "You look like you got dressed in a tornado." "I did, basically." She smirked. "Cute, though." He blushed, adjusting the shoulder of her blazer. "So do you." She leaned up, kissed his cheek, then turned and slapped his butt. "Let's go, Zuku. Training waits for no one." He grabbed his bag and followed her out, the two of them falling into step together, looking every bit like a couple that somehow made chaos work. Down the stairs, through the doors, into the sun, class was about to begin. Training montage. Day 1. The whistle blew across the field. Izuku launched forward, green lightning crackling up his arms. He ducked under a foam cannon blast, pivoted mid-air, and punched, releasing a focused wave of compressed air that shredded the target dummy behind it. All Might stood at a distance, stopwatch in hand. 20 meters. Full cowl at 20%. Good focus, but your output's still dipping on sharp turns. Izuku wiped sweat from his brow. Again. Across the training field, Roomie vanished in a blur of white. Gran Torino barely dodged her spinning kick, boots skidding as she twisted and drove her heel into the mat behind him, leaving a crack like a thunderbolt. That's better, Floppy, he barked. But that turn was sloppy. I'm gonna shove you through a fence, she growled. Try it. Day 3. Izuku lay flat on his back, gasping, arms trembling. Tiny crackles of black whip flickered up his forearm, 2 tendrils twitching but controlled. Good, Toshinori said calmly. Don't restrain it, guide it. Make it an extension of you. Izuku clenched his fists. Let's go again. Later that day, Roomie sprinted toward a wall of moving dummies, using their momentum to leap and bounce mid-air, hitting a target 3 times before landing without stumbling. Torino nodded from above. You land like that in the arena, they'll call it showboating. She grinned. Good. Let 'em watch. Day 5. The training fields were rearranged. A mock obstacle course spread from one end to the other. I want full power control. All Might shouted. 15% to 25% modulation in the same sprint. Izuku's form lit up with lightning as he took off, zipping from one pillar to the next, blasting shockwaves at moving targets mid-leap. He landed low, panting, but stable. 25% cruising, he said. Felt solid. You'll feel it more tomorrow, All Might said with a grin. Meanwhile, Roomie was sprinting uphill dragging a weighted sled, ears flat against her skull, teeth clenched. You wanna win, then move. Torino bellowed from behind her. Roomie screamed and surged forward, muscles burning. Day 7. Black Whip now wrapped around Izuku's waist and extended out like a third arm, yanking a training dummy off balance. He twisted mid-air, using air pressure to push himself sideways and land clean. He didn't fall. He didn't twitch. He grinned. Across the field, Roomie landed from a 20-foot aerial flip and immediately launched into a slide kick combo that dropped 3 drone targets in a row. Gran Torino finally gave a nod. You're getting mean. About time, she smirked. Day 10. Recovery Girl frowned at her clipboard. Your bodies are holding, but barely. Take today light. Both Izuku and Roomie sat side by side on the bench, covered in bandages and cold packs. Izuku winced. Think we overdid it? Roomie nodded. Worth it. They rested that day, side by side in the dorm lounge. Her head on his shoulder. His fingers absently tracing the curve of her hand. Day 11. Final drills. Final numbers. Izuku's full cowl now stabilized at 25%. He could push to 30% for extended period of time but feel the pain later, and 35% was within reach, just for a short 3 minutes and regret it immediately. Black Whip obeyed his will. It flickered like a living extension of him, lashing out, grabbing, binding. He no longer feared it. He wielded it. Air pressure strikes came without strain. Punches, flicks, and directional bursts all snapped with impact. Roomie, meanwhile, had turned into a blur of calculated violence. Her speed rivaled pro-level reaction times. Her footwork was tight, her aerial mobility sharp, her strikes brutal. She was no longer just fast. She was lethal. Day 12. The night before. The common room was lit with soft gold light, the windows open to let in the breeze. Outside, the UA Stadium lights glowed in the distance, like a sleeping giant waiting to roar. Class 1A had gathered instinctively, sprawled across couches, floor cushions, and chairs with snacks in hand and nervous energy in the air. Tomorrow, we show 'em what 1A is made of, Kiroshima declared, fist raised and full of energy. Unless we trip over the opening march, Denki muttered from the couch. You'll trip over your tongue if you keep talking, Jiro shot back. Mina tossed a pillow at them both. Come on, guys, it's our chance to shine. I'll be happy just not dying in any of the events, Ciro added, chewing on popcorn. Iida was practically vibrating. Everyone, Please remember to polish your shoes and arrive at the stadium staging zone no later than 7:10 sharp. Most of the class groaned in chorus. Tokiyami sat quietly, arms folded. I welcome the judgment of the crowd. Shoji just nodded. We've all grown. This is our moment. Momo offered warm drinks to anyone who wanted one, and Sato passed out small cupcakes he'd baked, each one frosted with a miniature, 1A, in red. Win or lose, he said, we show them our hearts. The chatter faded for a moment as that sentiment settled in. Then, from the corner, Bakugo stood up. He looked at no one. Don't embarrass me. Silence. Then, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to us, Mina whispered. I said nothing. Bakugo barked, storming toward the stairs. A round of laughter followed. Izuku glanced across the room and locked eyes with Roomie, who sat on the floor, legs stretched out, sipping water with one ear lazily twitching. She gave him a smirk and tilted her head toward the stairs. He got the message. Later that night, the dorm hall was quiet again. Just the distant hum of city lights beyond UA's borders. Inside room 104, the lights were low. The air cool. Roomie stood by the bed in a tank top and sleep shorts, pulling her hair back as Izuku folded the corner of the blanket down. They moved around each other easily, calmly, despite the storm waiting on the horizon. Think they'll come for us early? She asked, sliding under the covers. Definitely, he said, flipping off the lamp and crawling in beside her. Target on our backs for sure. She leaned over, brushing her lips across his shoulder. Let him come. Izuku looked at her, eyes soft in the dark. You scared? She was quiet for a moment. Then, not of the fights. Just, the pressure, the eyes. You're not alone in it. She met his gaze. Neither are you. They moved closer, arms slipping around each other, legs tangling beneath the sheets. Roomie buried her face into his chest. They're gonna see what we are tomorrow. What we've built. Izuku ran his hand slowly up her back. Let them watch. They kissed, slow and deep, not rushed, not desperate. Just real, anchoring. And when they finally pulled apart, she rested her forehead against his. Goodnight, Greenbean. Good night, Bunny. Their breathing synced, and the night carried them into sleep. The crowd could already be heard from the gates of the stadium, a low, thunderous roar that vibrated through the concrete and rattled the air with electricity. Izuku adjusted the grip on the legs wrapped around his waist as he jogged lightly through the last corridor leading toward the athletes' entrance. Getting heavy, Roomie teased from her perch on his back. He snorted. If you were heavy, I'd have dropped you months ago. You wouldn't dare. I'd never survive the fallout. She chuckled and leaned forward, resting her chin on his shoulder. You nervous? He paused. No, he said. Not this time. The light ahead grew brighter as they passed through the last security checkpoint. Staff clipped badges, checked wristbands, barked names into earpieces. Uniformed heroes stood at strategic points, monitoring everything. The sheer scale of it all pressed down, but Izuku didn't buckle. He walked forward, steady and sure, carrying his partner on his back like it was the most natural thing in the world. They reached the waiting room. It felt like standing inside a charged battery. The walls practically pulsed with anticipation. Screens blinked, announcements echoed through speakers, and the floor vibrated faintly with every footstep. All of Class 1A had gathered, dressed in their blue and white gym uniforms. Some stretched, some fidgeted, some sat in total silence, eyes locked forward. But every single one of them radiated tension. Kiroshima cracked his knuckles with a grin too sharp to be casual. Siro was fiddling with his tape. Oaco bounced on her heels. Iida paced like a metronome. Denki was jittery, either nerves or caffeine. Probably both. Mina, already wearing under-eye glitter, clapped a hand on Roomie's shoulder as she slid off Izuku's back. Big day, huh? Roomie smirked, ready to shatter expectations. Mina nodded and drifted away. Izuku stood at the center of the group, checking each classmate. One by one, calm, quiet, calculating. Then a voice broke the room in half. Midoriya. The entire class turned. Shoto Todoroki stood at the far end, his expression unreadable, arms crossed over his chest. But his eyes, they were laser-focused on Izuku. No hesitation, no politeness, just purpose. You're the one I'm aiming for. The silence after that hit like a drop of ice in boiling water. The challenge hung in the air, bold, direct, personal. Izuku's jaw clenched slightly, but his posture didn't shift. He met Shoto's gaze head-on, unflinching. Behind him, Bakugo growled low in his throat, red eyes narrowing. "You've gotta be kidding me," he muttered. The heat coming off him was near visible, arms crossed, foot tapping like a ticking time bomb. Shoto didn't even glance his way. "I know how far you've come, Midoriya," he said, voice low but sharp. "And I know what you're capable of. That's exactly why I'm not holding back. I want to see what happens when your power is pushed to its limit." Izuku's breath came slow, controlled. He stepped forward one pace, enough for his classmates to part slightly around him. "Then bring it," he said. The words weren't loud, but they landed with force. Not arrogance, not bluster, promise. The quiet in the room broke with a snap. Kiroshima's eyes gleamed. Momo stood a little straighter. Denki muttered, "Holy crap." Roomie smiled like someone just rang the bell before a fight. Then, Izuku turned back to the class and clapped once, loud, sharp, and commanding. "All right, let's get into formation." The students snapped to it, a few still glancing between him and Todoroki as they lined up in neat rows. Izuku walked to the front, stood tall, and looked over his class. "I don't care what anyone out there expects from us," he said. "What matters is what we know we can do." He paused, took a breath. "We didn't get here easily. We fought for it, bled for it, and now we show them why Class 1A leads the first years." He turned toward the main doors as they began to slide open with a mechanical hiss. Light flooded the hallway. Cheers roared from the other side. Izuku took the first step. "Let them watch." The UA Sports Festival Stadium was packed to capacity. The crowd roared from all angles, the sky above glittering with drone cameras and banners. Every seat pulsed with anticipation. This year, the spotlight was hotter than ever. Security had doubled. Steel barricades reinforced the entrances. Pro heroes lined the corridors. After the USJ incident and All Might's partial retirement, this wasn't just a showcase anymore. It was a pressure test. For UA, for the students, for the future of hero society. And the heroes watching from above knew it. VIP skybox. Top-tier East stand. Inside the sleek, climate-controlled booth overlooking the arena, a cluster of Japan's most powerful heroes stood or sat, each watching the field with quiet intensity. At the center, perched forward on a plush seat, sat the new No. 5 hero, Yukio. Ryuko is a woman with chin-length blonde hair, which she wears swept back with a headband, a long fringe over the right side of her face, covering her eye. She has thin, yellow, inward-tilting eyes with slit pupils and notably sharp teeth. Her hero costume consists of a dark red, traditional Cupio with a pale green scale trim around her shoulders, along with shoulder-length gloves and a matching green headband that partials covers her face. "They've tripled the ground patrols," she said, voice firm. UA hasn't said it outright, but they're expecting trouble. To her left stood the number 6 pro hero, Crust. Crust is a well-built man with black hair combed backward, with a streak of grayish-white hair running down from the center of his hairline. His hero costume consisted of a black mask over his eyes, and attire similar to the armor Spartans would wear, including a green hooded cape and a black shirt. "They'd be fools not to," Crust said solemnly. All Might's retirement was a wound. The commission's scrambling to bandage it before the public realizes how deep it goes. At the far window, the No. 4 hero, Edgeshot, stood with his arms folded. Edgeshot is a slim and muscular man, shorter than most of his top-class heroic peers. He has gray hair shaped into 3 sharp points that cover the right side of his face and dark gray eyes, and he wears a mask over his lower face, covering his nose and mouth, and he wore a sleek black ninja-style uniform. He spoke in a razor-sharp voice. "The USJ incident shook faith in UA," he said. "This event is more than a tradition now, it's damage control." Leaning against the far wall was the No. 3 hero, Best Jeanist. Tall, lean, and fashionably tense, Best Jeanist was dressed head to toe in denim, with only one visible eye peeking out from his high collar. His posture was perfect, his expression unreadable. "They want symbols," he said softly. "They want to believe the next All Might is among these children. Whether one exists or not, they'll sell the illusion. Harsh, Crust muttered. Realistic, Genist replied. Yukio didn't argue. Her eyes were locked on the gates where the students were soon to emerge. They're already being watched, she murmured. Let's see if they know how to own it. Seated separately from his fellow heroes, with arms folded tightly across his chest, was the new one hero, Endeavor. His massive frame was rigid with tension, clad in his orange and navy hero uniform, the flame-shaped shoulder guards gleaming under the stadium lights. His wild, flaming red beard matched the fire that constantly burned across his face. He has spiky red hair and his were teal in color. He didn't wave, he didn't smile, he watched. Fierce teal and eyes locked onto the field below, more specifically, the far tunnel where UA students waited to march out. He wasn't looking at the crowd. He wasn't looking for danger. He was looking for Shoto. My rank doesn't mean anything until I earn it, he growled under his breath. This is your proving ground, boy. Time to show the world what I built. Stadium floor, tunnel gates. With a mechanical hiss, the stadium gates slid open. Light spilled down the tunnel like a tidal wave, and the sound followed, roaring, booming, thousands of voices rising as one. Class 1A stepped into the light, uniformed, proud, unshaken. At the front stood Izuku Midoriya, towering at 6 feet 4 inches, a walking storm of muscle and lightning. His emerald eyes were calm, laser-focused. His steps never faltered, no nerves, no fear, just purpose. Beside him, Roomie Usajiyama moved like a contained weapon, sharp eyes, twitching ears, and a predator's bounce in every step. She cracked her neck and rolled her shoulders like the whole field was already hers. Behind them came the rest of 1A, each one distinct, each one carrying the weight of USJ and the world's expectations. Kiroshima, fist raised, pumping with energy, already mouthing, "Let's go." Bakugo, teeth gritted, jaw clenched, his glare daring the world to look away. Momo, regal and composed, her dark ponytail flowing behind her like a banner. Shoto, cold and collected, a glacier in motion. Oaco, a sweet smile hiding the fire burning behind her eyes. Denki, throwing finger guns at every drone camera. Jiro, earbuds in, subtle head bob syncing with her pulse. Iida, already in perfect marching sync, knees high, posture rigid. Su, calm and confident, eyes scanning the arena with practiced ease. Sato, tall and grounded, giving himself a quiet nod. Shoji, observant and silent, his arms at the ready. Ojiro, breathing slowly, tail flicking as he centered himself. Mina, winking into the crowd, pure sugar and spark. Aoyama, sparkling already, cape flowing dramatically as he posed. Siro, cool and casual, grinning as he waved to the crowd. Tokiyami, unreadable and still, arms crossed like a statue of judgment. Hagakure, visible only by the sparkling ribbon she twirled through the air in her gym uniform. No weak links, no uncertainty. This was Class 1A. Stadium center stage. From above, a glowing platform descended, floating down like a divine stage light. Standing atop it in full show woman form was Midnight, her bodysuit gleaming, signature whip coiled at her side. She struck a dramatic pose. "Hello, hero fans." The crowd exploded. "Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. The future of Japan's hero society begins here." She twirled, coat catching wind. Her voice carried through every speaker in the stadium. A fresh wave of applause rose as students in navy and white jogged in, disciplined, quiet, and determined. And then, another tunnel. Next up, the other half of our hero course. Let's hear it for Class 1B. They entered with heads high and jaws set, wearing matching gym uniforms and an undeniable chip on their collective shoulder. Leading them was Tetsu Tetsu, steel fists clenched, shouting, "Let's show 'em what real grit looks like." Behind him, Nito Monoma walked with all the smugness of a crown prince, waving at the cameras and mock bowing toward 1A. His mouth moved without sound, but the message was clear. Try not to trip. Some of his classmates rolled their eyes. Most smiled. All were fired up. They didn't come with trauma or headlines. They came to steal the show. And while our hero course always steals the spotlight, she spun again, now facing the opposite tunnel. Don't forget the unsung brilliance of our general studies department. From another tunnel, With less fanfare but equal intensity, Hitoshi Shinszo emerged at the head of another group. Hands in his pockets, hood down, eyes unreadable. He didn't wave, he didn't smile, he just watched. Following him, sharp-eyed students in trim uniforms. Calculating, quiet, watching everything. Midnight turned again. Please welcome the business department. Applause came polite, reserved. Sharp eyes behind round glasses. Tablets already in hand. And last but never least, our brilliant gearheads, the support department. A cacophony of clanking boots and flashing gadgets. One student launched a test drone mid-jog, causing it to spin out and flash, oops. Across its screen, laughter rippled through the stadium. Then Midnight spun to center stage once more. And now, as is tradition, it's time to hear from our first-year representative. Spotlight. Boom. This year's representative, Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. The crowd erupted again as Izuku stepped forward, the rest of his class parting naturally to let him pass. He climbed the podium stairs one at a time. The stadium went quiet, not out of politeness, but anticipation. You're looking at us and expecting the future. You're looking for the strongest, the brightest, the flashiest. He paused, letting the silence sit. But what you're really looking at is a class that's already been tested. We've faced real threats, real fear, and we're still here. No grandstanding, no smile, just raw truth. We're not just here to compete. We're here to prove why we endured, why we got back up, why Class 1A rises, no matter what tries to drag us down. Watch closely, because this year, we don't intend to just survive. He locked eyes with the crowd. We intend to win. He stepped back. For a heartbeat, the stadium held its breath. Then, thunder. The crowd exploded, louder than ever. From the stands to the sky, the arena shook with applause. And at the front of Class 1A, Roomie exhaled slowly, pride written across her face. That's my man, she murmured. The heat of anticipation rolled off the stands in waves as the students stood shoulder to shoulder at the starting block. The whole stadium seemed to lean forward in unison. Okay, hero fans. Midnight called, voice crackling over the speakers. Let's get this party started. The roar of the crowd surged again. Your first event is a little something we like to call the obstacle course. On the jumbotrons, the track overview appeared, but only briefly. No section names, just a long winding layout disappearing into multiple hazards. All you first years will be racing around the outer stadium, top 42 finishers advance. Midnight grinned devilishly. The tracks got a few surprises. Some danger, maybe a few explosions. You know, the usual. Commentator booth, stadium edge. Present Mike's voice boomed as the camera cut to the announcer's booth. Yeah, what's up, Hero Society? This is your boy Present Mike, and with me, as always, is the man with the least chill in Japan, the Eraser King himself, Shota Aizawa. Aizawa, arms crossed and expression unreadable, deadpan, they're going to panic. Most of them weren't prepared for real chaos. Present Mike laughed. That's why it's fun, baby. Starting block. Izuku crouched low, lightning already flickering across his limbs, full cowl pulsing at 20%, building toward a sprint. Roomie bounced in place beside him, ears twitching, teeth showing in a dangerous grin. You ready, Hero Bo? I was born ready bun. Then don't hold back. She leaned in quickly and pressed a kiss to the corner of his lips, fast, clean, and low enough not to be seen by the cameras. For luck, he smirked. Back at you. Boom. The starting cannon fired, and chaos erupted. The first few seconds were pandemonium. The students hit a tight steel tunnel, and bodies collided like a flood into a funnel. Shouts echoed, quirks went off, elbows flew. General studies kids got trampled. Support students launched gadgets that bounced off walls. But Class 1A, they adapted. Izuku jumped, rebounding off the tunnel wall with perfect timing, sparking across the top of the crowd with a short burst of air pressure. Roomie sprinted straight up a support beam and ran across the ceiling, flipping midair and diving back down past the front of the pack. They were already out of the jam. Present Mike shouted over the roar, "Whoa! Did you see that? Midoriya and Usajiyama just split the crowd like pros. That's not a school kid movement, that's a pro movement." Aizawa added coolly, they don't hesitate. That's the difference. Behind them, Bakugo blasted over the heads of the crowd, snarling like a missile. Shoto calmly froze half the floor, halting several students in their tracks. Oaco and Shiro used tape and gravity to slingshot ahead. Kiroshima bulldozed through like a freight train. Jiro knocked a student back with a soundburst. Momo created a shield to push through safely. Su leapt from wall to wall like a silent shadow. Even Aoyama's laser lit the ceiling with flare. They burst out of the tunnel into open air, and stopped. The crowd gasped. 5 towering zero-pointers loomed over the next zone, surrounded by smaller combat bots. Oh ho ho, Present Mike hollered. Looks like the bots came out to play. Welcome to Robo Inferno. One robot smashed down hard, flattening the track. Aizawa leaned forward. Let's see who freezes. And who acts. Izuku moved first. He sprinted past the smaller bots. 25% full cal now humming strong, and leapt straight into the path of one zero-pointer. He ducked under a swinging claw, charged a flick of air pressure in his knuckle, then angled it downward, launching himself into a controlled spiral around the robot's torso. He struck dead center in its head with a spinning kick. Boom! The giant reeled back, its head crushed in and crashed into the smaller bots behind it. A second zero-pointer turned toward Roomie. She sprinted low, dodging left and right like a blur. As the robot raised its foot, she launched herself upward, bounding off its arm, twisting midair and driving a flying double kick into its optic core. Crack! The head shattered. It toppled like a skyscraper hit by a missile. Todoroki, not to be outdone, froze a third robot mid-movement, then used the rising ice like a staircase to climb and flash freeze the control core in one clean motion. Bakugo screamed past on a blast trail, using a robot's arm as a launchpad. Every member of 1A, every single one, moved with coordination, violence, and intent. Class B trailed, trying to keep pace, but were already falling behind. The next section hit hard. A student stepped forward, and dropped straight through the ground. Well, looky here, Present Mike yelled. It's the old pitfall fakeout. Hidden trap panels opened at random, devouring unwary students. But not Izuku. He watched the dust and adjusted on the fly, bursting sideways with quick footwork. Roomie leapt ahead, not touching the ground for more than a heartbeat. Oaco floated herself past. Shoji protected Jiro as she sensed tremors through the ground. Kiroshima just fell in and climbed back out. The final stretch revealed itself in a blast of wind. A minefield. No markings. Just open sand. The finish line glowed at the far edge of the field. Izuku dropped into a stance. Roomie mirrored it. They looked at each other. No words. Then, they ran. Mine after mine erupted behind them. They didn't dodge. They outran the explosions. Izuku used precise bursts of air pressure to leap forward. Roomie moved like lightning, using shockwaves from detonations as propulsion. They were neck and neck. 10 feet from the line. 5, 2, they both dove. Flash. Boom. Applause. The stadium exploded in sound. Izuku Midoriya and Roomie Usajiyama hit the line at the same instant. A digital scan flickered. Too close to call. Behind them, Todoroki, Bakugo, Oaco, and the rest of 1A followed, one after another, crossing strong and sure. Aizawa's voice cut in. They didn't just survive, they showed why they lead. UA. Stadium. Observation decks. High above the roaring crowd, in a section roped off for internal observation and analytics, the business course students sat comfortably, some cross-legged, some with tablets in hand, all wearing sharp-eyed expressions. They hadn't run the course. They hadn't even stood at the starting line. But they were watching everything. This is ridiculous, one muttered, fingers flying over a touchscreen. Midoriya and Usajiyama not only topped the obstacle course, they're co-headliners on every trending tag. Another tapped their tablet. Clean movement, explosive entrances, a ready-made couple with complementary power sets and real trauma cred from USJ. That's an entire franchise. Monoma's got charisma but comes off smug to general audiences. Kendo's solid, but she's not flashy enough. Todoroki has ice aesthetics, but that personality's frosty even off-screen. Bakugo. Someone else offered. Walking HR disaster. The reply came instantly. But people love a bomb. just needs a competent PR representative to soften the image. What about the rest of 1A? Jiro's got vibe appeal, Shoji's a wildcard, Momo and Iida are brand safe, good for sponsorships. Tokiyami is niche edgy, but he'll have fans. Mina and Siro are energy. Suyu is a sleeper hit. Shinszo, he's got mystery appeal, quiet, controlled, could break big with the right angle, if he makes it through. VIP Skybox, Top 10 Hero Suite. The view from the Pro Hero Skybox was silent for a moment, until Yukio finally spoke. They're faster than I expected, she said, watching the footage of Izuku and Roomie diving across the finish. Midoriya's control has evolved, he's using more power than what was shown on the USJ footage, and he's not wasting energy. Edgeshot nodded, arms crossed. And the girl, Usajiyama. Her mobility is exceptional, unpredictable rhythm, almost feral. Best Jeanist adjusted his collar. She's rough around the edges, but she's got presence. Camera loves her. Crust leaned forward, thumping one fist into the other. But it's not just the top two. That entire class moves like they've been through something. They don't hesitate. They read the field like pros. Endeavor, seated apart, glared at the screen showing Shoto's frozen kill zone. He's holding back, Endeavor muttered. Still using only one side. He placed in the top 5, Jeanist replied without looking. Then imagine what he could do if he stopped playing it safe. Edgeshot flicked his eyes to the rankings feed. Bakugo's movement was efficient, but violent. He'll be dangerous in later rounds. Don't forget the others, Yukio added. That guy with the tail. The tape won. They're not stars yet, but they're refined. Like they've been training for war. Aizawa's voice echoed faintly through the stadium, ending his commentary with a final note. This year's batch is different. Main arena. Official rankings. The giant digital board above the stadium lit up. Top 10 obstacle course results. 1. Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A. 2. Roomie Usajiyama, Class 1A. 3. Shoto Todoroki, Class 1A. 4. Katsuki Bakugo, Class 1A. 5. Tenya Iida, Class 1A. 6. Momo Yaoyorozu, Class 1A. 7. Kendo Itsuka, Class 1B. 8. Fumikage Tokiyami, Class 1A. 9. Ochako Uraraka, Class 1A. 10. Eijiro Kiroshima, Class 1A. 39. Yui Kodai, Class 1B. 40. Abara Shiozaki, Class 1B. 41. Setsuna Tokage, Class 1B. 42. Hitoshi Shinszo, General Studies. A second later, Shinso's name blinked in. 42nd place, qualified. He stood silently near the end of the line, hands in his pockets, face unreadable. But when he looked up at the screen, his jaw tightened slightly. He made it. Stadium floor. Transition time. The roar of the crowd still echoed off the walls, but the students were catching their breath. Class 1A gathered together, still riding the high. Izuku stood tall near the front, cheeks slightly red from exertion as his name glowed in the top slot. Roomie, beside him, stretched her arms above her head with a satisfied smirk. Can't believe you beat me, she said casually. You mean tied me, please. She stepped closer, poking his chest. Only reason they gave it to you was that your torso's longer. More surface area for the sensor. He blinked. Wait, is that an actual thing? No, but it sounds good, right? She grinned. Denki staggered over. Yo, did you guys see me? I didn't blow up. You landed on Aoyama, Jiro deadpanned. And I sparkled with purpose, Aoyama declared proudly. Kiroshima thumped Izuku on the back. You two looked like missiles out there. Mina jumped in. Roomie, you literally used an explosion to launch yourself. Iconic. Shoji nodded. We adapted. That's what mattered. Off to the side, Todoroki stood in silence, hands in his pockets. Bakugo glared off into the middle distance, lips pressed in a tight line. No comments. No interest in joining the banter. Just cold focus. Midnight twirled her mic again, spinning dramatically before taking center stage. Now that our little race is over, she purred, it's time to turn things up a notch. She paced the edge of the stage as the students looked up. For our next event, you'll be working in teams. Confused murmurs rippled through the field. But don't rush just yet. She smiled, slow and dangerous. Because this isn't a team sport. The jumbotrons flashed to life. Cavalry battle. The screen flashed. Cavalry battle. Midnight's voice echoed from the center platform, grin wicked and eyes gleaming with mischief. 2 to 4 person per team. At least one read the rest supporters. Defend your headband, your points determined by your placement. Steal others to improve your standing. Only 16 students can advance. So the top 4 full teams may advance. The Jumbotron displayed the formation. Then, with a spin of her mic, she said, but here's the real kicker. A spotlight slammed down on Izuku Midoriya. Our top performer from the obstacle race is worth 10 million points. Gasps and mutters rippled through the crowd. Izuku stood unmoved, his face calm, his breath steady. Lightning flickered at his form as he flared full cowl. Roomie, next to him, laughed under her breath. Look at you, high-value broccoli, not the kind of popularity I wanted. Class 1A huddle. The class circled up fast. Momo spoke first. We should try to form teams within 1A. Even if we're competing, let's not undermine one another. Kiroshima clapped a fist to his palm. Solid plan. This is a battlefield, not a classroom. Shoji nodded. We may fight, but we do it with respect. Sue looked over at Roomie. I'm with you. Wouldn't have it any other way. Roomie grinned, tossing an arm over her shoulders. Mina slid into place beside them. Chaos team, activate. Kiroshima laughed. We're gonna be loud. May Hatsu, not tall in stature but bursting with personality, she wore coveralls with a black tank top that struggled to contain her well-endowed chest. She had pink hair that was done in dreadlocks. Her eyes looked like golden Chris hairs. She entered the picture like a whirlwind. Heyu, pink dreads, big goggles, bigger energy. Midoriya, I saw your mobility, your arc through the air, your momentum is begging to be teched out. I've got gear, I've got plans. Put me on your team. Wait, your support, right? Izuku asked, taken off guard. Qualified support, she said proudly. And these babies need airtime. Oaco shrugged. Honestly, she might be a cheat code. Tokiyami stepped forward. All guard from above. Izuku nodded. All right, let's do this. Sato, Yuga, and Shiro made their way toward Ojiro, only for him to wordlessly walk away, expression blank and unfocused. Without a word, he veered off and stood beside Hitoshi Shinszo, who waited calmly, hands in his pockets, unreadable as ever. Sato blinked. What's his deal? Yuga clutched his chin, sparkling nervously. He's a little out of it. Shiro raised an eyebrow. That's not normal. He didn't even wave. Before they could process it, Bakugo stormed past like a loaded cannon, boots slamming the ground with purpose. He didn't stop, didn't speak. He walked straight up to Shinszo and pointed at Ojiro. He's already brainwashed, isn't he? He muttered to him, Quiyu. Shinszo didn't flinch but his eyes widened slightly. One brow lifted, but he said nothing. Didn't need to. Bakugo scoffed, turning slightly. Fine, I'll carry the damn team. But you better not drag me down. Shinszo's lips curled into the faintest smirk. Not planning to. Todoroki gathered Iida, Momo, and Denki without a word. Cool, Denki muttered. No pressure or anything. Shoji joined Jiro and Toru. No drama, just trust. You got eyes. We've got coverage, Jiro said. Solid team. As the timer ticked down, the final groups fell into place. Some formed with noise, others with a glance, but Class 1A, even split across the arena, stood like a family. Roomie passed Izuku, smirking. Try not to get tagged, big shot. He smiled back. Only if you try to keep up. They nodded once, and turned to face the field. The cavalry battle was about to begin. And every step from here would count. A high-pitched whistle signaled the countdown. 30 seconds. The tension in the stadium was molten. The students stood in formation. One rider perched on a base of 3, each formation like a living, breathing war beast. Above them, flags rippled in the wind. Fans roared. Camera drones buzzed. And in the air, let's make some noise. Present Mike screamed. Because this is UA at its finest. Shota Aizawa leaned forward in his chair, eyes tracking movements before they even began. They'll show what they've learned. Or who's about to break. Bang. The starting cannon fired, and the cavalry battle erupted. Izuku's team. Momentum and mastery. May's thrusters ignited with a pop and hiss, launching Team Izuku forward in a sharp diagonal cut through the battlefield. Tokiyami dug in, low and braced. Oaco floated the rear of the formation just high enough to give them gliding traction. Izuku leaned with the movement like a trained rider, his eyes focused dead ahead. The 10 million point headband fluttered against his forehead like a target painted in neon. Hard left, ice forming, Tokiyami called, "I've got us," Oaco shouted, activating zero gravity for half a second. Their weight dropped, and they lifted just enough to skim over a ridge of frost. Behind them, teams converged, drawn by the bounty tied around Izuku's head. Todoroki's team. Discipline and deadliness. Todoroki's breath left faint wisps of cold air as he stood high atop his formation. Below, Ida's engines roared to life. Momo's arm constructed a multi-barreled deflector shield across their side, and Denki readied jolts for anyone too close. "They'll come to us," Todoroki said calmly. "Then we'll freeze them out." They surged into motion, ice blooming beneath their path in sweeping arcs. Other teams skidded, stumbled, panicked. One trio toppled completely. "Perfect," Todoroki muttered, his eyes locked on Izuku's distant form, drifting fast, unpredictable. "You're not escaping." Shoji's team. Shadows in motion. Off to the flanks, Shoji's team moved in tight formation. "Low visibility and coordinated speed," Shoji said. "We're ghosts." Jiro knelt low, earlobes stretched and pressed against Shoji's outer arms. Her jaw tensed as she mapped the shifting battlefield through vibration. "Two fast teams to our 4 o'clock, she murmured. Toru's invisible hand tapped her knee. "Let's flank the weak ones." Shoji nodded, shifting weight without speaking. They slipped between chaos, silent, watchful, hunting. Team Sato. Brute force, duct tape, and sparkle. Sato powered forward like a bulldozer, his legs pumping, arms ready to block. Atop his shoulders, Yuga sparkled and posed like a knight riding a warhorse. "Shine, my heroic glory," Yuga declared. Less talking, more gripping. Sato grunted. Flanking them, Siro zipped across the field with rapid tape swings, using his quirk to pivot their position and reel in stolen headbands like a fisherman casting into chaos. They weren't elegant, but they were relentless. Siro launched a line that snagged a headband from a flustered General Studies rider and pulled it back into Yuga's grasp. "Nice catch, darling," Yuga beamed. Sato slammed his foot down to regain balance. "Keep it up." They dodged a small explosion from Bakugo's team, barely, and Siro flung them sideways using a well-angled tape line. "Sorry," Siro shouted as they caromed into another team's path. Though outclassed by faster or more strategic groups, their sheer grit and unexpected maneuverability earned them points, and more than a few laughs. In the end, they didn't break top 4, but no one could say they went down quietly. Kendo's team. Building momentum. On the far edge of the arena, Kendo's fists already swelled into massive clubs. Abara's vines spread like a living map, winding through open zones to detect terrain shifts. Tetsu Tetsu's hands stayed at his sides, tight, calm, anchored. "We're not in this to show off," Kendo said firmly. "We're in this to outlast them." Tetsu Tetsu gave a grunt of agreement. "I'll break through anything in our way." And they did. Their team moved slow, but never stalled. Vines lashed out, fists swept aside distractions, and they kept claiming midpoint bans, one after the other. From the commentary booth, Present Mike howled. "Look at 1B's team Kendo, slow and steady, but those vines are catching heads." Aizawa gave a small nod. "That's a team with chemistry." Roomie's team. Chaos ignited. Roomie crouched low atop Kiroshima's shoulders, legs bent, eyes locked forward. Suyu and Mina worked the flanks, keeping motion fluid and unpredictable. Their formation charged through the battlefield like a demolition crew wrapped in precision. "Left incoming. Block and shove," Roomie ordered. Suyu sprang into the air, using her tongue to yank a rider's headband off mid-leap. Mina fired a spray of acid behind them, slicking the field and causing a pursuing team to crash into a barricade. They zigzagged through two teams locked in combat, Roomie ducking low to avoid a swinging elbow and snapping back up with a wild grin. Too slow, she called as she snatched a headband mid-lunge. Another team tried to box them in. Roomie grabbed Sue's wrist and hurled her across the gap like a grappling hook, dragging the entire formation sideways as Sue used her tongue to reel back and implant her feet with shocking grace. Mina cartwheeled to the rear, kicked a falling rider aside with wild laughter, and stuck another with a line of acid that sealed their feet to the ground. "I love this game," she howled. "Focus," Sue snapped, even as she leapt again and slapped a band off someone's head midair. "You call this chaos?" Roomie barked. "Let's kick it up a notch." Kiroshima laughed. "We already did." Their team tilted wildly again, slamming past an armored 1B formation like a freight train wrapped in pink lightning. They didn't dominate the center, but they made it impossible for anyone else to stay calm. Shinszo's team, silent strategy. Shinszo stood tall and quiet, his posture poised, hands folded behind his back. Bakugo, blasting in arcs, rattled other teams with pinpoint strikes that didn't cripple but confused. Their group didn't fight hard. They fought smart. A1B team closed in, yelling. One of them shouted, "We've got you now." Shinszo looked up slowly. His eyes met theirs. He said only one word, "Really?" The rider twitched, then slumped. Frozen mid-command, Ojiro pulled the band cleanly. Quirk activation without alerting anyone. "Impressive," Aizawa muttered. "They're carving through without a single flashy move," Present Mike added. "That's terrifying." Roomie vs. Monoma. Class 1A vs. 1B. Usajiyama. Roomie's ears twitched as Monoma's voice rang out with theatrical flourish. He stood atop his team's shoulders, arms spread like a showman taking a bow. His golden eyes gleamed with mocking self-satisfaction. "Ah, yes, one of the so-called shining star of Class 1A. You all think you're so special, don't you?" he boomed, riding the coattails of a villain attack, like survivors deserve celebrity status. News flash: trauma doesn't make you better, it makes you vulnerable. His voice climbed louder. Your little class has had one spotlight moment, and suddenly the world bows. Pathetic. You were lucky. While we were training, you were being rescued. Roomie's expression didn't change. Monoma grinned wider. But that ends now. This is the sports festival. Our chance to prove you're all just overhyped cannon fodder. I'll show the world that 1B is stronger, smarter, and better in every way, starting with you, rabbit girl. Sue made a noise like a long exhale. That was a lot. Should we clap? Mina asked sarcastically. No, Roomie muttered. Then she moved. Their team angled in, Kiroshima driving forward, Sue bounding into the air with her tongue aimed for Monoma's right-hand support, Mina launching a glob of acid slick beneath their feet. Monoma blinked. Wait, too late. Roomie vaulted off Kiroshima's shoulders. Her body spun in a tight arc, her heel slamming into Monoma's chest like a missile. Wham! He flew backward, arms flailing, landing in a tangle of limbs and groans. She landed, crouched, graceful, and disinterested. You were saying? Roomie asked, brushing imaginary dust off her shoulder. Monoma wheezed. Rude. They pushed ahead, and Roomie's eyes caught green lightning. There he is, she said. The Green King with the crown. Their team cut across the battlefield. Just as Izuku's group passed nearby, floating, boosting, shifting like clockwork, Roomie launched again, not to win, but to tease. Yo, Zuku. Izuku turned as she came in. He bent back just enough so she could only tap his headband with 2 fingers, barely a flick. Tag, she whispered with a wink. Could have had it. She flipped off, returning to her team in a single motion. Tokiyami growled. She's mocking us. Izuku smiled. Let her. We'll win this the real way. Suddenly, ice spiked from the ground, huge, jagged walls forcing Izuku's team into a confined arena. They're boxing us in, Oaco yelled. May swore under her breath and kicked the booster. May's side launched up, Tokiyami compensated, and they spun out of the trap in a tight arc. Keep the 10 million band safe, she barked. Izuku blasted back a wave of air, cracking open one ice wall and revealing Todoroki, arms raised, eyes calm and cold. You should give up, Todoroki said. It'll be easier. No chance, Izuku replied. He narrowed his eyes, and struck first. A blast of air pressure fired like a cannon shot, slicing across the battlefield and cracking into Todoroki's side formation. Momo shifted to shield. Denki flinched. Iida stumbled slightly. Todoroki's eyes widened, surprised by the force. And then it happened. A spark. Flames flickered to life on Todoroki's left side. Uncontrolled. Reflexive. Izuku saw it. He blinked, stunned. Then his expression hardened. "You're still holding back," he growled. Todoroki clenched his jaw, extinguishing the flame immediately. No words. No apology. Izuku didn't press, but he didn't need to. The pressure had landed. The atmosphere in the stadium grew dense with tension. Dust hung in the air. Cheering turned to anxious murmuring. 1 minute left. Present Mike's voice tore through the arena. "This is it. Make it count." Todoroki's eyes burned with quiet urgency. He turned toward his engine-powered classmate. "Iida, it's time." Iida inhaled, locking eyes with his teammates. Recipro burst. "I'll be moving at maximum velocity for 10 seconds. After that, I'll be immobilized until my engines cool. We have one shot." Denki gritted his teeth. Momo shifted her grip on Todoroki. They both nodded. "Brace yourselves." The engines ignited. Recipro burst. A white-blue explosion of propulsion screamed across the battlefield. Todoroki's team launched forward like a missile, fast, sharp, devastating. Izuku felt the air shift behind him, felt the compression of the oncoming burst. Tokiyami, drop low. May, now, pivot left. Oaco lightened the team with zero gravity, and May let the boosters scream. Tokiyami shifted into a low brace and the formation tilted mid-run, narrowly avoiding the streaking blur of Todoroki's team. Iida passed in a blink, just missing Izuku's headband by centimeters. Izuku snapped his arm back and fired a pulse of air pressure, sending wind slicing behind Iida to knock off their trajectory. "They almost had it," Tokiyami said. "But they didn't," Izuku replied, eyes still locked forward. Roomie's team. Chaos unbound. Last run. Roomie barked. No plans. Just instincts. Kiroshima roared and burst forward like a tank. Sue vaulted again, tongue lashing out to throw herself over 3 riders and slap a headband clean off one. Mina skidded across her own acid, pivoting into an impossible U-turn. Roomie used the momentum and launched skyward, flipping twice, and stole 2 bands in a single motion, one from a general studies rider and the other from 1B. "Boom," she shouted. "Let's go." They reformed like wolves, regrouping mid-hunt and charged for one more loop. Shinszo, Bakugo, and Kendo, the final scramble. Shinszo kept his team to the edge of the storm. Ojiro moved mechanically under orders, pulling one last band with surgical timing. Bakugo didn't speak. He detonated in bursts, disrupting chases and forcing teams to divert. Team Kendo advanced steadily, vines lashing out, fists swinging wide. They snagged a final headband just before the timer. Beast. The stadium roared. The dust settled. Final rankings. First, Midoriya's team 10,120 points. Second, Todoroki's team 4,800 points. Third, Roomie's team 3,600 points. Fourth, Shinszo's team 3,300 points. Fifth, Kendo's team 3,000 points. Class 1A May huddled at the edge of the field. Every breath sounded like a victory. Sato dropped onto a bench, panting. "I feel like I bench-pressed a semi-truck." Zero chuckled. "We kinda did." Mina leaned against Sue. "If I acid one more thing today, I might dissolve myself." Oaco high-fived May. "You were insane out there." "I tuned it live," May grinned. "Not bad for version 1.3 boosters." Tokiyami gave Kiroshima a nod. "You tanked more hits than anyone." "I'm unbreakable," Kiroshima said with a tired smile. Izuku turned toward Roomie, grinning. "You didn't try to take my headband at the end." Roomie raised an eyebrow. "I wanted you to sweat. You'll owe me later." He laughed. "I'll pay in snacks." They bumped fists, soft and subtle. Nearby, Iida sat, engines steaming faintly. "Apologies. We burned out faster than anticipated." "You were spectacular," Momo said sincerely. "You almost got us the win." Across the field, Bakugo stood with arms crossed, staring silently at the rankings. Todoroki stood still, staring at his left hand. Shinszo let out a breath and quietly released his control. Ojiro blinked, then staggered back half a step. What? He murmured. Why am I over here? Shinszo looked him in the eye. You did great, but you might not remember it. Ojiro frowned, confused, unsettled, but Shinszo turned away before the questions could start. Present Mike's voice boomed. And that's it. The cavalry battle is done, and our top 4 move on. The crowd screamed, and Class 1A stood strong, exhausted, exhilarated, and unbroken. Pro Hero Suite. Endeavor sat forward in his seat, arms crossed, heat bleeding off him in a simmering haze. His eyes hadn't moved from Todoroki once since the start of the event. The flicker of flame, that hesitation, he didn't hide his scowl. Holding back again, he muttered. Beside him, Edgeshot sat like a shadow, calm and analytical. Still, his control is improving. Best Genist, perfectly pressed, nodded. Midoriya's coordination and tactical poise, admirable. That team was well balanced. Yukio leaned forward. That rabbit girl, Usajiyama. She's raw, but there's power and instinct. Feels like she'd take down villains without thinking twice. Crust grinned, fist raised. That's the spirit I like. She's got a presence. Their words quieted as the final rankings lit up across the stadium. Toshinori Yagi. In a quiet box away from the limelight, Toshinori Yagi watched it all unfold. His gaze didn't waver. They're growing, he murmured. Faster than expected. His sunken eyes lingered longest on Midoriya, then briefly to Todoroki, then Roomie. They're almost ready. He didn't say what, but his hand closed tightly into a fist on his knee. Back on the field, the arena lights spun and focused. At center stage, Midnight appeared in a dramatic swirl of smoke, voice purring into the microphone. Well, what a fiery finish to our cavalry battle, she said. But guess what, my darlings? The show's not over yet. She twirled. Next up is the most anticipated phase of our sports festival, the one-on-one tournament. The crowd roared. But wait, she held up a finger. There's a twist. With only 15 students qualifying, we're short one competitor. She gestured with flair to Team Kendo, 5th place finishers. So we'll be choosing one lucky student from the 5th place team to fill our final slot. Gasps and murmurs rolled through the stands. Before the selection could happen, a quiet but firm voice cut through the tension. I'd like to withdraw. All eyes turned to Ojiro, who stepped forward from Shinszo's group. I don't remember the cavalry battle, he said. I don't know what I did, and I don't feel right taking a place in the tournament I didn't earn. Whispers swept across the stadium. Even Midnight looked stunned. But then, she smiled. Ojiro, darling, while I hate losing such a gentleman, I respect your honesty. She flipped a page on her clipboard. Looks like we've got 2 empty spots now. Off to the side, Kendo, a girl of medium height and has a slim build. She has sharp yet rounded teal eyes with white pupils and long orange hair that she typically wears tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Conferred quickly with her teammates. I vote Tetsu Tetsu, she said. He's been dying to prove himself. I vote for Abara, said Tetsu Tetsu, smirking. She's got grace under fire. Abara, a medium-height girl with green, thorn-covered vines for hair, some wrapped around her forehead in a cross-shaped emerald. I don't mind either way. Kendo gave a nod. Then it's settled. Tetsu Tetsu and Abara will enter. Midnight twirled once more, throwing her arm out as the stadium staff began transforming the battlefield. And now, she shouted, it's time for lunch and a well-deserved hour break. Our students will need every minute of it, because the next round is a battle of heart, skill, and sheer grit. Cheers rang out. Students began to file off the field, laughing, panting, clutching their sides or their gear. The pressure hadn't gone away. It had simply shifted. The stadium concession concourse had been transformed into a makeshift rest zone. The concrete shade beneath the massive stands provided a cooling break from the heat of the tournament floor. Fold-out tables and plastic chairs lined the area. Ice buckets and towels were stacked near vending machines. Above, the roar of the crowd had quieted into a soft murmur. Fans were off getting food, stretching their legs. But tension still lingered like humidity in the air. The next round loomed. The Class 1A camp. A long table was filled with the usual suspects. Izuku, Roomie, Oaco, Suyu, Kiroshima, Mina, Denki, Tokiyami, Shoji, Shiro, Jiro, Iida, Momo, Sato, Aoyama, and Toru had pulled their seats into an open square of friendly fire and food. Uniforms were rumpled, faces were flushed, bandages, cold packs, and loose hair told stories no scoreboard could capture. Only one of them was missing. "Where's May? She bolted right after the match," Denki said, chewing a rice ball one-handed. "Something about recalibrating her thruster rig. The gremlin returns to her lair," Tokiyami murmured, oddly reverent. "I bet she's somewhere duct-taped to the ceiling with a wrench in her mouth," Mina laughed. "She'll reappear when we least expect it," Momo said with an amused sigh. "Like a jump scare," Jiro added. Near the corner, Ojiro finished his soup in silence. Several eyes slid his way. "You doing okay?" Kiroshima asked, voice gentle. "I'm good. Really," Ojiro said. "I don't regret stepping down. I didn't fight that round. It wasn't me." "That's pretty manly," Kiroshima replied. "Takes guts to walk away." "You did good," Shoji said, a rare softness in his tone. Ojiro nodded. "Thanks." Even Bakugo, sitting alone nearby with his arms crossed and scowl permanent, didn't interject. Sato had his leg propped up on another chair, chewing slowly while icing his knee. "You guys feel that crunch during the last minute?" "I thought my femur screamed." "I think I felt that from the other side of the field," Shiro said, gently rotating his shoulder. "I nearly ate a support drone," Denki muttered. "It was filming you," Mina said helpfully. "Great. My death would have gone viral. You'd get a fancy memorial," Aoyama chimed. "Very sparkly. That's something." "Hey, Zuku," Roomie said as she leaned on the table, sipping from his water bottle without asking. "You planning to float to first place again?" "I was thinking I'd sprint," he replied. "Gotta stay ahead of the bunny." "Oh, you sure you're not riding the wave of my chaos?" "You mean dodging it?" "Same difference." She tapped a cold pack against his neck playfully, then stole another dumpling from his plate. "You know that was my last one, right?" She grinned. "Guess you gotta earn dessert now." Toru was balancing grapes in the air using bursts of her breath. Shoji caught one mid-arc and popped it in his mouth without a word. "Show off," she muttered. Jiro sat with one earbud in, the other out, tapping her finger to the beat of something lo-fi and brooding. "No one better start crying before the fights start," she said. "I just rehydrated." Momo was scribbling in a small notepad, drawing possible matchups. "You planning strategy?" Sue asked. "I like being prepared," Momo said. "I just hope I'm not facing someone like Roomie." "Ah," Roomie said. "You don't wanna fight me. I like my bones unbroken." The volume dipped as the group started winding down. Everyone had their fill, laughter giving way to long stretches of quiet chewing and slow breathing. That's when Shoto Todoroki approached. He stepped calmly, his steps unhurried, his expression unreadable. Roomie's ears twitched. Shoto stopped behind Izuku. "Midoriya," he said. Izuku looked up, blinking. "Yeah, I'd like to speak to you. In private." Chairs scraped quietly as people looked around. Izuku stood without much hesitation. "Sure. Lead the way." He gave Roomie a small nod, and she returned it, watchful, but trusting. They disappeared down the far corridor. And for the first time since the lunch break started, the table was silent. The corridor behind the concession zone was cool, shadowed by layers of concrete and steel. Sound from the crowd was a distant rumble, like thunder too far off to touch. Shoto Todoroki walked a few steps ahead of Izuku, hands at his sides, shoulders tense but still. He stopped beneath an overhead vent and turned slowly. "I felt something during the cavalry battle," Shoto said, voice low. "Something I've only felt once before." Izuku tilted his head slightly. "That pressure," Todoroki continued. "Like the sky was about to fall. I've only ever felt that from All Might." He paused, eyes narrowing. "That presence, and it was coming from you." Izuku blinked, stunned. "I didn't want to use my fire," Shoto said, his voice carrying a tremor. "I swore I wouldn't, but for a second, it flared. Because of you." He looked down at his hand, fingers curling slightly. "I hate that part of me." Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but Shoto kept speaking. "My father married my mother for her quirk. He wanted a child that could surpass All Might. I was born for that. Created, basically." His jaw tightened. Since I was 5, he's trained me like a soldier. Not a son. And he broke her. She snapped. She scalded me. Boiling water to the face. Shoto touched the edge of his scar. Not out of malice. Out of trauma. Because every time she looked at me, she saw him. Izuku's breath caught. Since then, I decided, I'd become a hero without using anything that came from him. I'd win without his fire. He looked up again, his eyes clouded. But when I saw you out there, surrounded, targeted, still standing, I felt that pressure again. That expectation. And I hated that it made me burn. Izuku stepped forward, voice calm but firm. You're strong. But if you keep holding back like this, you're going to get hurt. Or worse, someone else might. Shoto snapped his gaze toward him. I know that, but I can't. I'm not saying you have to forgive your father, Izuku interrupted gently. But you're not him. That fire. Your fire, it's yours now. It can be something more. There was a long silence. Shoto's eyes dropped to the floor. You've got All Might in your corner, he muttered. It's not my place to pry, but it'll just make bearing with Mai that much more impactful to my old man. This isn't about them, Izuku said quietly. Maybe not to you. They stood there a moment longer, the silence dense between them. Then Shoto turned. I just wanted you to know. When I beat you, it's nothing personal, but it has to be done. With that, he walked off into the shadows. A couple of minutes passed by as Izuku stood there processing everything he just heard. Then, a rustle nearby. Bakugo stepped out from behind one of the concrete pillars, arms crossed, scowl in place. So that's what it was about, he muttered. Izuku looked up. You were listening. Didn't need to. You two talk like it's a damn stage play. He turned, heading past him. As he passed Izuku's shoulder, he added, just don't forget, we all gotta fight sooner or later. And with that, he was gone. Back at the table, the energy in the concession area had picked up again. Mina was stacking cups, Kiroshima was mid-story, and someone had tried to balance napkins on Aoyama's shoulders. Izuku returned slower than before. Roomie spotted him first and waved him over. You good? She asked as he slid into his seat. Yeah, we talked, he replied, but his eyes lingered in the distance. He sat down in a nearby chair and tried to think of what to do with the information he had dumped on him. He barely noticed the chair scrape beside him until an arm looped around his shoulder, tight, playful, but insistent. Hey, Roomie said, leaning in. Get out of that broccoli brain of yours. Izuku blinked. Huh, she poked his cheek, hard enough to make him wince. You're spiraling again. Quit it. He rubbed his face. I'm not spiraling. Sure you are. You've got that dumb thoughtful face on. You know, the one where you stare into the void and think you're the only one with problems. I don't. You do. She cut in, grinning now. So let me help. You've got a match to win. Izuku exhaled, just a little embarrassed. Right. The tournament. Damn right, Roomie said, standing up and cracking her knuckles. So stop moping and get your head in the game. I wanna see what you've got out there. She offered a hand. Izuku looked at it, then at her. Then he smiled. Okay, he said, let's go. Stadium floor, main arena. The class had gathered on the floor of the stadium once again, cheers echoing from every side of the arena. Midnight stepped forward, her whip coiled and voice booming with theatrical glee. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the main event. The crowd roared. The tournament arc, the one-on-one combat tournament, begins now. More applause. Sparks fired in the sky. The rules are simple, Midnight said, striking a pose. Win by ring out, immobilization, or submission. No maiming, and when I say stop you stop. Got it. Most students nodded. A few, like Bakugo, didn't bother. Now, our competitors have been randomly matched up for round 1. Let's take a look at the bracket. A massive hologram shimmered into view above the arena, slowly rotating to reveal the matchups. Round 1 matchups. 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinszo. 2. Tetsu Tetsu vs. Fumikage Tokiyami. 3. Mina Ishido vs. Tenya Iida. 4. May Hatsu vs. Suyu Asui. 5. Roomie Usajiyama vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. 6. Denki Kaminari vs. Abara Shiozaki. 7. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Ochako Uraraka. 8. Shoto Todoroki vs. Eijiro Kiroshima. Excited murmurs rippled across the students. Roomie cracked her neck, eyes narrowing as she spotted her name. Oh hell yeah, she grinned. Let's dance, rich girl. Across the ring, Momo blinked in alarm. Oh dear, it seems I have jinxed myself. Better start preparing strategies, she muttered to no one in particular. Izuku looked at his bracket, then over to the quiet purple-haired boy nearby, Hitoshi Shinszo. Their eyes met. No words were exchanged, but Shinszo smiled, slowly, confidently. Midnight twirled her whip as the final bracket placements shimmered above the arena. Now then, she called out, voice filled with flair. For those of you who didn't make it into the tournament, or whose matches are still a bit away, please find your seats. You'll be sitting in your class sections. Class 1A and 1B will be neighbors today, so feel free to cheer, or taunt, your rivals. There were a few chuckles, and some groans. Oh, and for our competitors, she added, we have designated waiting rooms just off the arena floor. Use that time to warm up, stretch, or practice your victory poses. You've earned it. With that, the students began dispersing. Roomie leaned close to Izuku as they walked, grinning. You got this, hero boy. He smiled back. You too, Bunbin. She gave him a hard shoulder bump before jogging off toward their class section, her energy already firing. But before Izuku could take a step, a voice called out. You're Midoriya, right? Izuku turned, and standing there was Hitoshi Shinszo, hands in his pockets, eyes tired but sharp. I figured I should say hi, Shinszo continued. You know, since we're about to fight and all. Izuku opened his mouth to answer. Midoriya, only for Ojiro to rush in, grabbing him by the shoulder. The tail boy looked tense, eyes locked on Shinszo. Don't respond to him, Ojiro said under his breath. Just come with me. Shinszo raised an eyebrow, expression unreadable. Izuku glanced between the two before nodding and letting Ojiro guide him away. They walked in silence until they reached the prep room. That was close, Ojiro muttered. Izuku looked at him. What do you mean? I've been thinking about what happened during the cavalry battle, Ojiro said. It's all fuzzy. I don't remember anything after he spoke to me. I think his quirk lets him control people if they respond. Izuku's eyes widened. Brainwashing. Yeah, I can't prove it, but it makes sense. Izuku absorbed the info, his grip tightening. Thanks, Ojiro. No problem. Just, be careful. You're strong, but he's tricky. Ojiro gave him a nod and left for the stands. Izuku took a breath, stepping further into the prep room. Alone now, he paced, running through his options. Brainwashing through conversation. So if I don't talk, I'm safe, but what if he tries to provoke me? He'll definitely know I've been warned. He sat, flexing his fingers. I'll just have to stay calm, he whispered. Stay sharp. Stay quiet. A few minutes later, arena ring. The platform was the same as before, wide, white concrete with boundary lines clear and harsh. The audience thundered in anticipation. Present Mike's voice blasted through the stadium. Up first, he's been tearing his way through the competition, maintaining first place up to this point, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Applause. And facing him, nothing much to say except he's the ultimate dark horse, Hitoshi Shinszo from General Studies. Less applause, but a rising murmur of curiosity. As both boys stepped onto the ring, the silence between them was heavy. You may begin, yelled Midnight from her platform. Shinszo stood with his hands still in his pockets. You know, he began casually, you're really lucky. Born with a flashy quirk, All Might as teacher, all the potential in the world. Must be nice. Izuku said nothing. You don't have to be a jerk about it, Shinszo continued. I'm just trying to talk. Still nothing. He frowned. Okay. Playing it quiet. Smart. Shinszo stepped forward. You know, it's a shame how you keep letting that bunny girl carry you, he said flatly. She's always cleaning up after you, always watching your back. Wonder how long she'll last before she realizes she's too good for a guy who can't even win without help. Izuku's eyes twitched. Or is she probably only hanging around 'cause she feels bad for you, or does she just need you to scratch that itch for her? You know what they say about bunnies. The words struck harder than they should have. Izuku's fists clenched, and he snapped back. Shut up. Instantly, Shinszo's eyes flashed. Gotcha. Now be a good boy and walk out of this ring. Izuku's body froze. His arms relaxed. His legs turned. And slowly, mechanically, he began walking toward the edge of the ring. Commentator booth. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, feeling slightly bad for one of his top students. There it is, he muttered into the mic. That's Shinszo's quirk. Present Mike looked at him. Wait, seriously, brainwashing. If you respond to him, he can control you. It's a one-time use in battle until broken, and if you know what to look for, you can avoid it. But if you don't, dang, Mike said, that's scary. Stands. Class 1A section. Wait, what's going on? Mina shouted. He's walking out. Kaminari stood up. Something's wrong, Momo said, eyes wide. Oh, what's this? The golden child of 1A about to lose to a lowly general study student. How sad, came the snide smug remark from Monoma from his spot in Class 1B's section. No one replied as the whole close was only concerned for their friend who had fought so hard to get here. Roomie was already at the rail, fingers gripping the metal tight. No, she muttered. No, Izuku. Her voice echoed across the arena. Inside Izuku's mind. What's happening? I can't stop. My legs won't listen. Izuku's mind was racing, panic building fast. He could hear the crowd. He could see the edge. Just a few steps more. And then, a shadow in the hallway beyond the ring. Someone stood there. No, several someones. A man tattered clothing stood at the front. He had white shoulder-length hair. A woman with an athletic build and a familiar belt buckle highlighted her hero suit. The only other thing that stood out was her hair. It resembled his mother's. The user that spoke to him before in his dream was visible too. The others weren't distinguishable yet, but one thing. Faint glowing eyes in the dark. The man in the front started to speak. Fear not, ninth, remember, the man said. We're with you. A golden spark ignited behind Izuku's eyes. Then, flash, a surge of energy burst through his body, violently breaking the control. His finger snapped, blood flaring as one for all pulsed to life. The moment Izuku's foot hovered over the ring's edge, it stopped. His body jerked, eyes flaring green and gold. A snap echoed through the arena as he broke free, his index finger hanging limp, fractured by the sheer force of one for all. Up in the commentary booth, Present Mike nearly dropped his mic. Whoa, what just happened down there? Was that? Did he just snap his own finger? Aizawa's voice remained cool but alert. He overpowered Shinszo's brainwashing with sheer force of will. That surge of power that was Midoriya's quirk. Man, this kid's something else, Present Mike muttered, watching in awe. Back on the ring, Izuku turned slowly, breathing hard. Shinszo blinked. What? Izuku didn't answer. He walked, slow, steady, toward him. You, how? Shinszo stammered. You were under. He backed up a step. Don't look at me like that. Shinszo snapped. You don't know what it's like. People say my quirk is evil, like I'm some kind of villain. Aizawa's voice cut in again from the booth. This is what I was afraid of, he said quietly. He's not just fighting Midoriya, he's fighting the world's perception of him. I had to claw my way just to stand on this stage. Shinszo continued. You had everything handed to you. Still, Izuku said nothing. He stepped forward, fists raised. With no sign of lightning in sight, his message was clear. No quirk, just a fair fight. He lunged. The first punch was clean, controlled. Shinszo stumbled, reacting too slowly. Another strike to the side, then a sweep. Midoriya's not letting up. Present Mike called. No flashy powers, no tricks. Just raw, honest combat. Shinszo was up again, throwing a desperate punch, but Izuku ducked, pivoted, and with a shoulder charge, knocked him over the edge. And he's out. Victory. Izuku Midoriya. Midnight shouted. The crowd erupted. Commentator booth. Present Mike whooped. What a comeback. He turned that match around with nothing but grit, and a broken finger. Aizawa nodded, eyes thoughtful. That's Midoriya for you. He analyzes, he adapts, and he never gives up. But don't count Shinszo out. His quirk has real hero potential. After the match, the ring. Izuku exhaled, slightly winded, finger still throbbing. He approached Shinszo, who was pushing himself off the ground, frustration in his eyes. Izuku held out a hand. Shinszo stared. Why? Because your quirk's incredible, Izuku said. And because I get it. I used to be powerless, too. Everyone told me I couldn't be a hero. He paused. You're not the only one trying to prove something. Shinszo hesitated, then took the hand. Izuku helped him to his feet. Don't give up. Keep chasing that dream. But don't rely only on your quirk. A strong quirk's great, but it's useless if the body can't back it up. Shinszo looked at him, jaw tight, but nodded once. Stands. Pro hero section. Two lower-ranking heroes leaned toward each other. That brainwashing ability, with a bit of hand-to-hand training, he'd be scary good in stealth ops or hostage rescues. He could definitely make it. Kid just needs the right teacher. Stands. Class 1A. Roomie let out a shaky breath, leaning forward on the railing. Dumbass, she muttered, but there was relief behind her smirk. He did it, Kiroshima said with a grin. He really pulled through. Damn right he did, Roomie replied. That's my man. With the crowd still roaring, Izuku stepped off the ring, bruised but victorious. Top 10 VIP box. Endeavor leaned forward, arms crossed, eyes burning with interest. He snapped his own finger to break brainwashing, and still fought on. He grunted. HMPH. Reckless, but effective. Best Genist, seated near the edge, adjusted his collar. I'd say it was more than reckless. That level of control over pain and instinct. Impressive. Yukio, arms folded and calm-eyed, nodded slightly. And Shinszo, he has potential. With the right training, he could easily fit into high-pressure operations. Edgeshot said nothing, but narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. In the back row, Crust clapped politely. The heart of a true hero. Both of them showed that today. Several of the lower-ranked pros and reporters murmured in agreement. Endeavor, meanwhile, stood up and left the box and proceeded to head down to the main floor. Class 1A section. After being patched up by Recovery Girl, Izuku jogged his way back into the Class 1A seating area, now surrounded by energized cheers and scattered hooting. He barely had time to smile before something white and fast launched into him. Zuku. Roomie tackled him. Full body glomp, arms wrapping around his back like a vice. You absolute dumbass, she snapped, voice shaking but her grip tighter. You scared the hell out of me. I'm okay, he wheezed, laughing nervously. Finger hurts, but I saw you marching like a zombie. You were about to walk right off the edge. I was gonna leap in and slap you myself. The rest of the class laughed. Geez, leave some oxygen for the rest of us, Kaminari said. Zero elbowed him. Dude, let them have their moment. Momo smiled gently. You did well, Midoriya. You killed it out there, man. Mina beamed. Tokiyami gave a quiet nod. A victory earned in darkness. Fitting. From the next section over, a voice rang out. Well. Look who managed to win by being dramatically brainwashed and then punching someone. Monoma leaned over the rail, arms spread smugly. Should we clap, or pity you? Don't mind him, Kendo muttered, yanking him back by the collar. He's just bitter. No one cares what we're doing right now. We're building character, Monoma protested. Abara Shiozaki, seated calmly nearby, simply offered a kind, it was a commendable display, Midoriya. Arena tunnel. As Shoto Todoroki walked toward the arena, arms calm at his sides, a large, powerful figure stepped into his path. Endeavor. Shoto, he said, voice heavy. You've seen the others now. You know you can beat them. Use your full strength. Show them what you are. Shoto stopped. He didn't look at his father. Didn't say a word. Endeavor stepped forward. Don't forget why you're here. You were born to. Shoto turned his head slightly. I'm not here because of you, he said coldly. I'm here in spite of you. And then he walked away. Endeavor's expression darkened, but he didn't follow. Match 2 Shoto Todoroki vs. Eijiro Kiroshima. Back in the ring, the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Match 2. Midnight called out. Shoto Todoroki vs. Eijiro Kiroshima. Let's go, Horn Buddy. Mina shouted. Kiroshima stomped into the ring, cracking his knuckles. Alright, Ice Prince, let's see what you've got. Shoto said nothing. The match began, and Kiroshima charged in, hardening activated. A wave of ice surged forward. Kiroshima punched through the first, the second, gritting his teeth as frost bit his arms. But the third, too fast, too thick, it engulfed the ring, freezing everything. Kiroshima was stuck mid-stride, locked into a glacier. Winner. Shoto Todoroki. Midnight declared. Class 1A. Whoa, Kaminari blinked. Kiri didn't even flinch, but that's just too much power. He tried, Momo said softly. But Todoroki's defense is overwhelming. Dude's a one-man natural disaster, Zero muttered. Roomie leaned forward, frowning. He's still only using the ice. Izuku sat beside her, quiet. He's still holding back. The frost still clung to the ring as the arena's heating systems roared to life, slowly melting the thick ice. In the VIP observation booth, the top 10 heroes sat in thoughtful silence, until Crust finally spoke. Spectacular quirk usage. That boy's got the instincts of a pro already. Only using his ice, though, Yukio said calmly. Not once did he tap into that fire of his. Best Jeanist leaned forward, inspecting a slow-mo replay. Control, precision, yet clearly holding back. Almost like he's punishing himself. Edgeshot's voice was quiet but sharp. He's limiting his own battlefield. Against someone stronger, that hesitation will cost him. Endeavor, who had already returned from confronting his son, arms folded tight across his chest, grunted audibly. He's being stubborn. Yukio glanced at him. Are conflicted. Endeavor said nothing. From the back, MT. Lady, recently bumped just outside the top 10, chimed in. That Kiroshima kid took that ice head on. If nothing else, he's built like a tank. Give him a year or two. Crust gave an enthusiastic nod. Spirit of a hero. I'd watch his career. The stadium buzzed with anticipation as the next two names were announced. Match 3. Mina Ishido vs Tenya Iida. Midnight's voice rang out. Speed versus style. Let's see what happens. In the ring, Mina bounced on her heels, rolling her shoulders with her trademark grin. Alright, engine legs. Let's see what that fancy exhaust can do. Tenya adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. I shall treat this match with the utmost respect, Ishido. Please brace yourself. The whistle blew. Mina bolted forward, sliding low, acid coating her boots, allowing her to surf across the ring like a skater on ice. The crowd cheered at the spectacle. Let's go, she shouted, twirling and launching globs of acid as distractions. Iida activated Recipro Burst immediately. With a mechanical roar, he became a blue and white blur, zigzagging to avoid the acid and then closing the distance faster than she expected. Oh, she tried to skate out of the way, but Iida's shoulder check hit like a freight train. Mina was launched backward, but recovered mid-skid, flipping and planting her hands. She sprayed acid at the floor to slow herself down, barely staying inbounds. Incredible, Present Mike shouted. Did you see that landing? She's improvising on instinct, Aizawa said coolly. But Iida still has the speed advantage. If she can't ground him, it's only a matter of time. Mina launched a counterattack, spraying acid in wide arcs across the floor to limit Iida's movement. I got tricks too, 4 wheels. But Iida took a moment to calculate, then charged directly through the acid, his armored legs steaming slightly. He grit his teeth through the burn and slammed forward again. Bam! Mina was launched a second time, this time over the edge. Ishido is out of bounds. Tenya Iida advances. Tenya rushed to her immediately. Are you all right? I deeply apologize for the impact. Mina, lying flat on her back, gave a dazed thumbs up. Tell my slime babies, I love them. The crowd laughed warmly, and Iida helped her to her feet. Class 1A reactions. Zero leaned over to Kaminari. I've never seen her slide like that before. She was like a pink acid-powered ninja, Kaminari whispered. Roomie grinned. Tough break, but flashy as hell. Izuku nodded. Iida's control and speed, they're way sharper than before. He's been training hard. Pro Hero Box. As Mina Ishido was helped off the field and the ring was reset, the top 10 heroes continued observing with sharp eyes and subtle conversation. Best Jeanist crossed his legs, fingers steepled. That girl has flair. Messy, perhaps, but effective in her creativity. Yukio nodded. She turned acid into mobility. That's a rare application. Edgeshot gave a faint hum. Unrefined but instinctive. She'd do well with situational training. Endeavor, still brooding, grunted, she couldn't finish. Power without focus is wasted potential. Crust shook his head. Don't be so harsh. That was spirit. Antenya Iida. Clean, calculated, and decisive. His movement has matured, Yukio added. He's no longer just relying on speed. He's thinking while he runs. Arena floor. Midnight raised her whip. Match 4. May Hatsu vs Suyu Asui. Suyu stepped forward, calm and collected, her frog-like movements smooth and efficient. May practically bounced onto the field, already wearing half a dozen whirring gadgets across her arms, legs, and back. "Hi there," she shouted. "Thanks so much for agreeing to be my test subject, opponent." Suyu blinked. "Ribbit, sure." The whistle blew. May immediately launched herself backward, one of her spring boots flinging her across the ring. Whump. She bounced off the wall and fired a net launcher from her wrist. Suyu flipped over it with ease, landed lightly, and extended her tongue to snag a rock from the arena floor, then flicked it like a slingshot, knocking one of May's goggles off. "Ooh, bullseye." Present Mike laughed. "Suyu's keeping her distance and watching her patterns," Aizawa observed. "Good instincts." May activated a spinning Euro belt that made her hard to pin down, bouncing and spinning like a pinball. New stabilization system. Not market ready but close. Suyu ducked and wove through the chaos with precise frog-like leaps, her eyes never leaving May. Then, opportunity struck. May activated what looked like a hover disc, but it sputtered, dipped, and dropped her toward the edge of the ring. Suyu lashed her tongue out again, snagged a piece of May's shoulder rig, and tugged. The added momentum spun May right over the boundary line. "Winner. Suyu Asui." Midnight called. May picked herself up, brushing dust off her boots. "That was awesome. I got great data." Suyu approached quietly. "You fight in a weird way, but you're fun." May beamed. "Oh, I'm not here to win. I'm here to pitch my brand." Suyu gave a slow blink. "Ribbit. Class 1A. That girl's insane," Kaminari whispered. "I love it," said Mina, still icing her shoulder. "We need her in a team match." Roomie raised a brow. "Froggy's cool under pressure. Smart moves." Izuku scribbled notes which again the others didn't see him pull it out, slightly scaring Denki. "Suyu's spatial awareness is incredible. She adapts mid-fight better than anyone I've seen." Monoma sighed loudly. The inventor girl had no style. Just chaos. Which is funny, Kendo deadpanned, since you're basically chaos in a uniform. Pro Hero Box. As May cheerfully rolled her gadgets off the field and Suyu exited with her signature calm, the heroes resumed their observations. Best Jeanist crossed one leg over the other. May Hatsu, unconventional, but she's an inventor first. That match wasn't about victory, it was a tech demo. Suyu, however, Edgeshot said quietly, made no wasted movements. Her awareness of spacing, timing, and reaction speed, remarkable. Yukio nodded. She adapts in real time, stays measured under pressure. That's rare in someone so young. Crust pumped a fist. She's got poise, grace, and that tongue is no joke. Endeavor, her power is subtle, but dangerous in the right hands. She fights like a tracker, efficient. No flair, just results. The group turned as the next names flashed across the stadium screen. Match 5. Roomie Usajiyama vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Yukio straightened. This will be a real clash. Best Jeanist adjusted his collar. A free-spirited brawler versus one of the most analytical minds in the tournament. This could be the most interesting match yet. Arena floor. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium. Match 5. Roomie Usajiyama vs Momo Yaoyorozu. A hush of curiosity swept the audience. Two standouts, both respected, both powerful in vastly different ways. Roomie stepped into the ring barefoot, ears twitching slightly, her arms folded and her white hair blowing in the wind. She bounced slightly on her toes, her stance loose and confident. Across from her, Momo Yaoyorozu adjusted her uniform, the flap of her hero skirt billowing. Her expression was calm, but her eyes were razor sharp. "I've studied you," Momo said evenly. "You're fast, unpredictable, and you hit hard. But I have counters." Roomie smirked. "Good. I'd be real bored otherwise. Midnight's whip cracked. Begin. Momo moved first, summoning a large folding riot shield from her arm and angling it low. Roomie shot forward like a bullet. Boom. Her first kick slammed into the shield, driving Momo back, but not breaking it. Momo dropped a smoke pellet from her belt and vanished into a fog. Roomie landed, crouched low. Cute trick, she muttered. Suddenly, shurikens made of carbon steel flew from the mist. Roomie dodged one, leapt over another, and snapped the third out of the air with her hand. TCH. You got guts, rich girl. Momo emerged behind a tall polearm forming in her hand, clearly a halberd-like weapon. She swung wide. Roomie ducked, rolled under it, and tried to sweep the leg, but Momo jumped back, already forming stun grenades in her palms. The grenades dropped. Flash. Light blinded the air. Roomie flinched, but her ears twitched. She didn't need her eyes. She kicked the ground, launched herself forward blindly, and struck Momo square in the gut before the smoke had even cleared. Momo tumbled, rolled, recovered. Her halberd shattered into parts as it hit the ground. Trap pieces exploded around Roomie, tossing her back slightly. Momo rose, panting but steady. Dash dash. In the stands. Class 1A. Whoa. Momo's fighting like she's prepped for every scenario, Kaminari gasped. I didn't even know she could make traps like that, Zero muttered. Izuku leaned forward. She's using multi-layered contingency, defense into offense, fog into traps, keeping Roomie reacting. She won't last if she stays defensive though, Shoji added. Usajiyama'll break through eventually. Dash dash. Back in the ring. Roomie wiped dust from her cheek. Alright, she said with a grin. No more playin'. She stomped one foot, cracked the tile, and burst forward like a cannon. Momo summoned a barrier staff, but Roomie twisted, feinted left, and flipped over it. Her heel slammed down on Momo's shoulder, knocking her hard to the ground. Before the second strike could land, Momo raised her hand. I yield. Silence. Then Midnight raised a hand. Winner. Roomie Usajiyama. Roomie stood over her, breathing hard. Momo smiled faintly from the ground. You would have landed the second blow. Roomie offered her a hand. Damn right I would've, but you made me earn it. Momo accepted it. I'm glad. Dash dash. Pro Hero Box. Yukio smiled. That rabbit girl's got instinct and control. But Yaoyorozu, she fought smart. Very smart. Edgeshot nodded. One of the only students to survive that long against Usajiyama's pressure. Endeavor didn't look away. She'll be a problem later. Both of them. Class 1A section. Roomie hopped up the stairs and into Class 1A's seating section, dust still in her hair and her grin wide. I'm back, nerds, she shouted, arms up like a champion. Kaminari whistled. She took apart Momo like it was nothing. Mina leaned over and gave Roomie a high five. Okay, that was savage. I didn't even know Momo could fight like that. Roomie flopped down into her seat, right next to Izuku, stretching with a long yawn. Ya see that, she said smugly. Told ya I'd finish it quick. Izuku chuckled softly. You didn't exactly finish it quick. She actually gave you a good fight. She did. Not bad for someone who thinks too much. Izuku handed her a bottle of water. Still, that was incredible. You read her rhythm mid-fight and adjusted your form without overcommitting. I saw you hold back your second kick, too. Roomie side-eyed him, then smirked. Don't go getting all analytical on me now. I just didn't want to knock her into the stands in front of the cameras. She took the bottle from him, but instead of drinking it, she leaned over and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. You keep making that face and I'm gonna have to start beating people away with my ears. Izuku turned to look at her questioningly. What face? The proud boyfriend one, she teased, flicking his forehead with a finger. It's cute, just not subtle. The rest of the class groaned. Ugh, you guys are so mushy, Kaminari said. Let them have it, Mina grinned. They're the class power couple. Dash dash. Class 1B section. Disgusting. Monoma sneered. Public displays of affection, flaunting their wins like royalty. What are they trying to prove? Love, Kendo offered dryly. Monoma ignored her. Yaoyorozu nearly won that. She had form, tactics, elegance. That rabbit brute just jumped around until something hit. Sure, Tetsu Tetsu said, munching popcorn. But she did win. You can't argue with results. Abara, still serene, spoke softly. It was a good match. Both fought with conviction. It will be a pleasure to face either of them. Momo huffed. Well, someone in our class has to beat Class A before they declare themselves unbeatable. Good luck with that, Kendo muttered, dragging him back into his seat by the back of his collar again. Midnight's voice rang out again. And now, Match 6. Denki Kaminari vs Abara Shiozaki. Competitors, to the ring. Kaminari stood up, adjusted his support gear, and exhaled. All right, fellas, wish me luck. You got this, Sparky, Mina called. Don't fry your brain in front of the cameras, Shiro added with a grin. You'll do fine, Izuku said encouragingly. Roomie leaned back with a smirk. If she ties you in a vine cocoon, we're not bailing you out. The arena settled again as both combatants stepped onto the ring. The crowd murmured with anticipation. There was curiosity surrounding both of them. One was unpredictable and flashy, the other was composed, devout, and quietly deadly. Midnight raised her hand. Match 6. Denki Kaminari vs Abara Shiozaki. Let's begin. The whistle blew. Denki sparked instantly, hands crackling with yellow bolts. All right, no holding back. He launched a wild bolt across the ring. Abara dodged gracefully, her vine-like hair already unfurling behind her in smooth, controlled arcs. Electricity is dangerous, she said calmly. But you wield it without focus. That is not righteousness. Denki blinked. What? The vines struck. He leapt back, then launched a burst of static shotgun lightning, short range, high spread. It forced Abara to back off, but only for a moment. Her vines wove into a net and grounded the energy, letting the current travel into the soil harmlessly. No way, Denki breathed. She's redirecting my charge. Up in the stands, Class 1A. Mina blinked. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. She's absorbing his lightning like she was born to do it, Momo observed. Her hair must act like a grounding coil. Roomie leaned over. He better get in close or this is over. Back in the ring. Denki charged, switching tactics. No more range games. Let's do this up close. He ran in, ducked a vine, and tried to get under her reach, but Abara's vines spread like roots, wrapping around his wrist mid-swing and locking him in place. Wait. With a tug, she flipped him over, then planted him flat on his back, vines coiling rapidly around his arms and legs. Denki's eyes widened. Oh come on, winner. Abara Shiozaki, Midnight declared. Commentary booth. Present Mike couldn't help but laugh. Talk about divine punishment. Aizawa sighed. Kaminari has the energy, but not the discipline. Shiozaki overwhelmed him with control and counter tactics. After the match, Abara knelt down beside him, her tone serene. You fought with passion. That is admirable. Denki blinked. Thanks. Sorry if I made things weird. She smiled gently. You did. Class 1A section. Denki shuffled back up the stairs, arms covered in leaf-shaped marks and face bright red. You good, Sparky? Shiro asked. Dude, Kaminari mumbled. She destroyed me and then told me I was passionate like it was a funeral compliment. Roomie howled with laughter. She blessed you with the sacred L. Class 1B section. Momo clapped, smug as ever. Finally, a clean victory over 1A. Thank you, Shiozaki. A model of grace and righteous victory. Kendo sighed. Don't make it weird. She wrapped him up like a sushi roll, Tetsu Tetsu said between bites. That was wild. With the ring cleared again, the screens flashed. Next match. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Oaco Uraraka, and the crowd collectively leaned forward. The stadium buzzed with tension as the next match was announced. Next up, Katsuki Bakugo vs Oaco Uraraka. From Class 1A's section, Kaminari muttered, this is gonna get ugly. Shiro nodded. He hasn't really let loose yet. Commentary booth. Present Mike leaned into the mic, his voice booming. Our next matchup. Boomboy himself versus the zero-gravity sweetheart. What kind of clash are we in for, Eraser? Aizawa, eyes narrowed behind his scarf, replied flatly. Depends how Bakugo handles it. Uraraka's smarter than she looks, and Bakugo, he's been wound tight since school started. Arena floor. Bakugo entered the ring, silent and seething. His boots echoed as he walked, palms already hissing with tiny sparks. He didn't shout, didn't sneer. He just stood there, tension coiled like a spring. Across from him, Oaco stepped out with a calm but focused look, nerves held behind sheer willpower. Midnight raised her hand. Begin. Bakugo didn't wait. Boom. A sharp, controlled blast ripped up the ground just in front of Oaco. She leapt back, then sprinted sideways, trying to close the gap. Bakugo's hands crackled again. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions chased her step by step, not trying to hit directly, but to wear her down, keep her scrambling. Commentary booth. Present mic. Whoa. Bakugo's already lighting her up. Those blasts are serious. Aizawa. He's not fighting carelessly. This is targeted pressure, but it's laced with something more, anger. Class 1A stands. The force of the third blast made a few students recoil. Tiles cracked. Smoke billowed. Roomie didn't move, eyes focused on the match. One of her ears twitched. She brought a hand up, scratching the edge of it while keeping her eyes forward. Izuku glanced her way. You all right? Roomie didn't look at him. Fine. He's just loud. In the ring. Oaco rolled under the next blast and touched a slab of tile. Then another, and another as she darted and dodged. She was setting up, timing it, keeping her cool. Finally, she pulled her arm down. And the sky fell. Dozens of floating chunks came crashing down like a meteor shower. Bakugo didn't dodge. He launched upward and let out a brutal, spinning explosion midair that obliterated the debris above him. The crowd gasped. Commentary booth. Present mic. Yeow. That's not a counter. That's an airborne carpet bomb. Aizawa. He's not just attacking. He's sending a message. Bakugo landed hard, his boots grinding into the stone. Oaco stood, out of breath, trembling slightly, but still in it. He raised his hand again. Give up. She shook her head. Not a chance. She sprinted toward him. Another explosion hit low. Not fatal, not cruel, but too strong to block. Oaco was thrown clear across the ring, landing hard, her back sliding over the boundary. Midnight raised her hand. Uraraka is out of bounds. Winner. Katsuki Bakugo. Silence, then applause. The crowd was stunned at first, then the cheers broke out. Class 1A stands. Everyone sat frozen for a second. That was intense, Momo murmured. Too intense, Kaminari added. Roomie scratched one of her ears again, this time more gently. He's been holding that in, she said. Since day one. Izuku nodded. Yeah, that wasn't just a fight for him. Class 1B stands. Monoma practically bounced in his seat. See, look at that barbaric beast from 1A. Couldn't even find the decency to hold back on such a delicate flower. Knock it off, Kendo muttered. She held her own. She got blasted. Monoma shot back. She lasted longer than you would've, Tetsu Tetsu added. Monoma sulked. Pro Hero Box. Best Jeanist frowned slightly. He's powerful, no doubt. But he's still a storm with no direction. Edgeshot nodded. There's refinement buried in there. But right now, he's a hammer. Every problem looks like a nail. Yukyu's gaze didn't leave the field. And the girl, she made him work for it. Crust. She fought with the heart of a hero. So did he, just a very loud one. Endeavor, arms crossed, watched quietly. He didn't comment, but his eyes now flicked between Bakugo and the next name in the bracket. And now, our final match of the first round. Tetsu Tetsu versus Fumikage Tokiyami. The crowd perked up, sensing this was going to be a battle of extremes. Commentary booth. Steel versus Shadow. This one's gonna be metal, folks, literally. Present mic bellowed through his mic. If Tetsu Tetsu rushes in recklessly, he'll be picked apart. Tokiyami's strength is spacing and control. Aizawa added dryly. Arena floor. Tetsu Tetsu pounded his fists together, his arms already coated in gleaming metal. Let's go, bird dude. No tricks. just fists. Tokiyami stood calm, cloaked in his dark cape, shadow swirling near his feet. I respect your strength, he said, voice steady. But Dark Shadow does not pull punches. The whistle blew. Tetsu Tetsu charged with a roar, fists raised. His steps cracked the arena floor with every stride. Tokiyami didn't move. He raised a hand, and from his side, Dark Shadow surged out, massive and coiled like a living weapon. The two collided. Tetsu Tetsu swung hard. Dark Shadow caught his punch, claws locking against steel. The impact echoed. Class 1A reactions. Yo, they're just throwing hands. Kiroshima shouted, eyes wide. Iron Bros going full-on tank mode. Kaminari grinned. Roomie rested her chin on her knuckles. This is gonna come down to endurance. Back in the ring, Tetsu Tetsu grabbed Dark Shadow's arm and swung it, trying to hurl the beast aside. But Tokiyami leaned in, adjusting, keeping Dark Shadow low and flexible, weaving and striking from odd angles. Dark Shadow, encircle. The entity obeyed, moving like a serpent, wrapping Tetsu Tetsu in coils and slamming him down. Tetsu Tetsu grunted, metallic skin scraping the stone. Nice trick, he spat, but I can do this all day. He shoved himself upright and headbutted Dark Shadow, staggering the beast. Commentary booth. This is brutal. It's like watching a demolition derby. Yelled Mike excitedly. Tokiyami's conserving energy. He's testing Tetsu Tetsu's limits without risking himself. Smart. Came the reply from the tiered teacher next to him. Tetsu Tetsu came in again, this time faster, throwing body blows. Dark Shadow blocked some, but others got through, knocking Tokiyami back. Then Tokiyami narrowed his eyes. Let's finish this. Dark Shadow. Overwhelm. The beast expanded, shadows lashing out in a flurry of strikes, blinding and fast. Tetsu Tetsu tried to tank it, but his arms wavered. His footing slipped. One final shadow strike swept his legs, and he toppled out of bounds, landing with a crash. Midnight raised a hand. Winner. Fumikage Tokiyami. Tetsu Tetsu groaned from the floor. All right, that was awesome. Tokiyami offered a small bow. You endured well, truly. A man of steel. Tetsu Tetsu laughed as he was helped up. You're all right, Goth Bird. 1A. Kiroshima clapped hard. That's my guy. Metal to the end. Roomie gave a smirk. Bird boys got moves. Bakugo, sitting at the edge of the section, didn't even look up. Too slow. Pro Hero Box. Yukio started the conversation. That's the kind of fight you don't forget. Power versus strategy. And Tokiyami didn't break a sweat. Impressive restraint. Edge shot supplied. Here are the updated brackets, my lovelies. Midnight purred out as she struck a provocative pose. 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Shoto Todoroki. 2. Tenya Iida vs. Suyu Asui. 3. Roomie Usajiyama vs. Abara Shiozaki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Fumikage Tokiyami. Class 1A section. The roar of the crowd had dulled into background static, the energy shifting as the first round officially came to a close. Class 1A had returned to their section, the noise outside in stark contrast to the subtle hum of conversation between students. Kaminari sprawled across 3 seats like a lazy cat. I'm gonna need an ice bath and therapy after today. You barely fought, Ciro said, smirking. You got hugged by a holy vine and blessed out of the ring. That's still trauma. Mina laughed as she passed out snacks she borrowed from a concession cart. I don't know about you guys, Kiroshima said, wincing slightly as he adjusted the wrap on his arm, but that steelhead from 1B. Dude hits like a wrecking ball. You did great, Momo told him, smiling gently. Everyone's shown incredible growth today. Her eyes drifted toward the edge of the section, where Roomie and Izuku sat a little ways off from the others. Roomie sat forward, elbows on her knees, her posture relaxed but eyes still sharp as they looked out at the arena. Her foot tapped absently against the metal step below her. Izuku slid into the seat beside her, mirroring her lean slightly. You okay? He asked softly. Yeah, she said, not looking at him. Just thinking. He nodded once. You were amazing out there. She gave a quiet snort, then smirked. Damn right I was. There was a pause. Izuku looked like he wanted to say something else, maybe dig deeper, but she shifted slightly, stretching her arms above her head with a casual grunt. He let it go. You've got a tough one coming up, he said instead. Roomie's smile widened. You mean Bakugo? I'm gonna treat him like a drumstick. Izuku chuckled. That's graphic. That's motivation. They both laughed quietly, the moment settling into something easy, something familiar. After a beat, Roomie nudged him with her shoulder. You're up next, she said, more gently. You ready for him? Izuku's expression sobered a little. I think so. Todoroki isn't just strong. He's holding back, fighting himself. You gonna fix that too? He smiled. If I can. You better, she muttered. You're the one always saying we gotta fight with everything we've got. Even if that means helping your opponent unlock their real power. If you can handle it. I can. Roomie leaned back again, arms crossed now, gaze back on the arena. You've got this, Green. Izuku watched her for a moment longer, then proceeded to his prep room waving to his classmates as he went. Elsewhere. A final glance. In the shadows of the stadium's entrance tunnel, Shoto Todoroki stood alone. The cheers outside didn't reach him. The cold silence inside did. His match was next, and so was the decision he'd been avoiding. The tunnel to the arena was quiet, the low hum of the stadium muffled behind concrete and steel. Harsh white lights buzzed overhead, casting sharp shadows as Izuku Midoriya made his way toward the light. Broad-shouldered, solid, still growing into the power in his frame, but already, he stood tall with confidence earned through battle and grit. He walked like someone with purpose. That was when a wall of heat stepped in his path. Endeavor, the new #1 hero, flames curling at his shoulders, stood firm, arms crossed, eyes burning with unreadable intensity. You've done well, Midoriya, Endeavor said, his voice a low rumble. You're strong, willful, the kind of power that demands attention. Izuku didn't flinch. He met the man's gaze evenly. But remember something, Endeavor continued. Shoto was made to surpass all might. That is why I trained him. Why I pushed him. That's what he was born for. Izuku's jaw tightened. I need you to push him. Force him to fight. Make him use his fire. He refuses to embrace it, and that weakness, his voice darkened, it dishonors his potential. The flames at his shoulders flared hotter. If you can do that, he added, stepping closer, I'll make it worth your while. Izuku's brows drew together. He didn't step back. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, and spoke with quiet steel. Just like how you bought his mother. The flames hissed into silence. Endeavor froze. What did you say? He asked, voice cold. Shoto told me everything, Izuku said, voice calm, steady, but with something sharp beneath. How you picked her for her quirk. How you saw her as part of your plan to create the next #1. You married her to make a weapon. Endeavor stared at him, breath heavy in his chest. Then, is that what he thinks? He murmured. Izuku didn't answer. The fire crackled faintly. I never bought my wife, Endeavor said, quieter now. I loved her, truly. I thought, if I could just be strong enough, if we could raise someone even stronger, we'd be building a future. Not destroying one. He looked away, as if seeing something only he could. I lost her anyway. A long silence stretched between them. I want him to grow past me, Endeavor said, even if it means hating me. But he needs to stop lying to himself. Push him. Give him that choice. With that, Endeavor turned and walked away, boots echoing against the concrete as he disappeared back toward the VIP box. Izuku stood there a moment, breath steady, processing. Then he stepped forward into the sunlight. The moment Izuku emerged, the crowd erupted. Cheers, screams, camera flashes, deafening, alive. On the other side of the ring, Shoto Todoroki waited. He stood with arms at his sides, one foot slightly forward, his gaze calm, but his posture tense. Focused, braced, Izuku walked across the stone arena, feet steady, nerves locked down. As they met eyes, the energy in the stadium shifted again, expectation crackling like a storm on the edge of bursting. Commentary booth. Present Mike leaned forward, voice filled with excitement. And here it is, folks. The one we've all been waiting for, Midoriya vs. Todoroki. Aizawa's voice came in lower, slower. They both carry weight, pressure. But this fight, it's more than just combat for them. It's their chance to show everyone what they're capable of. Down on the field, Midnight raised her hand, expression serious now. Ready. The crowd fell silent. Begin. The moment Midnight's hand came down, the temperature on the arena floor plummeted. A wave of white shot across the ground. Todoroki's opening salvo, a jagged glacier surging forward like a living beast, tearing through the floor, spiraling with icy fangs. The crowd gasped, but Izuku didn't flinch. He took one step forward, grounded his stance, then detonated the air around him. Boom! A sharp shockwave blasted outward from his foot, hitting the incoming ice dead on. The leading edge shattered on impact, shards glittering as they exploded into the air like diamond dust. The second wave came faster. The spikes tried to rise around him, box him in, but Izuku moved with precision. A burst from his palm here. A stomp from his heel there. Each explosion obliterated the ice with surgical precision. And through it all, he kept walking. Calm, measured, power rolling off him like ripples on the surface of a deep ocean. Pro Hero Box. High above the battlefield, the top 10 pro heroes leaned forward. Yukio narrowed her eyes, watching how Izuku stepped between the ice walls with flawless spacing. He's not just enduring Todoroki's offense, he's reading it. Anticipating. That's not brute strength. That's control. Edgeshot, sat arms folded beside her, gave a subtle nod. His bursts are perfectly measured. He's forcing Todoroki to burn stamina while conserving his own. Best Jeanist's fingers tapped lightly on his knee. This isn't just a fight. This is a dismantling in progress. Even Endeavor, silent in his seat, said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched with something unspoken. Frustration. Or something deeper. Class 1A section. The front row of Class 1A was electric. He's just walking through it. Kaminari yelled, practically shaking the rail. It's like he's dancing around everything Todoroki throws, Momo said, awe in her voice. Kiroshima pumped a fist. Midoriya's putting on a damn clinic. Zero laughed. He's shredding that fancy ice like it's toilet paper. And at the center of it all, Roomie Usajiyama, leaning so far over the railing that Suyu had to reach out to steady her. Her fists were clenched tight, and her voice cracked the air like a thunderclap. Yeah, babe, blow that ice prince into next week. Mina snorted. She's gonna explode before Bakugo does. She's like a hype squad and a fangirl rolled into a rabid bunny, Kaminari muttered. She's wild, Tokiyami said flatly. She's awesome, Izuku would have said, if he wasn't currently dodging razor-sharp frozen death. Class 1B section. Across the way, Class 1B had their own reactions, very different ones. Tetsu Tetsu's mouth hung slightly open. He just busted through that like nothing. Abara leaned forward, hands clasped. Such power, and still, he does not lose control. Kendo frowned. Todoroki's holding back. He has to be. And then, of course, there was Monoma. Oh, please, he scoffed, arms folded dramatically. Midoriya's just brute forcing everything. No elegance, no strategy, just boom, boom, punch punch. Like a toddler with a toy hammer. Kendo didn't even look at him. He shattered 10 tons of reinforced ice and didn't break a sweat. Monoma's eye twitched. Theatrics. I've seen better pacing in kindergarten plays. Tetsu Tetsu muttered, you've never seen this. Back in the ring. Todoroki didn't stop. Wave after wave of frost launched across the arena, forming traps, barriers, and spears, but Izuku moved with precision. A blur of green lightning, blasting footholds into ice and using the recoil to slingshot himself forward. He burst through an ice wall with a roar, krakoom. Chunks flew everywhere. Todoroki raised another ramp, sent spikes upward to skewer him midair. Izuku flipped, kicked off a floating shard, and blasted the ground with a reverse shockwave. Crack. A seismic ripple split the stone, the whole platform shaking. Todoroki skid back, one hand bracing him. Steam hissed from his right arm. His breath was tight, eyes narrowed. Izuku stood in the dust. Glowing. Steady. Stop holding back, he shouted, voice ringing like a hammer on steel. You're never going to beat me like this. Class 1A reactions. Momo gripped the railing, eyes wide. He's forcing him to make a decision. He's challenging more than his power, Tokiyami said. He's challenging his conviction. Roomie grinned so wide her teeth showed. Damn right he is. Dash dash. Back on the field, Todoroki rose to his feet. I told you, he said, voice quiet but firm. I'm not using his fire. Izuku took a single step forward, fists clenched. Then you're lying to yourself. The air grew colder. The silence stretched thin. Steam hissed off Todoroki's shoulders again. But this time, there was something else underneath. A flicker of heat. A flicker of fire. Todoroki's breath clouded the air, steam mixing with ice mist as he stood half-shrouded in his own quirk. His right side gleamed with frozen armor, shards of frost creeping up his neck. His lips were tight, determined, and Izuku kept coming. He darted across the shattered battlefield, launching from debris with blasts of compressed air and thunderous shockwaves. His boots barely touched ground before the next impact hurled him forward again, a relentless storm of motion. Todoroki raised another wall of jagged ice, this one taller, thicker, desperate. Crack. Izuku punched through it, shards spiraling around him as he rocketed toward Todoroki's blindside. Todoroki countered, a sweeping arc of sharp frozen blades rising from the floor. Izuku spun, used a shockwave midair to dodge sideways, and landed in a skid, a trail of splintered stone behind him. Dash dash. Class 1A section. Kaminari's jaw dropped. Dude's putting holes in that ring like it owes him money. Izuku's overwhelming him. Kiroshima shouted. Not yet, Momo murmured. Todoroki's still holding, he's stubborn. He'd rather destroy himself than give in. Dash dash. Class 1B section. Tetsu Tetsu leaned forward. He's freezing up, literally. Abara pressed her hands together, concern in her eyes. He's past the safe limit. His body can't handle that much frost. Monoma scoffed, but quieter this time. If he loses, it's because he refuses to evolve. Dash dash. Pro Hero Box. Edgeshot watched with steady calm. Midoriya's not letting up. He's dragging Todoroki to the edge. Yukyu's lips pressed together. Todoroki's tearing himself apart trying to win with half his strength. Even Endeavor leaned forward now, eyes narrowed, arms crossed like he was holding himself together by force alone. Dash dash. In the ring, another wave of ice surged toward Izuku, but this time it was slower. Less precise. Todoroki's movements were faltering, his balance slipping. His hand trembled. Still, he refused to call on the other side. Izuku's breath came in hard bursts, his muscles burning from constant recoil. His body was screaming, but his mind was on fire. Why won't you use it? Why are you doing this to yourself? He launched again. Boom. He slammed down beside Todoroki, fist aimed low, not to knock him out, but to drive another shockwave beneath his guard. The blast sent Todoroki flying back, landing hard on his side. Ice cracked across the floor as Todoroki forced himself upright. Frost climbed over his shoulder, creeping up his jawline. His lips were nearly blue. Izuku stared at him. You're freezing to death out here. Todoroki staggered to his feet. I'm fine. You're not fine. I don't need. He started, coughing. His fire. I can win like this. No, you can't. Izuku stepped closer. You're dying to prove you don't need him. But all you're proving is that he still controls you. Todoroki's fingers twitched. Ice rose again. A thin wave. Izuku didn't move. You're not free. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. You're still his prisoner. A breathless pause. Then Todoroki lashed out with another wall, almost reflexive. Izuku exploded forward, slicing through it with a spinning kick, the ice shattering midair. And this time, he didn't stop. He grabbed Todoroki's jacket with both hands, pulled him in face to face, their foreheads almost touching. This isn't his power. This is yours. Todoroki's hand twitched again. The frost flickered. You're not him. You never were. So stop letting him make your choices. You get to decide what kind of hero you want to be. So what's it gonna be, Todoroki? The arena holds its breath. The wind blew across the arena, stirring the mist. Even the crowd went quiet. No cheers, no screams, just silence. Todoroki looked down at his right hand, frostbitten, shaking. Then, for the first time, he looked at his other side. His left foot stepped forward. Steam hissed. The frost along his ribs cracked. And then, fire. It burst from his shoulder, wild and hot, lighting the mist in orange, pushing Izuku away from the force they emitted. The temperature spiked instantly. Steam exploded outward, mixing with the cold to form a thick veil of fog. The flames kept rising. Todoroki looked up, not with shame, not with rage, but with clarity, and something almost like relief. I am not him, he whispered. I never was. Class 1A section. Roomie. Roomie's hands flew to her mouth, not out of fear, but awe. Then she grabbed the rail again and let out a scream that could have cracked the stadium. Let's go, Fireboy. My man did that. That's him waking you up. Mina shrieked with her. Did you see that? He lit him up like a firecracker. Suyu blinked. I thought we were cheering for Midoriya. Roomie just grinned like a madwoman. I'm cheering for his impact. Let him burn. The arena was no longer just a stage. It was a storm zone. Fire erupted, dancing across Todoroki's left side in radiant waves, melting the frost that had consumed him. His breath came easier now, but his eyes burned hotter than the flames. For the first time, he wasn't holding back. He raised both hands, one wreathed in ice, sharp and precise, the other wrapped in flame, wild and roaring. Izuku felt it immediately, the spike in pressure, in temperature, in sheer presence. Todoroki's dual power finally collided, and it was beautiful. But Izuku grinned, and then his power surged. 30%. Green lightning cracked across his arms and legs, veins glowing with power as shockwaves began to pulse from his body with every breath. The air itself began to shake. Pro Hero Box. Best Jeanist leaned forward, eyes wide. He's releasing more power. He's been holding back this entire time. Edgeshot's voice was razor sharp. This fight just reached a whole new tier. Yukio crossed her arms, impressed. And Todoroki. His fire's unstable, but it's raw. Devastating. He's still learning how to use it seems, but he's feeling it. Even Endeavor couldn't hide it now, the gleam of pride behind his stern eyes. They're both all in, Yukio murmured. This is no longer a school match. Class 1A section. Kaminari's voice cracked. Should we move? They're gonna level this place, Shiro muttered, shielding his eyes from a blast of steam. They're monsters, Tokiyami said, not with fear, but respect. And Roomie was howling with excitement, slamming her fists against the railing like a drumbeat. Let's go, babe, blow the whole damn sky open. Her ears twitched, catching every sound, her eyes shining with pride and wild love. He's pushing him. You see that? He's not just standing his ground, he's calling him out. That's my man. Mina blinked. Should we be worried she's about to jump in? More worried if someone tries to stop her, Suyu muttered. Todoroki moved first. He sprinted in with a blast of flame, fire curling behind him like a comet. He sent a wall of ice ahead as cover. Izuku met it with a straight punch and shattered it mid-charge, sparks exploding off his arms. They collided at the center of the ring. Boom. Shockwave met Inferno. The force rippled through the arena, tearing up tiles, sending cracks through the stone. Todoroki spun, hurling a burst of flame from his left hand. Izuku dodged sideways, using a shockwave burst from his foot to kick up into the air. Mid-air, Izuku twisted and blasted himself downward like a missile, aiming a kick toward Todoroki's flank. Todoroki raised a flame shield. It broke under the impact, sending him sliding back, shoes grinding against melted tile. Todoroki exhaled steam, eyes sharp. You're crazy, you know that. Izuku grinned through the sweat and sparks. Takes one to fight one. You could have won earlier, when I wasn't using my fire. Izuku launched forward again, this time a jab hook combo, shockwaves blasting the air from his fists. I know, he said between attacks. Todoroki blocked the last hit with an ice pillar, flame bursting out of his other side in retaliation. Then why didn't you? Izuku darted low under the fire, rolled forward, and launched a rising uppercut that caught Todoroki's shoulder, not enough to knock him out, but enough to rattle. I couldn't, Izuku growled. Not like that. They clashed again. Flame, ice, wind, lightning. Beating someone who's only using half their strength. That's not winning. Another collision. Sparks, ice, flame. That's not how I fight. One more blast of power sent them both flying in opposite directions, slamming into opposite sides of the ring, panting, steaming. The audience was screaming now, standing in their seats, unsure whether to cheer, cry, or pray. The arena was scorched, cracked, dripping with steam and covered in ash and frost. Midnight stood now, clutching her headset, eyes wide. We may need to prepare to stop this if it escalates any further. No, Aizawa muttered beside her. Let them finish. They've both earned this. Todoroki stood again, coughing once, but his eyes were alive. His left side flickered with flame. His right hand shimmered with cold mist. And Izuku rose too, wiping blood from his lip with the back of a sparking hand. Both of them were smiling now. Not out of joy, out of purpose. The arena looked like a war zone. Ruined stone, blackened scorch marks, veins of shattered frost carving the field like broken glass. Smoke coiled in lazy spirals around the two fighters still standing. Barely. Todoroki had both arms out now, one radiating heat, the other pulsing cold. The frost on his skin steamed away in waves, his fire hungry and wild. The air warped around him, unable to decide whether to burn or freeze. Izuku lowered his stance, and in that moment, he chose to stop holding back. Just once. One for all, 100%. He muttered under his breath so quid no one heard. Pro hero box. Edgeshot's posture stiffened. He can go higher. Yukyu's eyes widened. Midoriya's bracing for something massive. But, it looks like it's causing him pain he hasn't mastered that yet. He'll destroy himself. Even Endeavor stood, firelight flickering across a stunned expression. Stadium ring. Todoroki raised his hands, a swirling maelstrom of fire and ice exploding forward, roaring louder than any scream. It tore through the air like a dragon with twin wings, spinning and collapsing into a beam of raw, chaotic force. Hybrid blast. Izuku took one breath, then stepped in. Power flooded his body, muscles rippled, blood vessels screamed, and he drove one fist back, lightning crackling around his whole arm. Detroit SMAAAASH. The punch landed, and the sky split open. A blinding column of light surged upward. The shockwave tore chunks of the arena apart, not just the stage, but the barriers around it. Tiles shattered, debris flew. The sound was like a sonic bomb detonating in the middle of the crowd. A wall of wind blasted outward. The announcer's booth lights blew out. People screamed, not in fear, but awe. Class 1AB. Monoma could barely speak. What the hell was that? Tetsu Tetsu stared, wide-eyed. That wasn't even from a pro. Kiroshima's jaw dropped. That punch. He didn't just match Todoroki. He overpowered him. Momo covered her mouth. He's injured. Kaminari squinted into the dust. Wait. His arm. The smoke began to clear. Todoroki's body skidded across the stone, rolling once, twice, out of bounds. He didn't get up. In the center of the ring, Izuku still stood, but his right arm hung limp, his sleeve of his gym uniforms torn off, the skin purple and red with fractures. His knees shook, but he didn't fall. Because something held him in place. Black tendrils, faint but visible, lashed into the ground like anchors, coiling through the shattered floor. They weren't glowing bright, not yet, but they were there. Instinctive, protective, and Midoriya, he smiled, just a little, then dropped to one knee. Class 1A reactions. Mina gasped. His arm is broken. He used everything, Momo said, eyes wide. And then some. Roomie didn't look worried. She looked like she was on the edge of rapture. He didn't back down one bit knowing what full power would do to him, she said with admiration and love in her voice. Her fists gripped the railing. Her grin was wild. Her eyes were shining. That's my goddamn man. Pro hero box. Best Jeanist exhaled like he'd been holding it the entire time. He sacrificed his own body, just to answer his opponent's full power. Yukio murmured, and he did it without a hint of arrogance. That was respect. Edgeshot's gaze was sharp. What's terrifying is that he had more. That wasn't controlled. It was desperation, but it still didn't look like his limit. Even Endeavor remained silent, jaw tight, his eyes locked not on Todoroki, but on the boy who stood alone at the center. The applause started like a tremor. Then rose. Thunderous. Deafening. Euphoric. Cheers, screams, whistles, a standing ovation from the entire stadium. The crowd wasn't just reacting to a victory. They were reacting to something that shouldn't have been possible. Downs on the floor. Midnight's voice cracked slightly, but she raised her mic with conviction. Todoroki is out of bounds. Victory goes to Izuku Midoriya. The stadium buzzed with a hushed sort of reverence, the kind reserved for miracles and natural disasters. The ring had been torn apart, and now the school's tech and support teams swarmed it, rebuilding what they could, reinforcing what they couldn't. Midnight's voice rang out through the speakers. Due to structural damage from the last match, we'll be taking a short break to repair the arena. Please remain in your seats. Then, quieter, to herself. Damn kids are gonna flatten the whole school before graduation. Ooh, a medical wing. Izuku pulled his shirt back on with a soft wince, rolling his right arm slowly. The soreness ran deep into the muscle, a dull ache from nerves and tendons still buzzing with leftover power. But it moved fine. No bandages. Just the jagged scars winding down from shoulder to wrist, evidence of the cost. Recovery girl clicked her tongue. You're lucky I caught it in time. If that tendon had snapped clean. I know, he said quietly, flexing his fingers. I pushed it, and you'll keep pushing it, won't you? She muttered. Stubborn brat. She sighed, then smiled. But I can't argue with the result. The door opened, and Toshinori stepped in. His eyes filled with pride. Izuku stood straighter. I didn't lose, he said. No, Toshinori said, smiling. You won, and you made a hero out of someone else in the process. He stepped forward and rested a hand on Izuku's unscarred shoulder. I saw everything, and I've never been more proud of the path you're taking. Izuku's eyes stung. He swallowed and nodded. Thanks, sensei. Outside the tunnel. Shoto Todoroki. Shoto walked with quiet steps, steam still drifting off his body. His shirt was torn, his collar burned, but his expression was neutral. As he neared the tunnel entrance, Endeavor stepped into his path. No fire. Just a man. You used your fire, he said. Shoto stopped. Yeah, I'm proud. Shoto's voice was cold. Not because of you. Endeavor flinched, but didn't argue. Just nodded. If you ever want to talk, your mother would want to see you. We could go. Together. A beat passed. Shoto didn't answer. Then walked on. Class 1A stands. When Shoto rejoined them, he was met with silence. Then Kiroshima stepped forward, arm out. You good? Shoto nodded. Yeah, you were awesome, Mina said. Momo smiled. We're glad you're okay. Shoto looked at them, really looked, and said quietly. Thanks. And for the first time since joining UA, he stayed with them. Outside medical wing. Izuku stepped out into the hall, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck. He looked worn but alive. Fire still flickered behind his eyes. And Roomie was waiting. She didn't run. She stalked. A slow, deliberate pace as her crimson eyes locked on the scars running down his arm. You kept me waiting, she murmured. I needed a second to walk straight. Then she saw his arm. Really saw it. Her breath caught. She reached up and traced the scar slowly from bicep to forearm. Hot, she whispered, voice dipping low. Izuku blinked. What? You heard me. Then she grabbed his collar. And kissed him. Hard. Her fingers curled behind his neck, his hands found her waist, and they pressed into each other like they had nothing else to hold onto. She pulled back just enough to speak, breath ragged. That was insane. Yeah, he rasped. She kissed him again. Deeper this time. Her backs hit the wall. His hands braced at her sides. Her legs slid between his, her breath warm against his cheek. Her voice dipped lower, velvet and dangerous. I am 2 seconds from dragging you behind this building. Izuku chuckled, flushed but grinning. Tempting. Then they both laughed, foreheads pressed together. She whispered, later, when you can walk without limping. He snorted. Fair. She kissed his jaw, then pulled back fully. Now let's get you fed before I eat you instead. Class 1A-1B stands. As they returned to the group, Class 1A erupted in cheers. Kaminari shouted, living legend. Midori the disintegrator. Mina added, you are an unstoppable force of nature, Tokiyami said dramatically. Siro grinned. Please tell me you didn't vaporize the entire ring on purpose. Midoriya. Oaco smiled brightly. That was incredible. Suyu nodded. I thought the stadium was gonna fly away. Shoto gave him a nod. Thank you, for everything. Even Ojiro stepped in. That was a hell of a fight. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I think I'm still vibrating inside. Roomie flung an arm around him. He's downplaying it. My boy broke the sky. From Class 1B, Abara smiled. You fought with grace and strength. Tetsu Tetsu pumped a fist. You're crazy strong, dude. And of course, Monoma rose dramatically. Oh yes, all hail the self-sacrificing war god of Class A, he drawled. How generous of him to flatten the arena just to prove a point. Kendo smacked the back of his head. OW. Fine. It was cool. Whatever. Far back in the 1A stands, Bakugo sat on a bench alone. His fists clenched, eyes locked on the center ring. He didn't speak, didn't look at the others. But the quiet rage simmered louder than any scream. The crackling aftermath of the Midoriya-Todoroki match still lingered in the air. Bits of dust and loose stone were being cleared, but the real focus wasn't the broken ring, it was the students riding the high of battle, adrenaline, and unspoken camaraderie. Class 1A clustered near the railing of their section, the tension broken and replaced with the rarest of things at UA. Peace. Okay, but seriously, Kaminari said, arms flailing for emphasis. I felt that punch in my teeth. I'm gonna have to check for fillings later. You don't have any fillings, Zero muttered. Okay, but if I did, they'd be halfway to Island right now. Mina leaned in. Guys, be honest. Did anyone else think Izuku was about to rip open a wormhole? It wouldn't be the weirdest thing we've seen, Jiro deadpanned. I'm pretty sure I saw a third sun in the sky, Kaminari added. I'm not even sure the sky survived, Kiroshima said with a grin. Izuku, standing with Roomie near the railing, scratched the back of his neck. I didn't think it'd look that dramatic. You don't get to play humble after that. Mina snapped, pointing at his scarred arm. You literally atomized a holy laser beam. Roomie slung an arm around his waist, pressing close with a smug grin. And looked hot doing it. Izuku just continued to sheepishly chuckle. Standing off to the side, Todoroki finally took a step forward. He opened his mouth, thought twice, then spoke up. I don't think clouds can be destroyed. They're water vapor. That wouldn't be structurally possible, even with kinetic shock. The entire group stared at him. Dude, Kaminari said gently. It was a metaphor. Oh, you sweet little cinnamon stick, Mina whispered. You're trying. It's so precious. Shoto frowned faintly. I'm not trying to be precious. I'm being accurate. Okay, but Kiroshima said, clapping a hand on his shoulder, you're hanging with us now. Accuracy is optional. Todoroki blinked, then slowly looked at Izuku. This is normal. Izuku chuckled. Yep, welcome to the group. A long pause. Shoto gave a short nod. Good. The laughter that followed felt earned. Over the stadium's PA system, Midnight's voice rang out like velvet through steel. 5 minutes until the next match. Fighters, please report to the prep zone. Coming up, Tenya Iida vs Suyu Asui. Iida straightened like a flagpole. At last, Suyu gave her trademark calm nod. Ribbit, let's see how fast you really are. You have my utmost respect. Iida declared, offering his hand. She took it, and you have mine. Go get him, Speedy. Kaminari cheered. Try not to croak, Mina added, then immediately ducked as Suyu whipped her tongue in warning. You'll pay for that pun, Suyu said as she hopped away. The two stepped into the newly repaired arena. The crowd quieted, a buzz of expectation rising again. The last match had been all fire and storm, now they were about to see something else. Something clean, sharp, technical. Midnight raised her hand and brought it down. The match began. Iida dashed forward with a roar of engines, covering 10 meters in a blink. Suyu leapt high, tongue whipping out to catch a stadium's support pillar and swing wide. She came around behind him, tongue flicking again for his ankle, but he twisted mid-stride, dodging and adjusting his path without slowing. High above, in the commentary booth, Aizawa's voice was low and thoughtful. Iida's moving with restraint, he's keeping his burst in reserve. Waiting for her to make a move worth burning it on, Present Mike added beside him. And Froppy's not just dodging, She's baiting. They're not clashing. They're dancing, Aizawa said. Down below, Suyu tried to trip Iida with a low sweep from her tongue. He jumped. Barely, and countered with a burst of speed aimed at cutting off her escape. She rebounded again, sticking to the wall for a second before launching forward. It was a clean engagement, speed and precision against agility and control. Then, she slipped. Her tongue missed its mark and threw off her balance. Iida saw it. He activated Recipro Burst, a blur of light and speed, and in the span of half a second, he collided with her midair, pushing just enough to knock her off balance again. Right out of the ring. Midnight's voice rose. Victory goes to Tenya Iida, by ring out. The crowd applauded, impressed by the control. Iida immediately rushed to the edge and offered his hand. Suyu took it, smiling faintly. You earned it. You were magnificent, he said, beaming. I was nearly outmaneuvered at every turn. Nearly, she replied, deadpan. Ribbit. Top 10 Pro Hero Box. Yukio leaned forward slightly. That boy's going to be a leader. Crust gave a big, proud nod. His timing was solid. He respected his opponent and kept his head on straight. That's real hero spirit. Edgeshot, arms folded, added, his forms improved. He didn't waste energy. Just enough force to end it, nothing more. Best Jeanist offered a quiet hum. Refinement in motion. Even Endeavor gave a low grunt that might have meant approval, hard to tell. Class 1A-1B reaction. That was clean, Kiroshima shouted. Guy moves like a bullet. Like a bullet with manners, Mina added, hands on her hips. It's weird how graceful he is. Momo smiled. It's discipline. Every step has a purpose. And Suyu almost got him a couple times, Tokiyami said. She'll make a great stealth type. From the next section over, Abara gave a respectful nod. They both carried themselves with dignity. Monoma, of course, couldn't resist. Well, yes, but I mean, what did you expect from Class A's designated rule follower? They probably measured his speed with a stopwatch and ran it through the committee before letting him race. Kendo leaned over. Are you trying to get punched today? I'm always ready. Monoma sniffed, arms crossed. Midnight voice piped up over the PA system again, and now. One of our most anticipated duels yet, Roomie Usajiyama vs. Abara Shiozaki. The crowd roared again. Roomie cracked her knuckles, that familiar feral grin already forming. She turned toward Izuku, voice low and charged. Time to see what the divine vines are made of. Izuku smiled. Don't let her get the first entangle. Please, Roomie scoffed. No one's tangling me, unless you're into that hero boy. She said the last part in his ear causing him to blush slightly. She stepped back and gave him a wink that only could mean trouble. She started toward the prep stairs, tail flicking behind her with barely restrained energy. The crowd's chants followed her down. And in the stands, Class 1A collectively leaned forward. The arena was calm, too calm. Freshly rebuilt stone glimmered under the midday sun, still slightly scorched from earlier fights. But the silence wasn't peace. It was anticipation. On one side of the ring, Abara Shiozaki stepped forward, calm and composed. Her long vine hair coiled behind her like a living cloak, and her palms were pressed together in a silent prayer. On the other, Roomie Usajiyama bounced lightly on her heels. One foot stomped, then the other. Ears twitching, muscles coiled, energy humming beneath her skin like a thunderclap waiting to strike. Commentary booth. Aizawa leaned forward slightly. This fight's going to come down to discipline versus instinct. Present Mike nodded. Usajiyama's explosive, raw power and wild motion. But Shiozaki's defensive game is no joke. She'll try to bind and outlast. Top 10 Pro Hero Box. Crust pointed, eyes lit with excitement. I love this matchup. You've got an unshakable defense versus a one-woman wrecking crew. It's like Faith versus Fury. Yukio smiled. Usajiyama's not just brute strength though. She knows how to pick her moments. Best Jeanist studied closely. And Abara. Her control is flawless. There's elegance in the way she roots herself. Endeavor watched in silence, one brow raised. This one had his attention. Back with the fight. Abara opened the exchange with a burst of vine lashes, whipping through the air in elegant arcs. Roomie dodged low, twisting through the initial strike and kicking off the floor, a blur of motion. She spun mid-air, one leg snapping forward. Abara blocked it with a tangle of vines coiled like a shield, the impact shaking her stance. The counter vines lashed again, this time aiming to wrap around Roomie's arm and leg, but the rabbit twisted hard, yanking her body free with a low grunt and slamming down with a ground-pound kick. The force cracked stone, dust billowing. Abara skated back lightly, rebalancing. "You strike with such aggression," she said. "But it lacks harmony." Roomie grinned, fangs flashing. "Yeah, I prefer chaos." She lunged again. Class 1A reactions. "She's a blur," Kaminari said, wide-eyed. Mina clapped her hands excitedly. "She's bouncing off the damn walls. She's overwhelming Abara's defense with speed," Momo said, watching closely. "If Abara can't root her down, then Roomie's gonna dig her into the ground," Kiroshima finished. Beside them, Todoroki cleared his throat. Everyone turned. "Usajiyama is impressive," he said carefully. "Kinetic. Like a living projectile." There was a long pause. Mina grinned. "Todoroki, are you making metaphors now? Was that not accurate?" "You're trying," Shiro said with approval. "We're proud of you, metaphor boy." Izuku stood with arms crossed, eyes wide, heart pounding as he tracked every hop, every twist, every slam. "She's so fast," he murmured. "She hasn't even used her full strength yet," Tokiyami noted. "I know," Izuku said, practically vibrating. "Her footwork's unreal. Did you see how she coiled her leg before launching? That's perfect energy loading. Her forms. God, it's..." Roomie launched into a mid-air corkscrew spin and crashed into Abara's vine wall, sending her sliding backward. Izuku's hands were clenched into fists against his chest. "I'm in love," he said softly. "We know," the class chorused. Arena floor. Abara, breathing heavily now, summoned a circle of vines to close Roomie in. The ring narrowed, closing like a floral cage. "I do not fight for victory," Abara said, her voice calm but labored. "I fight with divine grace. Then brace for divine impact." Roomie roared. She slammed her foot down, leapt straight into the air, and used one of the vines as a pivot to spin through the canopy. Wham! She crashed through the top of the cage like a falling meteor, slamming her knee into Abara's shoulder and sending her crashing backward across the ring. Roomie didn't let up. She landed, dashed forward, and with one clean sweep, drop-kicked Abara out of bounds. The crowd was on its feet before Midnight even raised her arm. Victory to Roomie Usajiyama. Ring out. Top 10 reactions. Crust was practically cheering. "That's how it's done. No hesitation. Clean hit, relentless pace." Yukio smiled warmly. "That's her instinct. Beautifully honed." Edgeshot nodded. "She's refined her wildness into a blade." Even Best Jeanist gave a rare smile. "Savage, but elegant. Controlled chaos." Endeavor's arms were crossed, but he gave a single approving grunt. "She's strong," he muttered. "Very strong." Class 1A-1B react. "Okay. I felt that hit," Kaminari said. "In my spine." "Roomie is scary," Oaco muttered. "She's efficient," Momo said. "And kind of terrifying." Todoroki tilted his head. "She launched herself through her opponent's defense. Without any form of hesitation. Just say she's cool, dude," Kiroshima said, laughing. "I already did." Abara, back near the gate, stood and bowed. "I yield with no bitterness. May your strength be used righteously." Roomie raised 2 fingers in a casual salute. "May your vines stay untangled." Back in the stands, Roomie was all swagger and satisfaction, sweat glistening, her hair wind blown from the momentum. She barely got 2 steps before Izuku was on her. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in, laughing. "You were amazing." "I know," she said with a grin, pulling him down into a quick, heated kiss. "You smashed through her defense like a cannonball." "Damn right I did." He cupped her face gently. "I'm so proud of you." Roomie softened. "Just a little." Yeah, now grab me a drink, fanboy. I'm parched." He laughed again, eyes gleaming. "Coming right up." The loudspeakers buzzed back to life. "And now, our final match of the quarterfinals, Katsuki Bakugo vs. Fumikage Tokiyami." The atmosphere shifted instantly. The cheers turned sharper. The energy crackled. Two boys, two storms, walking toward the same ring. One with a black beast at his side. The other, all fire. The stadium simmered in the aftermath of Roomie's explosive match. Energy buzzed in the stands, adrenaline still high. But the atmosphere was changing. Sharpening. Because now, Bakugo was stepping onto the field. Boots hit the stone with slow, deliberate weight. No fanfare, no waving. His expression was a blade honed to kill. Sharp eyes, fists half clenched, palms already hissing with ignition. He didn't look at the crowd. He didn't look at the judges. He only looked forward. Fumikage Tokiyami stood opposite him, calm and collected, his cloak billowing. Dark shadow loomed behind him, larger than normal, its form less a partner, more a sentinel cast in living shadow. Even the crowd quieted, not out of boredom, out of respect. Commentary booth. Aizawa leaned into his mic, tone unusually grim. Bakugo's carrying pressure. The others have had their moments. He hasn't. He's coiled, and about to strike. Beside him, present Mike was unusually subdued. Yeah, and Tokiyami's not the kind of guy you want to stand in front of when there's blood in the water. Top 10 box. Crust leaned forward with his arms braced on the railing. Ooh boy, this is gonna be ugly. Tokiyami's a powerhouse in shadow, but light. That's a different story. Yukio nodded. Bakugo's smart, brutal, but not mindless. Best Jeanist spoke calmly, eyes locked on the ring. He doesn't suppress his aggression. He weapon eases it. Edge shot crossed his arms. This match won't be long. But it will leave a mark. Arena floor. One hand dropped. The bell echoed. And Bakugo exploded. He blasted from the ground with a roar of combustion, body twisting midair. Boom. Tokiyami moved instantly, cloak swirling as dark shadow lashed upward to intercept. The blow hit hard, flinging Bakugo to the side. But he adjusted in the air, rolled, and landed with a backhanded blast that cracked the ring. Bakugo grinned. TCH. You hit harder than you look. Dark shadow growled. Bakugo flared his palm, lighting the area around him. Light splashed across Dark Shadow's form, causing it to shudder. That's it, Bakugo said. You don't like that, do you? And then he charged. Class 1A reactions. Mina winced. He's gonna take the whole ring apart. He's always aggressive, Momo said, voice low, but this is calculated. Like he wants to punish something. Shoto added quietly, it's like fighting a spotlight with fists. Kaminari blinked. Wait. That was poetic. Was that poetry, Todoroki? It was literal, Shoto replied. Oh my god, Mina whispered, delighted. Izuku watched silently, brow furrowed. He understood. Bakugo wasn't just trying to win. He was trying to prove something. Roomie stood. Gonna hit the bathroom. Izuku turned. You okay? She flashed a grin. Fine. Don't get sappy. She walked off. But her steps were fast. Too fast. Inside the bathroom, Roomie gripped the edge of the sink, staring into the mirror. The explosion still echoed inside her. Her jaw flexed. Her hand trembled. Once, she stared at the movement like it had betrayed her. Her ears twitched involuntarily as another blast echoed in the distance. She exhaled. Low. Controlled. Come on, rabbit. You're good. She looked up. Eyes clear. Smile fixed. Then she turned and walked out like nothing happened. Back on the field, Tokiyami had managed to create distance, dark shadow spiraling in defense. Bakugo was above. He came down with a flash of light and sound, slamming into the ground with a massive blast that washed over Dark Shadow like a flare. Dark Shadow screamed and shrank back. Tokiyami's eyes widened. He raised his arms. Bakugo grabbed his wrist mid-motion and exploded them both into the air. They hit the ground. Tokiyami bounced. And rolled. Out of bounds. Midnight's voice cut through. Victory. Katsuki Bakugo by ring out. Pro box reactions. Crust let out a low whistle. Guy fights like a bomb on legs. Yukio nodded slowly. And he knows exactly when to light the fuse. Best Jeanist offered a small hum. He fought the shadow by becoming the sun. Endeavor watched in silence. But his eyes burned a little brighter. Class 1A section. Roomie returned. She slipped back into her seat beside Izuku. He looked at her sideways. Her smile was the same. But he noticed the tightness in her shoulders. He didn't ask. Instead, he laced their fingers together. And she gave him a quick, grateful squeeze. Midnight's voice returned as the scoreboard changed. And that concludes the quarterfinals. We will now take a short intermission. Fighters, prepare for your next battles. The screen flashed. Semifinal 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Tenya Iida. Semifinal 2. Roomie Usajiyama vs. Katsuki Bakugo. The stadium roared, and the sky above them darkened, not with clouds, but with expectation. The crowd still buzzed after the last match, the roars and lights slowly fading into a steady hum. Repairs continued below, but in the stands, the energy had finally started to ease, the pressure bleeding off, replaced by laughter, voices, and the familiar warmth of a shared moment. Class 1A gathered loosely in a semicircle, many of them still standing. The tension had finally cracked, and with it, so had the silence. Mina leaned on the railing, glancing between students. So, anyone else feel like we're in the semifinals of a pro league tournament? Because it's definitely giving that vibe, Kaminari replied. This is beyond anything I imagined when I signed up for UA, Momo said, still trying to process it all. These matches, they feel like war zones. It's awesome, Kiroshima grinned. Like, you can really feel it. Everyone's pushing past their limits. And the limits are pushing back, Jiro added. That explosion at the end, Siro said, shaking his head, I thought the whole arena was gonna fold in on itself. It was impressive, Shoji added, arms crossed. Bakugo's control in the air is underrated. I still think it was too much, Sato muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Felt like a demolition site. I think Bakugo's style is effective, Ojiro said carefully. But man, it doesn't leave much room for mistakes. But so dramatic, Aoyama added with a sparkle in his eye. Boom, light, fierceness, magnifique. Tokiyami returned quietly, his uniform singed and steps steady but tired. He gave no dramatic entrance, no fanfare, just a quiet dignity. But that didn't stop the class. Yo, Kiroshima called. Dude, you were amazing out there. You really made Bakugo work for it, Siro added. Ribbit, you looked cool, Suyu said simply. Tokiyami bowed his head slightly. I was overpowered, but I am grateful for the experience. Roomie gave him a grin from where she sat with Izuku. You held your ground. That counts for a lot. Shoji nodded. You stood tall, even in the worst of it. That matters. Ojiro offered a quiet thumbs up. You fought with precision. We all saw it. Aoyama placed a hand over his chest. A duel of shadows and fire. Very poetic. Tokiyami dipped his head slightly, accepting the words with grace. Then came Bakugo, returning alone. He walked past them all. No words, no glances, just clenched fists and a silence that buzzed like static. Mina opened her mouth. Kaminari shook his head. Don't. Bakugo climbed into the rows above and sat down, arms crossed, jaw locked. Watching, waiting. The screen above the arena pulsed again. Midnight's voice returned. Fighters for semifinal 1, please make your way to the prep rooms. Izuku Midoriya, Tenya Iida, your moment awaits. The class turned. Izuku exhaled and stood. Roomie nudged his arm with her elbow. Go make me proud, Zuku. He smiled, then looked at the others. Thanks, everyone. I'll see you after. Crush it, Midoriya, Kiroshima called. Don't break your arm this time, Mina grinned. Give us another show, Siro added. I believe in you, Shoji said. Bon chance. Aoyama sparkled. Ojiro smiled. Just fight your way. Sato gave a firm nod. You got this. Izuku laughed softly, eyes bright. Iida gave a respectful nod to the group, and then to Izuku. Let us go, he said firmly. It is time to test our resolve. And with that, both walked down into the tunnel. Two friends, two rivals. The semi-finals were about to begin. The arena floor hummed beneath the crowd's anticipation, a low tremor that rippled through every heartbeat. The repairs were finished, the stone tiles smooth once more, but that clean slate only served as a challenge now, waiting to be shattered again. Izuku Midoriya stepped into the light. Not with thunder, not with bluster, but with purpose. The scarring on his arm was still fresh, his breathing steady but careful, and yet his movements were light. Measured. A spark danced behind his eyes. The aftershocks of his clash with Todoroki hadn't dimmed him, they'd sharpened him. From the opposite end, Tenya Iida emerged like a blade drawn from a sheath. Upright, composed, dignified, his engines let out a subtle whrrr as he took position, steam venting in quiet hisses from the vents at his calves. Midnight's voice rang out. Begin. Iida moved instantly, a blur of blue slicing across the arena, engines bursting with a roar of thrust. His foot slammed down like a piston, the shockwave trailing behind him as he surged in, a blur to the untrained eye. But Izuku didn't budge. He sidestepped. A single shift of weight, precise, effortless. Iida flew past. The crowd gasped as Iida skidded, twisting mid-motion and launching into another burst. His speed was punishing, the force of his dash tearing shallow grooves in the tile. But again, Izuku moved like water. He didn't dodge out of fear, he danced. With control, with rhythm. Each footstep barely touched the ground before the next followed, his body shifting just outside Iida's striking path every time. Dash dash. Commentary booth. He's toying with the tempo, Aizawa muttered, eyes tracking the movement below. Present Mike leaned in, voice crackling with excitement. And it's not just speed, it's rhythm. Midoriya's not reacting, he's predicting. Dash dash. Iida pivoted into a high-gear dash, blasting forward at an angle. This time, he anticipated the dodge, lunging with a sweeping kick meant to clip Izuku's trailing leg. But Izuku countered mid-step. Boom. A focused burst from his heel turned his pivot into a full side vault, launching him clean over the attack. He flipped once, landed, and kept moving, now circling Iida with a blur of motion that left faint trails of green lightning in the air. It wasn't power, it was mastery. He was using 25% of One for All, and he made it look easy. Dash dash. Top 10 Pro Hero Box. Edgeshot narrowed his eyes. He's fully in command of the field. Yukio gave a slow nod. He's not overreaching, not showboating, just outmaneuvering. Crust tapped his fingers together. It's clean, cold, like a tactician in motion. Even Endeavor spoke this time. Quiet, grudgingly impressed. He's become faster, more precise. That's what pressure makes of some people. Dash dash. On the ground, Iida wasn't slowing down. His engines hissed, overheating, but he didn't relent. He was pushing. He burst forward again. Recipro burst now activated, every burst longer than the last. The tiles cracked under the force of his charge. And finally, he clipped Midoriya's shoulder. The force staggered Izuku slightly, a skid marking the stone as he caught himself mid-slide. But then he grinned. I was wondering when you'd hit me. He kicked off the ground. Boom, and was in front of Iida again in a blink. A quick burst from his palm disrupted Iida's footing, and a sweeping leg caught the support angle of his stance. Iida nearly stumbled, but before he could recover, Izuku slipped behind him in a burst of speed and landed a clean tap to the back with both palms. A soft blast, no injury, just force. Iida was sent sliding across the ground, and over the boundary. Ring out. The audience roared, not because it was a flashy finish, but because it was clean. Controlled, clinical, dash dash, Class 1A section. Yo, that was slick. Kaminari shouted, fists pumping in the air. He outpaced Iida, Kiroshima said, eyes wide. How is he that fast? Footwork, Momo murmured. Awareness, timing. He didn't just outrun him, he outthought him. Zero grinned. I think Iida just fought a tornado in human form. And Roomie leaned back in her seat, arms crossed, her smirk growing sharper. Damn right he did. Dash dash. Class 1B section. Tetsu Tetsu blinked. That was fast. Really fast. Abara clasped her hands. He is as thoughtful as he is strong. Monoma made a face like he bit into something sour. Midoriya again. Oh come on. At this point, it's just favoritism from the universe. Kendo rolled her eyes. Or he's just better than you. Dash dash. Pro Hero Box. Edgeshot's voice was low. He's growing by the minute. Best Jeanist nodded. He applied restraint. There was power in every movement, but never waste. Yukio smiled. He's starting to fight like someone who knows his limits. That's more dangerous than raw power. And Endeavor. His arms remained crossed, but his gaze didn't leave the arena. He's not flashy. Not like All Might, but that's what makes him so effective. Iida stood at the edge of the ring, catching his breath, and turned. Midoriya walked over, offering his hand. Iida hesitated, then smiled and took it. You were amazing, Izuku said. Iida pushed his glasses up, nodding. You were faster than I anticipated. Truly. Thank you, for the lesson. Izuku chuckled. Anytime. Midnight's voice echoed. Victory. Izuku Midoriya. He moves on to the final match. The crowd erupted again. Midoriya bowed slightly, then walked off toward the tunnel. The light behind him framed his silhouette in sparks and steam, less a student, more a rising star. Midnight's voice rang out across the stadium, slicing through the fading cheers like a blade. Next up, the second semifinal of the day, Roomie Usajiyama vs Katsuki Bakugo. The roar that followed was deafening. The energy in the stands surged like a second storm was about to be born. Izuku was just stepping off the arena floor, sweat still drying on his brow, when he saw her. Roomie stood just ahead, arms crossed, her stance relaxed but eyes electric. Her ears twitched slightly, picking up the buzz of her name in the crowd. She didn't look at them. She looked at him. They crossed paths in the tunnel, a heartbeat of calm between two hurricanes. Izuku slowed, green eyes meeting crimson. You've got this, he said, voice low, steady. Show him what it means to fight someone who doesn't break. Roomie's grin was quiet, not cocky, not loud, just real. I'll show him what a real explosion looks like. She brushed her knuckles along his arm as she passed. Then, boom, another figure entered the tunnel. Bakugo. He didn't glance at Roomie. Not at first. He stopped in front of Izuku. Face unreadable, jaw tight, hands twitching with slow, simmering sparks. You better pray for your girl, Bakugo said, voice like gravel dragged across metal. She's gonna need every ounce of that freak strength just to survive me. He didn't wait for a reply. He walked past, boots crunching gravel left by repairs. Izuku stood there for a moment, the heat of Bakugo's words lingering longer than the actual flames. Something crawled up his spine. Not fear, but unease. He looked toward Roomie's retreating figure. Then tightened his fist. No, he believed in her. Whatever Bakugo brought, she could take it. Class 1A stands. Damn, this is gonna be wild, Kaminari said, leaning forward in anticipation. Two powerhouses, both aggressive, both explosive, Kiroshima grinned. This is gonna be a brawl. She's faster, more agile, Momo said. If she stays mobile, she can outmaneuver him. But Bakugo adapts quickly, Shoto noted, arms folded. He's not just brute force, he watches. Calculates. He's still gonna get stomped, Mina chimed in, smirking. No one survives the bunny hurricane. Tokiyami remained quiet, but his eyes narrowed. Something in the air felt heavy. Pro Hero Box. Yukio leaned forward. This is the one I've been waiting for. Crust let out a low whistle. She's a beast, but he's a bomb with legs. This is gonna be brutal. Best Jeanist, hands folded, said nothing. Edgeshot watched with razor focus. And endeavor. He stared down at the girl stepping into the ring with eyes that didn't show flame, but something colder. Judgment. The ring. Roomie entered like a fighter walking into a pit, not with hesitation, but with a grin that promised chaos. She cracked her neck once, crouched low in a fighter's stance, and thumped one fist against her thigh. Bakugo entered seconds later, dragging his boots through the dirt like he was daring the ground to defy him. Midnight raised her hand. Neither of them looked at her. Their eyes were already locked. Begin. Bakugo moved first. Boom. A burst from his right palm. He rocketed forward like a missile, low to the ground. Roomie matched his speed, ducking the opening swipe and countering with a spinning back kick that would have crushed anyone's ribs. Bakugo twisted midair and blasted away from the blow just in time. Roomie chased. She blitzed forward, feet slamming the stone with pinpoint precision. One hop, one leap, and she was airborne, spinning heel coming down like a hammer. Bakugo caught it on his forearm, but even blocking it sent him skidding backward. She landed, ears twitching. He was smirking. Another boom. This time a shotgun blast at close range. Roomie dropped low, the shockwave rushing overhead, and drove an uppercut into Bakugo's gut. He grunted, then detonated a small burst at his back, launching himself into a midair spin. Her follow-up missed by inches. Class 1A section. She's keeping up, Kaminari shouted. No. She's pushing him. She's faster in close quarters, Momo confirmed, eyes locked. He's trying to create space, but she's not letting him breathe. Kiroshima whooped. She's got him on the ropes. Back in the ring. Bakugo grit his teeth and landed hard. His hands flared. He launched an aerial cluster shot. Multiple rapid-fire bursts aimed around her rather than at her, trying to herd her toward one side of the ring. Roomie read it instantly. She leapt, twisted midair to avoid the trap, and came down with a thunderous stomp that shattered the floor and sent debris flying. Bakugo landed on a chunk midair, and smiled. That's when the tempo shifted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bursts in rapid succession. Louder, sharper, not aimed to hit, but to sound off. Roomie's step staggered, just a flicker, but her head twitched. She shook it off, scowled, and launched forward again. Bakugo smirked. He'd seen it. Another boom, this one directly into the ground as he propelled himself sideways, echoing like a thunderclap in a cave. Roomie's movement hitched, slightly. She didn't show pain, but her reaction time was a breath slower. Bakugo saw everything. Commentary booth. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. He's shifting something. Present mic blinked. He's making noise. More noise. You see that? It's not just about propulsion. He's weaponizing the sound. Aizawa's eyes locked on Roomie. And she's starting to feel it. In the ring, Roomie's teeth were grit now. Her ears twitched at each blast. She dove in again, spinning, ducking low, and landed a heavy blow to Bakugo's hip that sent him stumbling. But when he recovered, another triple burst, louder. Roomie flinched, visibly this time. Her stance faltered. The rhythm was breaking. Her breathing was tighter. Class 1A section. She's slowing, Momo said. No way. Kiroshima frowned. She was crushing. What's happening? She's still landing hits, Zero added. But, why's she hesitating? Roomie launched forward again, and Bakugo responded with a point-blank detonation that didn't even hit her, but rattled the air. The sound hit like a punch, and her movement stuttered again. Roomie blinked once. Her vision swam, ears ringing. The world snapped sideways for half a second, but she dug in, forced her body to obey, and lashed out with a sweeping roundhouse that clipped Bakugo's shoulder. He didn't block. He didn't care. He saw it. The way she winced. The way her eyes twitched at the sound. He raised his hand again. Not for firepower. For volume. The next blast shook the arena. Roomie flinched hard, nearly missing her footing. And Bakugo laughed. Not in cruelty. In certainty. I see it now, he growled, voice cutting through the smoke. You're not breaking 'cause you're weak. He raised his hand again. You're breaking 'cause your body's betraying you. Boom. The sound slammed through the air like a cannon going off in a tunnel. Roomie's fist stayed up, but her knees dipped. Just slightly. The air split again with another explosion, louder, sharper than the last. The kind of blast that didn't aim to strike skin or muscle. It aimed to shatter the senses. Roomie staggered as the shockwave rolled through her skull. Her footing faltered for just a heartbeat, but that was enough. Bakugo's eyes lit up like a predator who'd tasted blood. He pounced. The next series of detonations weren't random. They were calculated, detonated at angles that reverberated off the stadium walls. They rattled the air itself. They hunted her ears. Roomie's breath hitched. She tried to twist into a low dodge, but the tilt in her balance gave her away. Bakugo adjusted, and punished. He landed a right hook to her ribs that sent her sliding. Roomie growled and launched back with pure instinct, slamming into him with a heavy shoulder tackle that drove them both into the ground in a tumble of limbs and grit. But when they split apart again, Bakugo detonated another blast directly behind her. Class 1A section, and that's when Izuku's stomach dropped. His mouth opened, but nothing came out at first. Then it hit. His eyes flew wide, and he shouted, "God damn it." The force in his voice cracked the air like a whip. Heads turned in shock. I'm such a fucking idiot. Even Jiro flinched. No one had heard Midoriya swear before. He clutched the rail in front of him like it was the only thing keeping him upright. The alarm. he barked. Back in the cafeteria, when the intruder alert went off, she dropped. She covered her ears, her whole body locked up. Why didn't I remember that? His voice cracked from guilt and fury. She tried to hide it, said it was nothing, but of course it wasn't. Of course explosions are worse. A stunned silence fell over Class 1A as realization swept across their section like a stormfront. Her ears, Juro whispered, her own twitching at the distant rumble of Bakugo's blasts. She's got enhanced hearing, like me, probably even worse, especially with her instincts. She looked stricken. I should have seen this. She's been absorbing that sound this whole time, Momo murmured. Suyu blinked slowly. She's fighting through a sonic hell. Kaminari's jaw clenched. And she hasn't quit. She never would, Kiroshima said. That's not her. Commentary booth. Aizawa had stopped speaking entirely. He watched her, stone-faced, but his jaw was tight, the corner of his eye twitching. Present Mike's voice, usually so animated, came out lower. Rougher. I've seen that look before, he murmured. Overexposure. Your body turns against you. Balance slips. Pain you can't shake. And the worst part is, he exhaled slowly, you can't turn it off. Not when it's your senses betraying you. Aizawa finally spoke, quiet, but hard. She's unraveling, but she's still trying to win. That's the terrifying part. Over the comm links that the staff shared to be able to communicate with each other, Midnight's voice came to life. Should I stop the match? Aizawa's face screwed up into a contemplative look before replying. No. She would never forgive us for deciding the fight for her. Pro Hero Box. Edgeshot leaned forward, his normally unreadable face cast in shadows. He's not increasing power. He's increasing pressure. This is psychological warfare, and it's effective. Yukyu's eyes narrowed, her arms folded tightly. She's being cornered from the inside out. And yet, she's still standing. Crust shook his head, brow furrowed deep. That kind of grit. You don't teach that. That's in the bones. Best Jeanist watched silently. His hands were clenched. She's being outplayed, but she's not outclassed. And Endeavor. He looked focused. He looked down in the ring at the girl who kept pushing through the pain and kept trying to win something that was clearly out of reach. It reminded him of someone. She's cracked, he muttered. But not broken. Not yet. Class 1A. Do we stop it? Kaminari half shouted. He's not using lethal force, Momo said, but her voice was tight. He's targeting, but it's within rules. That's why it's so awful. She won't yield, Juro whispered. That's the worst part. She won't. She'll let herself get wrecked before she quits. She's like him, Tokiyami said. Relentless, unbending. Two blades on the same grindstone. She's gonna break, Oaco said quietly. And Izuku, his jaw was clenched, eyes burning. Hands shaking, but he didn't look helpless. He looked like a man watching a star he loved fall into the ocean. Back in the ring, Roomie's legs wobbled as she rose again, blood trailing from her nose. Her head was throbbing, her vision pulsed with the beat of her heart. Her ears, she couldn't hear right, everything was distorted, like the world had been submerged underwater, then rattled with a jackhammer. But still, she stood. Her fists trembled. Her tail twitched rapidly, and her balance wasn't clean anymore, but her eyes. Still blazing. Bakugo approached slowly, a small sneer on his face, not smug. Not taunting, just knowing. You should have quit 5 minutes ago. Boom. A blast beside her left foot. She twitched violently, nearly collapsing. I see it now, he said. You're not backing down 'cause you're brave. He raised his hand again, sweat beading along his temple. You're not backing down 'cause you don't know how. Boom. The air buckled. The ground trembled. Roomie fell to one knee. And the only thing louder than the sound was the silence that followed it. She was on one knee. Head bowed. Hands shaking. Her breath ragged. The ring was half destroyed around her. Shattered stone. Craters from explosions. Dust still hanging in the air. Her ears twitched with the ghost of each blast, as if they were still ringing even when silence fell. Bakugo stood across from her, posture loose, arms slightly out at his sides, like he was waiting for the inevitable. You still breathing down there, rabbit? He didn't grin. He didn't mock. His tone was sharp, cold. You're fast. You hit like hell. But all that flash means nothing if one weakness shuts your whole body down. He took a few steps closer, slow and measured, explosions crackling softly around his palms. You're just a noise-sensitive meathead who got by on speed and instinct. Cute. Another step. You thought you were hot shit, didn't you? He tilted his head. Turns out you're just loud noise roadkill. Class 1A section. Izuku gripped the rail like he wanted to rip it from the floor. The metal was bending and groaning beneath his grip. But it wasn't just his hands that trembled now. It was the air around him. Thin tendrils of green lightning arced down his arms. His red shoes cracked faintly against the ground beneath him. The faint hum of power, raw, hungry, began to pulse from his frame like a second heartbeat. Midoriya, Momo said softly, eyes wide. He didn't hear her. His jaw was clenched, muscles tight, every fiber of his being screaming for him to move. His aura flared again. Just a flicker, but enough that Kaminari took a step back, feeling the static crackle through the air. Roomie still hadn't moved. He's trying to bury her now, Kaminari said, voice quiet. She's not reacting to the blasts anymore, Juro muttered. She's probably numb. She's going to break, Momo whispered. Or she's going to shatter everything else trying not to. She's not done, Kiroshima said. Not yet, but even he sounded like he wasn't sure. Pro Hero Box. She's in critical territory, Yukio said, her fists clenched on the railing. Edgeshot's eyes narrowed. And Midoriya, look at him. Best Jeanist followed their gaze. He's on the edge, Crust let out a low breath. If she goes down hard, he's the one we're gonna have to hold back next. And Endeavor, still silent, but his eyes flicked from Roomie to Izuku. The ring. Bakugo stopped walking. He lifted one hand and fired off a low, sharp burst at the stone beside her. Boom. The noise shattered the quiet like a brick through a window. Roomie didn't flinch, didn't twitch. She moved, like lightning from a dead sky. Her body launched forward. No warning, no tell, just raw motion. A single, furious blur of white and muscle and blood and rage. Bakugo's eyes widened. Her foot hit the stone. Crack, and she vanished again. She didn't dodge. She tore toward him. He blasted backward reflexively. Boom, but she curved with the recoil, closing distance midair. You wanna hear loud, she screamed as she spun into a corkscrew kick, her voice breaking against the walls of the stadium. Listen to this. Her knee collided with his forearm just as he raised it. Crack. There was for sure something fractured in that arm now. Bakugo grunted, blasted himself away. Boom, but she followed. Her ears were bleeding now. Her nose too. Her eyes were bloodshot, one almost swollen shut. But she was still moving. Still raging. She came in low this time, faking a sweep, then bouncing upward into a spinning axe kick. Bakugo crossed his arms, caught it, but stumbled. He felt that. Commentary booth. She's ripping herself apart just to stay in this, Present Mike said, almost horrified. Aizawa's eyes never left the ring. She's not fighting like she wants to win. She's fighting like she wants to prove she can still stand. And Midoriya's power's rising, Mike added. He's barely holding back. You feel that hum. That's not nerves. That's the storm. Class 1A. She's pushing through it, Kaminari shouted. She's back. No, Momo said, her voice almost trembling. She's not back. She's breaking. She's just burning brighter before the end. She's detonating, Juro whispered. And Izuku, his fingers clawed into the railing. The arcs of energy dancing down his arms were growing brighter. Roomie, he whispered. The ring. Roomie landed another punch to Bakugo's shoulder. He hissed, more out of surprise than pain. She roared and came in again, her fists blurring with a flurry of heavy blows, each one slamming like gunfire against his defenses. He was backing up, one step, two, then, shut up already. Bakugo detonated point blank. Roomie was blown backward, spinning through the air, skidding across the broken tiles, her body flipping once, twice. She hit the edge of the ring. Hard, and stayed there, slumped. The crowd fell silent again. No one moved, no one breathed, not even Bakugo, not yet. He just watched her, waiting. Her fingers twitched. She grabbed the stone beneath her, and heaved. One hand, then the other. She stood. Her body looked like a battlefield. But she smiled. A crooked, wild, unbreakable smile. And raised both fists. Still here, asshole. The stadium erupted. Cheers. Screams. Disbelief. Class 1A surged to their feet, fists in the air, hearts in their throats. Mina was in tears. Even Endeavor's lips parted, slightly. Izuku. His body flared again. One step forward. Sato turned in his seat. Midoriya. Izuku didn't move further, but the power surging from him buzzed like a living thing. He was ready to jump the down there if he had to. And Bakugo. His teeth grit, his eyes wide with fury. He raised both hands again, palms glowing. Fine, let's end it. Roomie stood, barely. Her fists were up, her legs trembling, her face cut and bruised and bloody. Her ears, still twitching, hung limp against her skull, flickering at every echo. But her eyes, still burning. And Bakugo, he was done playing. You just don't know when to quit. He launched forward. Boom, a straight burst that shattered more of the ring beneath his feet. Roomie tried to meet him. She leapt, every muscle screaming, and drove a flying knee toward his chest. He twisted midair, caught her knee with one hand, then detonated a blast into her ribs point blank. She choked on air, crumpling mid-flight. She crashed to the ground, coughing, dragging herself up with raw instinct. Bakugo didn't stop. Boom. Another blast sent her skidding. She forced herself to roll, bounced back to one foot, swung, missed. Bakugo slammed an explosion into her back as she twisted. She screamed as the air left her lungs, her body bouncing across the floor. Dash dash. Class 1A section. Someone stop it. Kaminari shouted. Roomie. Mina cried out, tears streaming down her face. Izuku was no longer just trembling. He was glowing. The lightning around him whipped violently now, surging up his legs, his shoulders, crackling along his jaw. And then, he moved. Only a step, but Shoji caught him. Sato grabbed his other side. Don't, Shoji said, voice calm, but firm. You can't. She'd never forgive you, Sato added, sweat beading at his brow. Izuku's whole body strained, muscles twitching, eyes wild, fists burning with restrained power. She's getting slaughtered, he barked. She knows, Shoji said. And she chose this. Tokiyami stepped in, dark shadow coiling around Izuku for extra strength. We'll hold you here if we have to. You're not alone, man, Kiroshima added, hand on Izuku's shoulder. We all feel it too. But it didn't help the knot in Izuku's chest as he watched her struggle to rise again. Dash dash. Pro Hero Box. Edgeshot's brows were drawn. This is over. She's still trying to stand, Crust whispered. She's got nothing left, but her body's still moving. Yukio said nothing, but her hands were balled into fists. Best Jeanist exhaled hard through his nose. This is the cost of pride. And endeavor. His gaze didn't waver. She stood longer than most pros ever would. Dash dash. The ring. Roomie was crawling now. She refused to stay down. She braced one foot, then the other. She tried to spring. Her leg buckled. She fell forward, and Bakugo landed behind her. Breathing heavy, he looked down at her like she was a stubborn ghost. You're done. She wheezed out a laugh, face half smeared in blood and dirt. Not yet. Bakugo's mouth twisted. Something between anger and disbelief. You're crazy. She looked up, vision half fogged, barely able to see. Yeah, she whispered. I'm still Roomie, though. He raised one hand. She didn't move. She couldn't. But she still grinned. Dash dash. Class 1A section. Izuku growled, fighting against Shoji and Sato's grip. Tokiyami forced Dark Shadow to grow despite the light with a grunt of effort. The stone under his boots cracked again. Lightning spiked across the rail. Then, Usajiyama is unable to continue. Midnight's voice hit like a gavel slamming shut. Victory. Katsuki Bakugo. Shoji and Sato let go. Dark Shadow retracted with a sigh of relief. And Izuku moved. He was a blur. Green lightning slicing the air as he leapt from the stands and landed beside her in an instant. He dropped to his knees. Roomie. She was barely conscious. Her chest rising and falling in short, shallow breaths, but her body limp. Hey, stay with me. You did amazing, okay. You were incredible. She smiled faintly. Hit like a truck. You were a truck, he whispered, brushing hair from her face. Bakugo walked past them. Didn't say a word, just glared. And Izuku glared right back. A silence passed between them, white hot, sharp, unfinished. Then Izuku turned his full attention back to Roomie. He lifted her carefully, cradling her close. You're okay. I got you. He stood, lightning flickering low around his feet. Let's get you to recovery, girl. As he carried her off the field, the stadium watched in silence. Even the crowd couldn't find words. Only respect, only awe. Roomie Usajiyama, the girl who refused to fall until she absolutely had to, was finally carried away. But not broken, never broken. Top Pro Hero Box. The silence stretched for several seconds after the match ended. Not because the arena was quiet, but because no one had anything left to say. Bakugo had walked off, Roomie had been carried away, and in their wake, they left behind scorched earth and thunder still ringing in the ears of those who'd witnessed it. Edgeshot leaned forward slowly, hands steepled. That girl's a monster. In the best way, Yukio added softly, eyes wet but proud. She had no balance, no footing, Best Jeanist murmured. She was fighting off instinct and pure adrenaline. She didn't surrender, Crust said. Even when her body did. Endeavor said nothing at first. Then he exhaled, a deep breath that rattled faintly from somewhere deeper than the lungs. She refused to fall clean, he muttered. There's a difference between losing and being beaten. And she never gave him the satisfaction of the latter. He didn't say it like a compliment. He said it like a challenge. To himself, to anyone watching, she had earned their respect. All of it. Class 1A section. The silence hit them first. They didn't move, couldn't. Even after Izuku had bolted from the stands, the rest of the class sat like statues. No banter, no shouts, just the ache of something too real. She didn't deserve that, Kiroshima said first. Voice low, raw. She didn't stop, Zero muttered, almost dazed. She couldn't stop. I've never seen someone take that much damage and keep fighting, Momo whispered. Not at our level, not like that. She got pushed past her limit, Jiro added. Way past. And she didn't quit, not once. She went down because her body gave out, Suyu said. Not her will. Heroes go down like that, Shoji rumbled. Legends do. Should have been her in the final, Kaminari muttered, rubbing at his eyes. And then, Monoma. Wow, he said with a dry little smirk. All this drama for the loser. Honestly, she got creamed. The class froze. Kaminari stood, face red. You little. She got outplayed, Monoma continued. No strategy, just muscle and ego. Honestly, I'm amazed she lasted as long as she. Crack. Kendo's fist collided with the back of his head. Monoma dropped like a sack of flour, face down on the stands. Kendo didn't even sigh. She just crossed her arms and addressed the group. Sorry, he's not waking up for a while. Let him sleep it off, Kiroshima grunted. He can mourn the splinters in the floorboards, Jiro added coldly. Still, it broke the tension, just a little. Just enough to breathe again. Medical wing. The lights were low. The machines beeped quietly. The faint rhythm of medical tech was the only sound. Roomie Usajiyama lay still, bandaged, bruised, blood still drying in her ears and on the corner of her mouth. One of her ears twitched involuntarily every few seconds, reflex, not awareness. Izuku hadn't left her side since he brought her in. He sat beside her bed, elbows on knees, fists clenched tightly. His green lightning had faded, but the heat hadn't. Not from his body, from his eyes, and she hadn't looked at him. Not once. Say something, he said softly. No answer. You don't have to pretend with me. Still, nothing. He leaned closer. Please, Roomie, I can't, she rasped. Her voice cracked on the word. It sounded broken. I can't. And her face crumpled. She turned away, shoulders trembling. I fought so damn hard, she whispered. And it didn't matter. He just kept coming. Louder, crueler. Every second, her words died in her throat. She covered her face with one arm, teeth clenched. I've never felt that helpless in a fight. Never. And I hated it. Izuku was already on his feet, kneeling beside her bed. He took her hand. You weren't helpless, he said, fierce and unshaking. You were unreal. You stood through more pain than anyone should have had to. I didn't win. No, but you didn't fall, either. She sobbed once, loud and sharp. I felt weak, Izuku. I felt small, like I was drowning in a fight I should have walked through. He cupped her cheek with one hand. You didn't drown, he said. You stormed into a hurricane with your fists up and teeth bared, and you made it bleed before it took you down. I didn't want to fall in front of you, she said through her tears. You didn't, he whispered. You rose. Their foreheads touched. I'm so proud of you, he said. I don't feel proud. That's okay. I'll carry it for you. The door creaked open. Toshinori stepped inside and his presence began to fill the room. It was gentle, steady. He looked at the two of them for a long moment. Then closed the door behind him. I watched the whole thing, he said. Neither of them spoke. You fought with everything you had, Roomie, Toshinori continued, voice softer than usual. And even when your body betrayed you, your spirit never did. Roomie let out a shaky breath. Toshinori stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't ever think you came up short, he said. Not after what we saw out there. Izuku looked up at him. Still burning, but quieter now. I'm going to find out what's wrong with Bakugo, he said. Why he's like this. Why he enjoyed doing that to her. Toshinori didn't flinch. He just nodded. I believe you will. Izuku looked down at Roomie again. I'm going to make this right, he whispered. Then added, louder, for everyone. Roomie's eyes fluttered, her voice low and tired. You better win. Izuku smiled. I will. The stadium speakers flared to life. Final match is about to begin. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, please report to the ring. Izuku rose. He took one last look at her. And Roomie, still pale, still broken, grinned with cracked lips. Go raise some hell for me. I plan to, he said. Then he walked out. The door closed behind him. And the storm followed. A moment later. All right, young lady, Recovery Girl said, pulling back with a click of her tongue. That's the last of it. Inner ears stable. Reflexes are back. No more vertigo. You're patched up. Roomie slowly flexed her fingers, rotated her neck, and winced slightly. Still sore. You were nearly liquefied. Be grateful you're not jelly in a bandana. Jelly doesn't hit like I do, Roomie muttered, then pulled on a pair of heavy-duty black earmuffs with reinforced padding around her ears. Just in case. I still wanna hear the crowd when he wins. She gave Recovery Girl a nod and made her way out. Head high, steps strong, face set like stone. Class 1A section. The class turned as one when they saw her. Roomie. Mina shot up first, launching forward. You okay? Jiro asked immediately. You sure you should be moving? Suyu added. Kiroshima grinned. You look like hell, but also like a champ. Roomie held up her hand, halting the wave of concern before it could crash over her. I'm good. Just 2 words. Calm. Certain. Thanks, all of you, she added. But I'm here now, so let's watch him win. She took her seat in the front row. Right in the center. Right where she could see everything. Eyes sharp. Smile razor thin. Hands folded. The pain was still there. But it had purpose now. Arena floor. The ring was rebuilt. The air was sharp. Electric. The kind of charged silence that only happens when everyone knows what's about to happen. Izuku Midoriya walked out first. Shoulders squared. Eyes locked forward. His body hummed. Subtle arcs of green lightning trailing up and down his frame. Not explosive. Just focused. And then came Bakugo. No theatrics. Just pressure. He walked like a loaded weapon. Tense, coiled, the hiss of his palms the only warning before the storm. They met at the center of the arena. Face to face. Breath to breath. No handshake. No nod. Just fire behind one gaze. And lightning behind the other. Commentary booth. Present Mike leaned forward, voice hushed with excitement. We've made it, folks. This is it. The final showdown. Midoriya versus Bakugo. The 2 powerhouses of Class 1A. Aizawa's voice came steady and quiet. This won't be about quirks. This'll be about resolve. They've fought before, Mike added. But not like this. Not after everything that's happened. They're not boys anymore, Aizawa said. They're becoming heroes. Dash dash. Pro hero box. Edgeshot leaned in. Midoriya's steadier. But Bakugo, he's meaner. Yukio nodded slowly. This isn't a duel, it's a reckoning. Endeavor watched, flames flickering at his shoulders. We'll see which one breaks first. Dash dash. Midnight raised her hand. The crowd went still. Begin. Bakugo exploded forward like a missile, arm reared back, palms ignited. Izuku was already moving. Boom. Their fists collided midair, shockwave ripping through the stone. Bakugo twisted in midair, dropping low with a spinning kick laced in a blast. Izuku slid under it, planted his palm on the ground, and used the momentum to launch upward with a rising left hook. Crack. It connected. Bakugo ate it, his head snapping back slightly, but he twisted mid-motion and fired off an aerial burst point blank at Izuku's ribs. Boom. Izuku grunted, flew backward, skidded, caught himself, and dashed in again. This time at 25%. The tiles under his boots shattered. He appeared in front of Bakugo and swung wide. Bakugo blocked, barely, and fired a backhand explosion at Izuku's temple. Izuku ducked under, slammed a gut punch into Bakugo's abdomen, then followed up with a rising elbow under his chin. Bakugo staggered, spit flew from his mouth. Then he grinned. Come on, Deku, that all you got? Dash dash. Class 1A reactions. Holy crap, Kaminari breathed. They're gonna kill each other. They're faster, Juro whispered. Both of them. Bakugo's not being pushed back like last time, Momo said, eyes wide. He's keeping up. He's matching Midori bro, Kiroshima muttered. And fighting like he likes it. Roomie leaned forward, eyes locked on the field. He's baiting Izuku, she said. Trying to draw him into a slugfest. Is it working? Mina asked. Roomie's smile was thin. Oh yeah. Dash dash. Down in the ring. Izuku came in low, shoulder first, slamming Bakugo with a rushing tackle. Bakugo flipped him with a blast from the ground and hurled a combo of twin explosions mid-spin. Izuku dodged the first, caught the second with his forearm. The sleeve tore open. The skin beneath was already bruised. He didn't care. He roared forward again, slamming fists into Bakugo's arms, chest, shoulder. Bakugo matched him hit for hit. Blow for blow. Left, right, hook, elbow, palm strike, explosion, knee, jab, blast. It was vicious. It was personal. Dash dash. Pro hero box. Crust stood halfway out of his seat. They're tearing each other apart. Edgeshot's voice was taut. Bakugo's leveled up. His reaction time's clean. He's not just flaring, it's precise. Yukio frowned. And Midoriya hasn't even tried to end it yet. He's pulling something out. Even Endeavor squinted. He's trying to drag something from Bakugo. Dash dash. Back in the ring. Bakugo tackled Izuku into the ground. Boom. The blast sending cracks across the arena floor. Izuku grit his teeth, kicked him off with both legs, and fired a shockwave upward. Bakugo flew, caught himself mid-air with a cluster burst. Izuku met him mid-air with a rising smash. Crack. Their forearms collided. Again. The crowd screamed, and neither moved. Their bodies locked mid-clash, both panting, blood running down their arms. Then Izuku growled through grit teeth. Why are you like this? Bakugo blinked, his sneer faltering just slightly. What the hell happened to you, Kachan? Bakugo snarled. Shut up. Fight me. Izuku's eyes burned. I am. And they collided again. Boom. Fist. Counter. Blast. Blood. Izuku and Bakugo fought like the world owed them answers. Like each punch might make the pain make sense. Tell me, damn it. Why do you hate me so damn much? Izuku shouted as they went in for another exchange. And then, you really don't remember, do you? Bakugo barked between strikes. Izuku blocked a punch, barely. What are you talking about? Bakugo grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and slammed him into the stone with a blast-assisted throw. The week after your diagnosis. Izuku blinked, confused, winded. Bakugo loomed over him, fists trembling, sparks dancing in his palms. When they jumped you. When they almost killed you. What? I was the one who found you. You were bloody, beaten half to death, and you still didn't run. You tried to fight 3 upperclassmen without a quirk. Izuku rolled aside, stood, blood dripping from his lip. I don't remember that. Exactly. Bakugo shouted. You forgot the whole thing. Forgot the alley. The pain. Me. He charged. Boom. And Izuku caught the strike, but it still knocked him back. You didn't even know why I pushed you away, did you? I thought it was because I was quirkless. Bakugo paused, and for the first time, his eyes hurt. I did push you away. Another punch. Slower this time. Not to injure. To make it land. I bullied you, mocked you, told you to stay down. But it wasn't because you didn't have a quirk. He shoved Izuku back, staggering him. It was because you didn't know how much danger you were in. And I thought if I kept you down, kept you out, you'd be safe. I became your pain on purpose. So you'd stay away. I thought it was for your own good. Another blast. Izuku flew. And I hated myself for it. Izuku's back slammed into the wall of the ring, breath caught in his chest. Bakugo kept coming. Then one day, you're smiling again. You found her. You found confidence. And then, you got a quirk. Izuku staggered upright. You got stronger. You passed me. You became everything I was trying to be. He looked up at Izuku, sweat and fury pouring off his frame. And I was just the asshole who pushed you down. Izuku looked back, breathing hard. And then, I remember it, he whispered. Bakugo froze. I remember a hallway. My mom crying. My chest tight. And, your voice, yelling, saving me. Bakugo's breath hitched. I never hated you, Izuku said, voice trembling. I thought you were gone. I thought I lost you. They stood there, just for a beat. Neither flinched, neither moved. Then they both punched. Crack. Dash dash. Class 1A. Wait, Kaminari said slowly, eyes wide. Did Bakugo just say Midoriya didn't have a quirk? He said quirkless, Momo murmured. That can't be right. Midoriya has a quirk. He's had it since day one. The class buzzed in confusion, murmuring, blinking. Then Roomie spoke up, low and steady. He told me once. All eyes turned to her. It was a misdiagnosis. He got checked again after he started showing signs. The first doctor was a quack. Got it wrong. Juro blinked. You're serious? Roomie didn't look away from the ring. I don't lie. Dash dash. Pro hero box. So it's more guilt than anger. Maybe self-hatred, Yukio murmured. He's not just trying to win, Edgeshot said. He's trying to make peace. With himself. And Endeavor, finally, broke his silence. They're not enemies. They're just friends that lost their way. He leaned forward. They're trying to forgive each other. Dash dash. In the ring, Izuku wiped blood from his nose. You weren't my pain, Kachan, he said softly. You were my protector. I just didn't know. Bakugo's hands fell to his sides. I didn't know how to protect you without pushing you away. And I didn't know how to chase you without hurting. Another silence. And then, they both moved. The next punch was raw. Exhausted. Final. They were down to fumes. Each breath burned. The battlefield was a cratered ruin. The floor cracked and broken. Their limbs shook. Sweat and blood mixed freely between them. But they moved anyway. They had to. Izuku and Bakugo weren't fighting for a title anymore. They were fighting for understanding. For closure. For each other. Izuku lashed out with Black Whip. Sharp. Fast. Trying to bind Bakugo down and end it without another collision. Bakugo snarled, slipping the tendrils with short-range blasts and sheer grit. You think I'm gonna let you tie me up after all this? I'm not tying you up, Izuku snapped. I'm trying to save you from yourself. Bakugo roared and leapt skyward, spinning, building momentum with every twist, explosion, and scream. Izuku's eyes tracked him, steady, hard hammering. He already faced a big attack before. He wouldn't overpower it, not this time. He'd match it, 30%, focused, clean, intentional. Let's end this, he muttered. Bakugo descended, howitzer. Izuku met him. Detroit SMAAAASH. Impact. The sky ripped open, for a second time that day, this time on a lesser scale. A thunderclap echoed across the stadium like a god's heartbeat. The shockwave flattened debris, cracked remaining tiles, and left a scar in the center of the battlefield. And when the dust cleared, one figure was still standing. Izuku Midoriya, Shoulders hunched, knees buckled, chest heaving, but standing. A few feet away, Bakugo lay on his back, chest rising and falling, eyes fluttering open, then shut again. Still conscious, but unmoving, still. Commentary booth. Present mic whispered, "It's over." Aizawa's voice was soft. "It's always been about this." Class 1A reactions. Kaminari was shaking the railing. He did it. Jiro exhaled like she'd been underwater for a minute straight. Momo smiled through glassy eyes. Finally, Roomie stood tall, arms crossed. And her grin, wild and complete. Midnight's voice came to life. Bakugo is down and unable to continue. A pause. A moment. Victory goes to Izuku Midoriya. The crowd exploded. Cheers, screams, raw applause that shook the stands and sent waves across the arena. But in the ring, Izuku didn't move. Not right away. He looked at Bakugo. Not with triumph, but with understanding. And when the sound began to fade, just a little, he walked forward. One slow step at a time. And then, finally, knelt beside Bakugo. "Hey," Izuku said quietly. "You still breathing?" "Unfortunately," Bakugo muttered hoarsely. A long pause passed. Izuku extended his hand. Not fast, not desperate, just there. Bakugo looked at it, then, slowly, sat up under his own power. He didn't take the hand. But he nodded. "I needed that," he rasped. Izuku smiled faintly. "Yeah, me too." Bakugo looked down at his scarred knuckles. Then up at Izuku again. "You're strong. You always have been," Izuku replied. Bakugo gave a dry, bitter chuckle. "I really was an asshole, huh?" Izuku gave a small shrug. "You were scared." Another pause. "And I was hurt." They both sat in the dirt now, side by side. Nothing fancy. No big speeches. Just a quiet sort of peace. "Guess we're even now," Bakugo muttered. "We're not even," Izuku said. He looked toward the crowd. His class, his friends, Roomie, were just, finally on the same side. Bakugo smirked. "Don't get used to it, nerd." The crowd was still going. But it was different now. Less chaos, more reverence. Because they hadn't just watched two kids fight. They'd watched two boys become something more. Medical wing. The white light of the recovery room felt brighter than it should have. Or maybe that was just the adrenaline fading. Izuku sat on the edge of the bed, stripped of his upper uniform, arms wrapped in bandages and salves, his ribs sore, his right shoulder freshly patched. Across the room, Bakugo sat with his usual slouched glare, but it was quieter now. Less fire, more steam. No one said anything for a long moment. Then Bakugo grunted. "So." Izuku glanced over. "That quirk." Izuku blinked. "Huh." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "You didn't have one before." "I know you didn't. So where the hell did it come from?" Izuku didn't even flinch. He offered the same answer Roomie had given the class. "Misdiagnosis," he said plainly. "The doctor who checked me when I was a kid got it wrong. I'm just one of those rare few with the extra toe joint." Turns out, the signs were just delayed. It showed up later. Bakugo stared at him. Long. Quiet. Then finally muttered, "TCH. Damn quack." He leaned back against the wall, arms crossed tightly. "Guy caused more damage than any villain we've fought so far." Izuku actually smiled a little. "Yeah, he did." Before Bakugo could say anything else, the door burst open, and in walked Roomie Usajiyama, freshly healed, scarless now but wearing a bandage on one ear, and a smirk that could cut glass. Behind her, all of Class 1A. Midoriya, Kaminari cheered. "You survived." Still standing, Mina whooped. "Barely," Jiro added with a smirk. "Dude," Kiroshima grinned, "that was one of the most metal things I've ever seen." "I was afraid you were gonna punch the sky into a new dimension," Siro added. "You did well," Shoji rumbled, nodding with respect. "You were magnificent," Aoyama added with his trademark sparkle. Iida, straight-backed as ever, gave a deep bow. "Midoriya, that was a demonstration of heart, honor, and resolve. We are all proud of you." Izuku flushed. "Thanks, guys." And then, Roomie walked up, didn't say a word, just reached out, and yanked him down into a kiss. Not soft, not subtle, it was the kind of kiss that made Jiro's ear jacks short out, made Kaminari choke on air, and caused Momo to turn red from the neck up. When she finally pulled back, she smirked at the stunned silence. "Congrats, Zuku." "Thanks," Izuku wheezed. "Oh my god," Mina whispered. "That was so hot. I'm not sure I should have seen that," Ojiro muttered, turning around. "I think I need recovery now," Kaminari wheezed. Suyu blinked. Ribbit. Bold. Sato was frozen in place. "That happened." Tokiyami nodded. "It was poetic." Ida's glasses had fogged entirely. "And Shoto." He tilted his head. "I don't understand. Was that part of a victory ritual?" Momo covered her face. "Not exactly." Roomie turned to Bakugo. The tension in the room changed as she locked eyes with him. Bakugo straightened, but didn't bristle. "I went too far," he said before she could speak. "I knew it, but I was angry. At him. At myself. He stopped. Bit down on the rest. "I'm sorry." Roomie didn't blink, then nodded once. "Thanks," she said, "for trying to look out for him when I couldn't." Bakugo blinked. She leaned in slightly, just enough that he couldn't ignore her next words. "But next time we fight." She smirked. "I'm beating your ass into next week." A pause. "Soon as I figure out how to shut out all that damn noise." Kaminari. "Oh, she's calling her shot." Bakugo scoffed. "You can try." "Well, actually," Izuku said, tapping his fingers together. Everyone turned. "I've been thinking about that. And I think I have an idea." "An idea?" Roomie echoed. "I just need to talk to Hatsume." That's when. "Did somebody say my name?" The wall didn't explode, but it felt like it had. May Hatsume burst into the room like a sugar-fueled hurricane, covered in oil, welding goggles half fogged, with 3 prototype drones orbiting her shoulders. She skidded to a stop, eyes gleaming. "You need me." "What do you need?" "Armor. Boots. Jetpacks. Micro railguns. A mobile rabbit launcher." The class jumped. Mina shrieked. "Zero Dove behind Iida." Roomie blinked. "Who the hell is this?" "Hatsume May," Izuku said quickly. "Support course. She's brilliant, and maybe a little enthusiastic." "I heard that." Izuku turned to her, raising his hands like a surrendering hostage. "I need a custom build." "Oh, I love customs," she sang, already scanning Roomie head to toe. "I need discreet combat-grade earbuds," Izuku continued. "Something small, almost invisible. They need to filter out extreme noise without weakening natural hearing. Everyday use and battle-ready." May blinked, then grinned so wide her goggles almost fell off. "Challenge accepted." She turned to Roomie. "Gimme an hour with your ears. I'll give you the world." "What?" Roomie said flatly. "Let her work," Izuku muttered. "Trust me." "Wow," Juro whispered. "An anti-Bakugo device. She's weaponizing romance." Zero added. "She's optimizing love through science," Momo said thoughtfully. Kaminari nodded. "It's beautiful." Shoto raised his hand. "Are her inventions legal?" "Honestly, probably not," Juro muttered. Roomie leaned into Izuku, one hand on his bandaged chest. "You always planning this stuff?" "I try to stay ahead," he said with a sheepish smile. She kissed his cheek. "Damn show off." Behind them, Hatsume was already drafting schematics midair. And the class, still in awe, still laughing, still together. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.